The story begins when an explosion occurs in front of a sad boy, and with immense light, a sword appears there. It asks a boy named Leon if he believes that he is worthy while he is just watching the sword shockingly. To him, who always voiced the irrationality of fate, the holy sword appears and says this. He grabs the sword, and as soon as he touches it, an immense amount of light spreads all around. One day ago, he was fighting with a boy with the same name and thought the world was extremely unreasonable to him. He tries to fight him every time but always loses, and Leon says there is no need for him even to fight him. He brags that there is not a single person in this Royal Academy who would spar against him anyone, and Leon shouts at him and says he plays around them like this. Leon too appreciates that he has improved compared to before, and Leon again grabs his sword and tries to attack him, saying he hates his attitude the most. But he again dodges him, and the other students who are watching them predict that Leon is not even a match for Leon too. However, they think he is holding out for quite a while because they have the same name. Though Leon too is better looking, they both have the same spelling for their names. In the evening, he looks pretty disappointed and thinks it has been 3 years since Leon too transferred there. He couldn't surpass him, no matter how hard he trained. Though their names are spelled the same, he is different from them in every way. His looks and personality are straight out of a fairy tale's protagonist, and it's probably a lie that he is a commoner. He should have gone to the noble class and wondered why he was doing this in the commoner class. Meanwhile, Leon too comes to him and asks if he is okay, but he gets annoyed to see him. He is about to give him his hand when he hears a girl's voice. Suddenly, he gets up and is about to leave when she calls him from behind and says she heard everything. She asks him if he picked a fight with Leon too again and why he keeps trying to fight him if he can't even win. Leon too calls her name, Chloe, and is about to tell her the story when she finds out Leon's hand is bleeding. She wants to treat it, but he pulls out his hand and says he is fine. He shouts at her that it is none of her business and leaves from there angrily. The same night, he is training very hard with his wooden sword and thinks if only he were blonde and had a family support, or if he only had a master of the same level as that guy. He wonders if something would have changed if he was of noble blood. He tries to cut the log with his sword, but it results in breaking his sword. Ultimately, he has nothing but effort, but in this irrational world, there are too many walls to surpass with effort alone. He then remembers that today is Leon too's birthday, and a huge party must be held for the pride of the Royal Academy. He throws his sword and lies to the ground, wondering if he should try his best until tomorrow. He has wasted 3 years of his life there, and one day can't do anything different. He starts crying and wonders why he needs to give up. If everything is decided from the start, then the effort has no meaning. He looks toward the sky and shouts loudly asking what is the meaning of the effort and his life. He then bows his head and says there is no way she would answer him. But suddenly, he is shocked to see an immense amount of light in front of him. On the other hand, Chloe is looking for Leon, and Leon too tells him he hasn't seen him. She worries about him and says no one in the dorms has seen him either, so she thought he came to the party. She wonders where he could have gone, and Leon too asks her to enjoy the party with him, but she runs away, saying she will look for him. A man calls him from behind, says he seems to have been rejected, and calls him by the name of His Highness. Leon asks him not to call him that, even if they are alone, and hiding his identity would be pointless if someone heard about it. Moreover, he doesn't have the right to hear that title, and Sir Gilbert exclaims that one of noble blood is bound to shine brighter through trials. He congratulates him on his 17th birthday and tells him that there is only a year left until that prophecy passed down in the imperial family takes place. On the day he, a member of the great empire Slide, reaches adulthood, the life of overseeing the current emperor, who is afraid of the prophecy, will end. The citizens will witness the advent of the past holy king. Leon asks him if he is talking about the great hero Roderick from 300 years ago, and he says his expectations are too high for him. They will find out by next year, but by then, Chloe, who possesses the special talent and is already learning 4th-tier magic, and Leon, a man of effort possessing a stronger mentality than anyone, want to have them both by his side. Sir Gilbert tells him about the prophecy that on the day, a man who bears the name of Leon reaches adulthood, and a sword that destroys evil will descend from the sky. At the same time, Leon is shocked to see a sword falling from the sky. The sword talks to him and asks him to arise, but he doesn't understand and asks who there is. The sword asks if it isn't in front of him. Leon finds himself in an odd situation. The sword is as bright as the sun and can also speak the human language. He wonders if it is a holy sword and replies to Leon that he called it there. As he has always thought, the world is unfair, as the ones who have it all gain more, and those who don't lose everything. However, the opportunity must be given fairly, and those who do not put in the effort have no right to blame the irrationality of life. Only those who have set their lives aflame are worthy. Leon, who has questioned the goddess of irrationality of fate, the sword asks him if he believes that he is worthy. Leon quenches his fist and replies that he believes that he is worthy. The sword asks him to get a hold of it, and it will give him the chance to prove his words. Leon knows very well what grabbing a holy sword means, but he may be able to change things with this sword. His reality is truly unfair, but even so, all the training he has done without missing a single day is unjust. Until now, he has been ranked regardless of his efforts, and has been working hard to destroy the unjust reality he couldn't accept. He doesn't want to turn his resolve and effort into worthless trash, and the sword asks him why he is standing before him. Leon replies he wants to prove his resolve and efforts, and that he is worthy of this sword. The sword appreciates him, says he has proven his righteousness, and asks him to pull him out. There are so many flashes of light, and Leon asks a hero if it means the one chosen by an oracle. The sword replies that it's purely his will and his powerful mentality that will not bend to noble blood and families or even irrational fate. His will to prove his convictions, rather than greed for gold and fame, and he is the one who meets all the conditions, are worthy to become a hero. The sword asks him to pull him out and says this is the right he has gained and an opportunity that has been given fairly. Leon grabs the sword, and it tells its name, Elcid. It is a clone of the Holy King, Hodredger Chaldea's Elvnar, and the sword that guides this era's light. It calls him Master Leon and asks him to destroy evil together. On the other side, the Holy King is watching him from the heavens and says a holy sword and a commoner are a good combination. He broke the prophecy because Leon's name also means lion. Just because the prophecy is passed down with the Clyde imperial family doesn't mean it is restricted to a member of the imperial family. The other Leon doesn't meet his standards, and he has both talent and fate but lacks will. He guesses that something that pulls itself away from the established norm is rare. He believes Leon will be better than the former hero if he uses his inheritance, and it's time for those evils to repay their debts. The next morning, Leon wakes up on his bed and wonders if he saw a dream last night. He gets up and finds the sword beside his bed, meaning it wasn't a dream. Elcid again tells him that he is the opportunity he earned, but he can't think he will become stronger immediately just because he earned him. He will have to face trials much more complex than the opportunity that he gained from him. One who possesses excellent fate must live an equally cruel life. Or worse, life. He may have to sacrifice the woman he loves or friends that he trusts. He chose this thorny path of his own accord to live an exceptional life, and Leon asks if this isn't an opportunity for him. The sword appreciates him and asks him to prepare immediately for the drill hall. He then shows him how he swings the sword. He wants to figure out his current level so that he can teach him properly, and it will be considered a test for him. They come outside and are surprised that it's very dark and the sun hasn't risen yet. Elcid asks Leon why he has been so restless since earlier. Leon says even if it's dawn, it's still school grounds, and he stands out way too much. He doesn't know what kind of excuse to make if he runs into anyone. Elcid exclaims that there certainly will be difficulties in training him at this rate, but he has a way. He uses some kind of magic and makes a sheath on his hand. He tells him he can pull him out anytime with his hand on the sheath. Since his spirit can't be seen by anyone but him, he can train him anytime and anywhere. Leon asks if he can train him even when sleeping, and Elcid replies he can sleep together and be awake. However, they can't do anything when he is sleeping anyway. Leon guesses that he can do something like a night watch. Elcid gets angry and asks him to stop chit-chatting, and as he has said earlier, he asks him to show him his skills. Leon grabs the sword and says he will probably be disappointed, but he replies he won't be disappointed. He says Leon has done his absolute best in the environment that he was placed in, and no master would fault the students for the things that they were not taught to do. Leon grabs the sword and shows many swordsmanship skills in front of him. He can feel something different, and he has made these movements hundreds of thousands of times before, but the strength is flowing into his hands just from the fact that he gained someone's trust. Elcid calls him and asks him to stop, while Leon wonders and asks what this is, and he is just about to start. Elcid says his sword won't hold out at that rate, and he breaks the sword into many pieces. Elcid asks if he is using it without even realizing it, and repetitive training of the basics is useful when mastering that. Still, he didn't expect it to be possible for a non-aura user. However, he doesn't need to know this right now, and his skills won't improve if he relies on it for no reason. He will teach him once he has ripened. He has earnestly trained the basics to the point where there's nothing major to criticize, and he guesses it's enough just to teach him how to move his body. Leon surprisingly asks if he won't teach him swordsmanship, and Elcid counter-questions him if he can swing a sword without hands. Knowing how to move his body effectively is the foundation of martial arts, and it looks like he has frequently trained his body. But this is on a whole other level. He will be testing his physical capabilities next, so he asks him to run. Leon starts running and asks how long he has to run away, and Elcid replies until he tells him to stop. He asks him to put the movements he instructs him to do while he runs into practice. He will also be told to do a handstand or run with one leg. Leon has confidence in his running ability, but has never run around the drill hall on one leg or while doing a handstand. Though he has no idea what purpose these have, he will do it if it's to become stronger. Meanwhile, the Holy King is watching him and says the canvas is worth painting on it. He heralds that the East has an old proverb called late bloomer, and Leon is no different from a fully made vessel, and it's more than enough to fill that empty vessel hole. Even if he inherits only a small portion of the swordsmanship and experience of the ancient heroes, he will at least be able to become a swordmaster. However, there is no way he can let his successor, after 300 years, stop at the realm of a master, and they will see if he can easily slay a dragon. He doesn't know how mighty this era's Demon King is, but half of his power should be right. He has already decided that Leon is probably opening the gates of hell for the Demon King. On the other hand, Leon is sleeping in the class when Elcid wakes him up. He gets up, being scared, and says he is listening and didn't fall asleep. He is in bad shape, taking everything he has to pay attention to lectures and spending too much strength on Elcid's test. However, this lecture aside, not missing a single lesson from Elcid is crucial. Meanwhile, he calls him, says he has decided where to start teaching him, and asks him what he thinks he lacks from his standards. Leon replies he lacks swordsmanship or aura, and he replies that the problem is in his eyes. He tells him about a proverb passed down in the East: eyes, feet, guts, strength. The ability of observation is the most important, followed by footwork and courage. Out of all this, strength comes last, but it's not like strength isn't important. It just means that the other three are more important. However, there are some parts that he doesn't agree with, but the eyes are the most important. Leon is surprised because he has never heard of training for the eyes before and wonders if it means that his dynamic vision will get better if he rolls his eyes. Elcid says from now on, he will learn how to see and make him understand how useless his eyes were until now. Elcid then asks him to look forward and use the teacher in front of the blackboard as the focal point. He asks him to focus for 10 seconds and memorize. Leon observes a midnight blue blackboard and a middle-aged man with gray hair and green eyes. He is holding a baton made of wood and has some white hair mixed in with his gray hair, and so does his nose hair. Elcid then asks him to close his eyes and asks him how many lines of text were written on the blackboard. Leon is shocked at his question and says he asked him to look at the teacher. Elcid told him to use him as the focal point, and he didn't tell him to only look at him. But he had only been looking at the teacher, so he had no idea what was on the blackboard. He asks him to remember since the blackboard was in his field of vision, and he bets he remembers nothing except the teacher, even after looking for 10 seconds. He wonders why he doesn't remember anything about the blackboard, and Leon replies that he doesn't know. Elcid tells him it's because he only tried to look at what was necessary. He tells him that the eyes are much more wasteful than he realizes, and it's to filter out unnecessary information, but not many people use their field of vision. He then asks him to focus his entire field of vision and memorize every figure reflected in his eyes like a drawing. He then asks him to relax his eyes and figure out how to see more vastly. Later on, he must learn how to do it at all times instead of just 10 seconds, and Leon thinks he wants to tell him it's impossible, but he didn't expect the teaching of a holy sword to be easy in the first place. He can't start complaining, so Elcid asks him to look toward the board again. He has 10 seconds more. He is looking toward the board while Leon too is watching him, and she can feel something strange about him. He then comes out of the class in a miserable state, and his head feels like it's about to split open. Meanwhile, Elcid is happy that things are going very well and says the fatigue in his eyes is simply because they are dry, or he is unnecessarily tensing them. However, a headache is different because the attribute has been laying dormant until now, so pain has appeared from unleashing what had been frozen. Leon asks if it is happening because of muscle soreness, and he replies that it's probably different since the brain has no sense of pain, but he asks him to think of it that way. He then asks him to continue with their training, and the students are surprised to see him talking to himself. On their way back, Elcid asks him different questions about the surroundings, such as how many candles are on the candle stand on the wall. He then asks if the male student next to the female student he passed by 3 seconds ago was wearing glasses or not. He also asks if the 12th room from the left has the light on, and what about the room above it. When he goes to his room, he has so much pain in his eyes, while Elcid exclaims it is acceptable for his first day. He guesses he can be commended for not asking to rest a little. Leon asks if he is going to let him sleep even if he did. He wonders how long it has been since he has been pushed to the limit like this, and it has been a while since his mind felt so powerless. Elcid exclaims he is getting used to it, which means he is stagnating, and there is a limit to how far he can go just by training in the same way. Though repetition training has pros, it would be a huge problem if his body finds an easy way to do it. This means that the body will get accustomed to the training method itself, so training in several methods is an absolute must. Leon asks him if his instructions to run on one leg or to do a handstand while running in the drill hall are for that exact reason. Elcid replies that this is because he needs to be aware of things he is not accustomed to. He reveals that humans, based on how they train and live their lives, develop their bones, muscles, and nervous system layouts differently. Seafarers create a sense of balance, hunters develop an understanding of direction, and nomads develop an exceptional understanding of vision. Training basics are to hone his strengths and compensate for his weaknesses, and Elcid decided to tackle that part before anything else. He tells him that his strengths are his stamina, which he has honed through an absurd amount of training, his mentality, and the basics of swordsmanship, which he has learned from training the fundamental movements. His weakness is his stiff form, which results from his repetition of the same fundamental movements. In other words, he lacks both physical and mental flexibility, and Leon asks him about aura and swordsmanship. Elcid tells him that swordsmanship is ultimately the way to handle the sword. If he can freely apply the fundamental movements to match the situation, that is swordsmanship. However, extremely powerful swordsmanship exists, but he asks him who will teach something like that with nothing but a pledge of allegiance. However, there is nothing to say about aura, and he asks Leon too if Leon too beat him up using his aura. Someone like him with no background suddenly learning aura would raise many suspicions. Hence, he will teach him aura once he is outside the academy and asks him to focus on mastering how to see for now. He asks him if he doesn't want to beat that guy as soon as possible, and Leon is getting super fired up at his name. He also tells him that he will get accustomed to repetition training, though he focuses on seeing with all his might and is bound to get tired from the same training method. Leon has a bad feeling from his expressions and asks him what they will do now. He replies that he will punish him every time he answers wrong, to the point that starting tomorrow is not leisure for him to get accustomed to. He comes closer to him and says he is not harassing him for no reason, and there is just something very effective called operant conditioning. Though his mentality is useful, besides his willpower, someone needs to push him. Leon thinks he is right, and it would be impossible to get everything right starting tomorrow. Moreover, if he is going to be punished sooner or later, he should resolve himself to experience it beforehand. He will also be able to develop the resilience corresponding to it, and he agrees with Elcid's idea. But he cries loudly when he gives him an electric shock for 5 seconds. Elcid exclaims that it was the first one just now, so he couldn't adjust it properly. so he will go a little weaker from the next one onwards. He laughs and exclaims that he will increase the intensity if he gets it wrong multiple times in a row. They will both do their best tomorrow, even though he doesn't seem in good condition. The following day, he starts with his training, runs as Elsid instructed him, and also does the how to see skill. He also does a one-hand stand position. He asks him multiple questions about the surroundings and how many doves are sitting on the dorm roof, and he replies with 10. He then asks him which one flew away first, and he replies with 6th. He again asks how many doves were sitting on the open window, and Leon replies it wasn't a dove but one crow. He appreciates him saying it's not bad, considering it's only been a month, and he barely passed his test. He then asks him to end it there and have a rest, which makes him extremely happy. He has finally got a break after one whole month. Meanwhile, Leon too comes to him and calls him from behind, and he turns back and says it has been a while since he saw him. He hasn't seen him once since he trained with Elsid, and it's been over half a month since he spoke to Chloe. Lone too appreciated him and said he had come to the training hall as soon as he finished his lunch. He came because he was a little worried about him, but he is relieved now. Leon asks why he is worried, and he replies that it has almost been a month since he asked him for a duel, and he thought he had given up just like everyone else. However, from his face, it looks like he is still raring to go. He can read the faces of the people who think they can't beat him, who are very different from him. Leon comes to him and asks if this was the reason he came to find him during lunchtime. He asks him to go if he is finished with his business. Leon too exclaims that it has been a while since they talked like this, so he wants to talk to him for a little longer. Leon replies there is nothing to discuss between them, and Leon too demands his 10 minutes only. He agrees and sits with him, and Leon too starts the conversation that he must heard the rumor that mentions he is not a commoner. Leon replies there is nothing to discuss, and it doesn't look like he was trying to hide it. Leon too asks him to listen to him carefully, and what he is about to say has to be thought of as coming from Leon, who is hiding his identity rather than his underclassmen. He also asks him to remember that he accepted his deals one-sidedly, and Leon thinks he wouldn't have been affected in any way by refusing. He could have just avoided him without even using his identity. The continuation of their duels is solely due to Leon's kindness, and it is nothing more than the generosity of the victor. Leon too asks him to wrap this up, but it angers him. He starts shouting at him and replies that he doesn't mean right there and now. He asks him to make their next match the last, with pure swordsmanship without aura, like always. In exchange, with real swords instead of wooden ones. If he wins in the match, as always, then he will become his vassal. Leon wonders if this is a declaration to decide the hierarchy, and it seems like a bet. He asks him what assurance he has that he will keep his promise, and Leon too replies the person in front of him is an inflexible man who came all this way with sheer pride. He believes in his promise because he is the kind of person who will keep any promise that he makes, no matter what. Leon asks him about the condition that he will become his vassal if he loses and asks what he will do if he beats him. Leon too smiles and replies he will give him anything he wants, as long as it doesn't engage his honor and his family. It can be anything, including arcane swordsmanship, aura cultivation methods, or even elixirs. Leon smiles and exclaims that he will decide this on the day of the match. Leon too then leaves, asking him to let him know when he is ready since he will have to prepare a location and needs to know 3 days in advance. The Holy King watches them and thinks the moment is finally upon them. Leon, who has been chosen as the hero through the Holy Sword's whims, and Leon too, the prince trying to take the imperial throne. This is the moment their first true duel begins, and Leon is very nervous about the duel. Elsid is surprised and asks if he is really nervous when he is responding to that lazybones well just a second ago. He asks him if he got scared after coming this far. Leon replies he was wondering if he has really become that strong. Though the training this past month was really hard, he doesn't feel like he has become stronger at all. Elsid assures him that he has become quite strong already, so he doesn't need to worry. He tells him that seeing is a different sort of power from strength, and it is evident that he couldn't feel it since he hasn't used it correctly. Elsid then remembers that he will have a physical assessment later, and he looks forward to it because something beyond his imagination will happen. He bets he won't be able to say what he just said, and Leon wonders what he is talking about. After some time, he goes to attend his class, and the teacher asks the students to line up based on their attendance numbers. He asks the students to step out and say their names if they feel sick. Today is their physical assessment, and Leon was 9th last time. Though pure physical capabilities are assessed without using mana, the ones in the top spots were always those in the nobility class. Aside from aura, the nobles were provided elixirs and physical training, so the 9th was his limit. Elcid asks him about the other Leon's rank, and he replies that he was 1st. He comments on him that he seems to have trained quite a bit, and he can't even compare to those bums who were only born in good households. Even though it's called a short distance run, it's 2 laps around the field, and they are supposed to run a whole 800 meters, but Leon scored 1 minute and 20 seconds. Elcid asks him about his scores, and he replies that they were 1 minute and 40 seconds, and they both have a 20-second difference. He asks him not to get scared before even trying, and compared to before, he has him now. Leon trusts his holy sword this time, and they are ready for their race. The instructor directs them to begin, and they all run at their full speed. Leon too is surprised that he is far ahead of other students and completes his race in 1 minute and 29 seconds. The instructor asked him if he had learned aura, and he wanted to confirm this through his body. He grabs his hand and checks for a repelling force by infusing a small amount of aura into him. If he learned aura, then it would be pushed out immediately. He confirmed that he hasn't learned aura, but he is surprised that he has changed so much in just a few weeks. He asks him what sort of training he has done, and Leon replies that he has only trained the fundamentals, and he already knows that he has had more break times than before. The instructor finds out that his training volume used to be abnormally high, and he wonders if his body drastically improved from the rest after several years of overwork. The other students stare at him, and Leon asks Elcid about what happened to him. He counter-questions him if it just went as he said. He asks him where strength stems from biologically, and he replies it stems from muscles. He reveals that in this world, most methods to train the body focus on increasing the size or density of muscles. However, that is only half of the whole picture if they don't understand myoneural connections. The connection of muscles is the same as the nervous system, and the muscles obviously have neurons connected to them. The strength that muscles can exert depends on the development of those neurons, and strength doesn't rely only on one's physical appearance because of myoneural connections. Leon is surprised and thinks he has never heard of something like this, even from the academy professors. Elcid reveals that muscle density is mostly decided by innate factors, and in terms of size, there is a limit to how large a muscle can grow. At this point, he has already trained himself to the point that he has reached his limit, so he focuses on developing his nervous system. Leon looks toward his biceps and asks how he did this to him, and he hasn't done that sort of training. He asks him if he did something to him while he was sleeping, and Elcid replies that it was the punishment that he has been giving him. Leon is shocked at this and shouts loudly while all the students start looking toward him. He reveals that he unleashed something that had been dormant for over 10 years, so it would hurt as much as his muscles being ripped to shreds. Leon now realizes that the extreme pain he felt every time he failed in his seeing training was from the process of developing his nervous system. He asks Elcid why he didn't tell him about that, and he replies that he would be more depressed like that. The reason why he has made or less mastered how to see was to escape from that pain. But if he had heard that reason for the punishment and realized it was something that he had to go through no matter what, then he couldn't have focused as much as yesterday. Elcid smiles at him and asks him to feel free to thank him, saying that he only did what was expected of him as a holy sword. Leon is furious at him and wonders if he is actually a demonic sword or a sword imbued with the great hero Roderick's soul and personality. Roderick was actually a great villain rather than a hero. After a while, the other group starts running, and Leon is extraordinary this time, too, breaking his record. After the test, he scored 2nd place and said he ultimately couldn't beat Leon. Elcid exclaims it would have been weird if he could just beat him in 1 month, and he shouldn't have tried to feel satisfied already. However, from 1st to 9th, he caught up all the way to seconds and was determined that he could win against him. The same night, he asks Elcid what kind of training they are starting tomorrow, and he replies that his seeing training has gone beyond the level of just practicing memorization. There isn't really anything that he can do in terms of physical capabilities, so it would be best for him to gain experience so that he can effectively apply what he has learned. Elsid suggests they should leave this place, and Leon requests him to teach him swordsmanship first, but he asks him to abandon his swordsmanship fantasies. To learn his swordsmanship, he needs to learn aura first. As he said before, it's enough for him to use the fundamentals to a certain extent. He tells him that martial arts without aura are nothing more than parlor tricks, and even if he calls it a secret technique, it would be something difficult to handle the first time one sees it. After that, he would be easy to counter once his movements are read, and he asks him if he thinks the orthodox swordsman, like the other Leon, would fall for mediocre tricks. He asks him to make use of his emotions and tells him that the sword trained through effort for a long time is mighty. Now that his physical capabilities have increased to a similar level, then the lone two won't be able to overpower him. However, he needs some actual battle experience, and Elsid asks him if anyone will pick a fight with him. Leon replies this isn't the slums, so there is no way the academy would have people like that. The following day, he was thinking about his discussion with Elsid yesterday when some students called him and asked if he was the commoner who goes by the name Leon. He observes that they are from the nobility class from the badge of their uniforms. They are angry at him because a mere commoner got the second place. They allege that he must have used the trick that fooled the instructor. However, Leon seems confident and says they can make a complaint to the instructor if they have an issue with the ranking. They get angry and ask how a commoner dares to talk back to them. They make his fun, saying he is the one who hasn't even pledged allegiance. Placing ninth was strange from the start, and now he has finally shown his colors. Leon thinks they are not listening to him, or he can say that they probably had no intention to talk in the first place. In their eyes, he is just an annoying weeb they want to uproot. Meanwhile, a boy appears there and asks them not to get so upset, even if he is a commoner, but they are all students of the same academy. His name is Elmont, and he says they can call the punishment that they are about to bestow upon him the dignity of the nobles. Elsid asks Leon if he is the boss of this group or a part of some great family, and he replies that he is the second son of the Bourbon Count family, Elmont. Before, he was always second in the physical assessment, and now he must be extremely vexed that he pushed him out of second place. He thinks the characteristics of nobles acting strong against the weak and weak against the strong are the same as always. Elmont comes to him and apologizes for their first meeting, which happened like this. He exclaims that Leon may feel a sense of unfairness from this, but they can't just accept this either. He forwards his hand toward him and hopes that he will comply with their proposal. Leon replies he wants to hear his proposal first, and his friends shout at him for his arrogance. Elmont forbids them and asks how they have a few bouts under an instructor's supervision. Leon thinks it might seem like he made a great offer by bringing an instructor into it, but the proposal is clearly to his disadvantage. No aura is included in Elmont's conditions, so they will use it. If he raises an objection, they will try to coerce him into it by saying he is tricking the instructor. If he refuses the duel, they will obviously try to slander him some other way. He looks toward Leon too and thinks that if it were him, then he is sure it would be possible for him to pull him out of this situation. Suddenly, he realizes that Leon too is his rival, and help from his rival is nothing but begging for help, a humiliation greater and stronger than provocation. He then thinks for a while and accepts his challenge for the duel. However, he asks him to make the one supervising the duel instructor Helmut, and only one person per day. He also asks him to swear he won't question his skills if he wins. Elmont thinks about the Academy's field demon instructor Helmut and thinks pulling any tricks on the instructor is impossible if he is the supervisor. He accepts Leon's conditions and says it doesn't matter who supervises the duel. He is just a bit disappointed that he can't beat the hell out of him until he is satisfied. Later, Leon thinks about the face he was making and says he never expected to gain real battle experience this way. He asks Elsid's suggestion if he can beat him without using aura, and he doesn't know about this since he has never fought against anyone who can use aura. Elsid thinks of a plan and says he will show him something to make things easier. A window screen appears in front of him, and Elsid explains that it is the easiest method. Leon can see his characteristics on the screen, such as that he is a hero who can't use aura and his levels and skills. He asks Elsid what this is and replies that it is what he can do now. He also shows him Elmont's stats, and he wrote this based on his standards, so it's not very objective. Leon is shocked to see that Elmont's stats are so weak, and if he is the second son of Count family, then he probably has eaten all sorts of elixirs, and he should have undergone harsh training to become stronger, though. Elsis explains to him that even if one eats a ton of elixirs and can't digest them, it would become a normal nutritious food. His harsh training probably can't compare to what he has gone through. Hence, the threshold of his physical abilities is because of his aura. He can be thought of as an E-rank student with 99 points. But Leon can overcome that limit with Elsid helping him and his hard work. Even without aura, he is capable of taking those fools on. Leon is now relieved that he won't lose out in terms of physical abilities, and from now on, he will aim for the top and not the bottom. He is determined that there is no way he will lose to someone like Elmont. He then turns toward his stat window and asks why his nickname is like that, while Elsid asks him to get stronger and change his nickname. The next day, he goes to the academy for a duel, where Instructor Helmut calls him. He comments that he has changed a lot in a month, and he was going to stop him if he acted recklessly, but there is no need for that. Leon doesn't understand what he is talking about, but he turns back and asks him to give it his best shot. He also asks him to teach those idiots a lesson so they won't challenge any commoner easily. He then enters the sparring ground, where Jeff Heinrich is angry at him and asks how he dares to make him wait. Leon ignores him and tells the instructor that he will start immediately. The instructor calls their name and says the two of them will put their name and honor on this match with him as the witness. He calls Jeff and asks what he wishes to get from this match, and he looks toward Leon arrogantly and says he wants this commoner to admit his crimes. The instructor then asks Leon what he wishes to get from this match, and he replies that this match should be the last time he bothers him. He then asks them to step forward, and they take their swords and position. Chloe and Leon too are also there watching them while fighting, and a student asks another if one can't cut another person with a wooden sword if it's imbued with aura. They are sure Leon is disadvantaged since he can't use aura. Elsid comes to him and asks if he wants to see his stats, but he refuses and says he is fine without it. He thinks no matter how strong he might be, he is just one of Elmont's subordinates, so there is no reason for him to borrow Elsid's power for a person like that. Jeff comes first and jumps upon him to attack, and Leon reads his attack, a diagonal slash that cuts from the upper right-hand corner to the lower left-hand corner. He is already prepared for such an obvious move, and Leon dodges his attack and quickly moves away from him. However, he is shocked that Jeff falls to the ground and wonders if this is over so quickly. Jeff again gets up and asks him not to think he has won with a lucky hit. He simply made a mistake. He asks him to fight with him again, but the instructor calls him and says he has lost and he won't allow any unsightly behavior. They are surprised when Jeff starts laughing and says he surely knows his place as a commoner. He is again ready to fight and says he won't go easy on him. Elsid calls Leon and asks him not to end it in one attack this time. It's his first time using vision in a real fight, and they are ready to fight again, seeing as how he volunteered to be his training partner. He ought to know that ending him in one strike just now was him being merciful to him. Jeff again jumps upon him to attack, and Leon uses his vision skill and can feel that he is so slow that he can see the movement of his arms, legs, and pupils. He can even see what his next move is. Elsid tells him that because he has figured out his initial movements, he will be able to figure out what he will do next. He then begins using his aura, but can still read his movements while he shouts at him and asks him to dodge these attacks. He then starts launching consecutive attacks recklessly against an opponent he just lost, and he doesn't know how to distribute his stamina in a fight, just like the amateur he is. However, even physical abilities strengthened with aura have their limits. He sees an opening, and it hits his leg, which causes him pain, and he falls back to the ground. He then calls him a fool and says he should have ended him just now, but he won't be able to take him down with that kind of attack. Leon doesn't give him a chance to hold back, attacks him repeatedly, and makes him fall. Leon exclaims it's just like Elsid said, that a moving target is best if he wants to use vision in training. Jeff gets scared and surrenders himself, and Instructor Helmut announces Leon as the victor. Chloe and Leon too are happy to see him, while Elmont feels humiliated. At night, everyone talks about them and asks each other if they saw the match between Leon and Elmont's clique. They are happy that Leon fought so well, and he starts challenging each of them, beginning with Jeff. Every one of them lost and had to be sent to the infirmary. The only one left at this moment is Elmont, and they think Elmont won't lose to him. Meanwhile, Leon and Elsid are walking through the balcony, and he exclaims that they are such easy opponents for him. They were just using fanciful swordsmanship that had no substance, and he is disappointed that they are at that level despite using aura. However, his next match will be a little difficult since Elmont will be his opponent, and Elsid asks him to remember not to lose his guard. He goes to the sparring ground and observes that Elmont has dropped his pretense. Elmont, who uses aura, is more potent than his physical, and there was something in the status window that Elsid showed him previously. He checks his stats and finds out that his vision swordsmanship is at level 1 and could be more powerful. He thinks his unknown techniques are the scariest ones, and there is a chance that he might not be able to see through them with Roderick's vision. Elmont laughs and exclaims he never expected that his turn would actually come, and Leon replies he already knew it would happen. Leon too thinks Elmont will be the perfect practice opponent for the match with Leon. Although he has physical abilities without aura, he is weaker if the aura is considered. If he is at the level where he can imbue aura into his sword, then it will be dangerous for him to try to block his attacks with a wooden sword. He wonders if he should avoid clashing head-on and instead harass him first. Instructor Helmut directs them to start a fight, and as soon as he says this, Elmont throws an attack toward him using sword energy. Leon thinks he won't be able to counter him since their speed difference is too much. Elmont is still a direct descendant of a Count family, even if he is a good-for-nothing. Suddenly, Elmont laughs at him and says he would have trampled him if he were just some arrogant commoner, but it's a different story if he was worthy of being recruited. He offers to come under him right now, and he can bury the trivial feelings between them. But Leon reacts and tries to attack him with his sword, and he dodges him in on time. However, he gets a slight injury on his face, and he furiously shouts at him, saying he acts arrogant just because he has some worthless ability. Elsid calls him from behind and says the arrogant boy called his technique worthless, making him angry. He is arrogant and exclaims that even the rivers and mountains change in 10 years, but after 300 years, he is put down by a little boy still wet behind the ears. Leon can feel an ominous feeling from his anger, and Elsid asks him if he sees the white kid's teeth and warns him, saying if his teeth remain safely in his mouth by the time this test is over, then he will be punished badly. He also adds that 1 or 2 teeth won't be enough, and he has to take out as many as possible. Now, Elmont can also feel Leon's strange vigor, and he jumps at full speed to attack him. The students are shocked to see that he pushes back Elmont, but Leon too can feel that Leon is on the offensive. However, Elmont hasn't been thrown off balance yet. Leon gets tired and wonders if he is pushing himself too hard. If things continue like this, Leon will fight a battle of attrition. Elmont tries to land his last attack and asks him to stop this unseemly final stand and just collapse to the ground. Leon decides to make up for his lack of strength and speed with Rudrick's vision, the figure that anticipates an opponent's actions. He can make up for his inferiority if he can see like that just a bit faster. He needs to move much more precisely, faster, and wider until the opponent is in his sights. He can feel Elmont moving around underwater and trying to attack him. Leon's plan works, and he successfully dodges his attack. Elmont gets angry and asks him if he is unable to use aura. Instructor Helmut is watching them, and he can't sense any aura from Leon. Despite this, he can't believe he has been able to drive Elmont back this far. Elmont is also surprised that he would be forced to use this while facing him, and Leon can sense that he is using arcane swordsmanship. This swordsmanship includes stabbing and slashing. He might even throw his sword, so Leon can't let a moment go to waste. He again uses his vision skill while Elmont rushes toward him to attack. He feels that he is going to use stabbing and thinks he can dodge that. He moves quickly and successfully dodges his skill, and this is a technique that presumes that his opponent will evade. He has used secret bourbon swordsmanship, Crescent Stab, and is going to land a direct hit to his chest. He will hit his ribs even if he tries to evade as much as he can, and he wouldn't be able to fight with broken ribs either. He only has a choice to trace his sword with vision, but he can't evade this. Leon is at the point of losing, but this thing stimulates vigorous thought in his mind. He moves quickly, and this time, he not only dodges his attack but also hits his left arm. Elmont cries in pain and looks toward him furiously. Everyone is surprised that Elmont was hit on his left arm, and now it's 1 arm versus 2, and then Elmont is at a disadvantage. Leon too asks Chloe to forget the injury to his arm, and he is sure that the shock that his family's arcane swordsmanship failed is far more dangerous. After this, he will take advantage of the fact that he has both hands to launch a frontal attack, and Elmont thinks that in this process, his wooden sword's durability would have reached its limits from his aura-laced attacks. He thinks of breaking his sword using 1 arm and can obtain victory this way. He then jumps upon him to attack, saying he has been dancing in the palm of his hand this entire time. But he is shocked when Leon counterattacks him, and his sword slips away. Leon takes advantage of the situation and hits his face, breaking his teeth. Chloe and the other students cheer up for him, and the instructor, Helmut, announces Leon as the victor of the spar. Elsid is happy that he won and defeated Elmont with a worthless technique, and he will choose his words more carefully from now on. Leon wonders if his character will improve after being beaten up once. However, they swore an oath of victory in the duel, which should be fine while at the academy. Elsid appreciates him, saying he has already begun opening the door to excel and has progressed much faster than expected. While walking back toward his room, he asks Elsid about Excel and asks if he is talking about what he did when he dodged Elmont's arcane swordsmanship. Elsid reveals that there are times when a human body moves slower than its consciousness, especially in accelerated states. One's reflexes are faster than consciousness, and it has nothing to do with the actual speed. He asks him how he thinks trained swordsmen are able to move so quickly, and Leon replies it's because they have learned aura. Elsid says if he doesn't use aura, then his body won't be able to withstand its force, so, normally, one can only use Excel after learning aura. Leon used Excel even before he started using aura with just his thighs. Even if it's an incomplete execution, it's already very impressive. This means that he has instinctively surpassed his limits with sheer willpower. Leon asks him if he didn't say that his body wouldn't be able to withstand the force, even if he is perfectly normal. Elsid replies if he had used his whole body and not just his thighs, then his insides would have been twisted inside out. Elsid asks him to look after his body for the time being and reveals that it's time for something. Leon doesn't get him and asks what time it is for, but he doesn't listen to him and gives him an electric shock. He collapses to the ground and feels so much pain in his muscles. Elsid says he should be glad that's all he is experiencing after using Excel and asks him not to use it until he has learned aura. He warns him, saying he will die next time if he uses it like this. Everyone whispers about him when he goes to the academy the next morning. They think he was scouted by a reputable family and fed an elixir. They also whisper that he hid his identity and that he is a secret weapon the palace has been grooming. They also claim he learned arcane swordsmanship from some unknown swordmaster that he saw. Leon observes that those guys are spreading the rumors like wildfire, and they will come up with all sorts of excuses for their losses. He wonders what happened to their pride as nobles, and if they really had any pride, then they wouldn't have come at him. Meanwhile, Chloe comes to him, says hello, and asks him to talk to her for a minute. They go to the garden, and Leon asks her what she wants to talk about and tells her she should still be in alchemy class. She tells him their alchemy teacher is sick today, so they are not having class. She then asks him about his weird behavior and that he has been avoiding talking to him directly recently. Moreover, he has been fighting nobles consecutively out of the blue, and Leon too, and she were worried about him. Leon also realizes that it has been a long since he talked to her comfortably and openly. He knows how he felt toward her and how jealous he felt of Leon, who stood by her side. He got overwhelmed by his inferiority complex, thinking that he was nothing special, and hated this world for not being rewarded for his hard work. After that, the sword gave him an opportunity to prove what he had said. Chloe brings him out of his thoughts and says his name has been on the tongue of everyone at school, and there are even rumors that he picked up a magic sword by chance and managed to improve a lot because of it. Suddenly, she gets surprised to see Leon crying with tears and thinks he is crying because of her. She clarifies that it's just what people say, and the magic sword is way too off. Leon replies that there is nothing like a magic sword, that it talks roughly and has a bad personality, and that Elsid had picked him up from an endless pit. The Holy King watches him and gets angry, saying he had excused himself since the atmosphere looked good. Elsid is just watching him quietly, while Leon thinks if a hero is what saves the world, then the hero who saved him is Elsid. He is determined to become a hero as capable as an owner of the sword and surpass Elsid's expectations. The Holy King observes him and thinks he is simply talking to the girl, but he suddenly grows. He thinks he, who has been perfect since birth, would know this. Elsid doesn't care about the reason, and is happy to see that Leon looks worthy of being nurtured now. The same night, he lies on his bed and thinks he really has changed. He remembers when Chloe left him and says he looked much better then. She feels like he is no longer nervous and can calmly look ahead. She says he is similar to Leon too, but there is still a difference, and she guesses it's the difference between someone looking upwards and someone looking forward. She asks him to talk to Leon 02 occasionally since he is a good guy, and says no one else in her grade would be honest with his feelings and could get along with him. Leon replies he will surely do what he can, but now he thinks he can't do that. The next match will be the last match between them. The next day, he again starts training, but the wooden sword can't even last in the complete state. Apart from the training proficiency of the technique, it's such a powerful technique that it puts a lot of strain on the sword. Moreover, they must be careful since the training sword is generally weaker than the real sword. Leon is at the point where he just needs to succeed once since a person's trump card should only be shown once. It's also obvious that he would get countered by a genius like Leon too if he used the same technique on him multiple times. He is determined to surpass his skills, read what he is thinking, and gain victory over him. Elsid laughs and asks if seeing Leon's status window a few days ago bothers him so much. He checks for Leon 2's status window, and his nickname is a swordsman who only has talent and his bloodline. Leon is shocked to see that he is an intermediate aura user who can use sword energy. He is also able to manifest aura outside of his body. He is already stronger than most instructors and is at a level that even talented knights might only reach in their 30s. Elsid tells him that he has already surpassed that level despite not having gone through the coming of age ceremony. When Leon is losing strength and speed, he has a little more stamina than him. However, he is definitely a tough opponent, but is not someone he can't win against. Elsid likes his mindset and says he will give him as much advice as he can, so he has to use it as the foundation to prepare thoroughly to win his match against Leon 2. Leon calls him and asks what he intends to do if he loses against Leon 2 again. Elsid refuses to give an answer to his question and says this is a test for him, and he tells him from the start that the trials he has to endure will be harsher than getting opportunities. Leon gets scared and asks if this isn't too difficult for the first trial, but he is at the point where this fight can become the turning point of his life. If he wins against Leon 2, then he will explain everything to him, and at that time, he will also be convinced of why he said that after listening to his explanation. At night, it is raining heavily, and Sir Gilbert is in Leon 2's room and is checking for the results of Leon's spar. The results are above his expectations, and he says he knew the other guys weren't too bad themselves, but he didn't think he would defeat Elmont. Leon 2 asks him if he acknowledges these results, and he remembers him saying that he wasn't sure of Leon's evaluations previously. Sir Gilbert replies it has been 3 years, and it's not that long for the right individual. Since Leon has won against the second son of a count family with a body that can't use aura, then there is no need to doubt his potential anymore. Leon 2 also received a message from Leon that he was ready for the spar. He asks Sir Gilbert for a favor and thinks he will definitely win against Leon and will make him his knight. Today is the spar day, and Leon exclaims it seems someone in the heavens is setting up the fight for him. Elsid replies that the hero of the Holy Sword is putting his future on the line, so it's no surprise that the heavens are stirring. Instructor Helmut welcomes him and says he is there on time, while he is surprised that there are no students. The instructor reveals that Leon 2 requested that he focus on the fight, unlike the other fights that took place there. Elsid says Elmont simply wanted to humiliate him with the fight publicly. The instructor tells him that there isn't any audience, so there's only one observer other than the witness. Elsid acts like he knows who the only observer is, and he says it's probably Chloe. He shouts at him and asks why it would be her, and Elsid says he doesn't know what is happening around there. Since Leon 2 thinks he likes Chloe, so he intends to use this fight to pull her towards him. There are many instances where the king and his vassal have fought over a woman. He remembers Leon too also asked him to become his vessel if he wins this fight. They are going to have a one-on-one fight with Leon, and in the case that he loses, he will become his vassal. It's a good enough reason for Chloe to become an observer. Leon too draws a clear line between who will be the ruler and who will be the ruler in advance. It's truly a thorough plan that Leon too would execute, and that way of doing things disregards what he or Chloe would feel. He knew in his head that Leon too was really a high-ranking noble, and someone who tried to manipulate the relationships and emotions of others. It was a political technique that didn't treat others on equal grounds. He wonders if this is the way noble acts, and he is truly disgusted by it. Elsid observes his expressions and asks if he is angry, and he replies he is angry because Leon too shouldn't have done this, and he will have to teach him a lesson. They then reach the sparring ground, and Leon too asks him why he is late, but he replies that he isn't late, although he is a little early. He asks him about the observer, and Leon too recipes that person is in a place unseen to them, and things won't be fair if he makes a mistake because he is distracted. Leon then asks him to start the fight, but he takes a pill before that. Leon asks what he just ate, and he replies that it's a pill that surpasses aura. Although he did say he wouldn't use aura, it might come out unintentionally, and if this happens, then the whole fight would be a disaster. They then take out their sword and are ready to fight. Leon observes that he is totally serious, unlike his usual flippant self, but when it comes down to concentration, he won't lose either. Instructor Helmut starts the fight, and their sword collides with each other. Leon too starts attacking repeatedly, and it is getting difficult for Leon to handle them. He thought he was stronger, but couldn't last for more than 30 seconds if he just took his attacks head-on. Leon too again attacks him, and his sword feels like a whip to him, and it is unable for him to dodge his attacks. Leon too is in a totally different league from Elmont. He is already using Roderick's vision, but his figure looks blurrier and incomplete than all the other people he has fought so far. He thinks he needs to calm down and figure out the incomplete parts of his body, and they will be compensated by the experience he has gained from the number of times he has fought with him until now. Sir Gilbert is observing them while hiding and wonders if this is really a fight between students. They are not using aura, but the level of their swordsmanship and combat senses might be even better than knights. Leon is getting pushed away and thinks he is truly a monster. Meanwhile, Leon too also observes him and wonders when he has improved this much. Sir Gilbert is impressed by their skills. He already knew how much of a genius his lord was, but he didn't expect Leon to be able to catch up. In the meantime, Leon too attacks him using a double feint technique, but he reads that figure through Roderick's vision. He dodges his attack and hits him successfully. Leon too is shocked after getting hit and is wondering why the rest of the attacks, other than the first, didn't feel as powerful. He now realizes that Leon intends to make it a battle of stamina right from the start. He plans to stick to an enemy closely to eat away at their stamina and then slowly turn the tides in his favor. This stalling tactic doesn't allow him to make even a single mistake. It's a strategy with nothing fanciful, and Leon too can feel his desire to win this no matter what. It looks like he has to break that will of his first, and if he can't do this, then he will never submit to him. He uses his skill called Flash Steps, and Sir Gilbert is shocked to see that he is using an arcane technique from the Imperial family. It's a technique that uses muscles and blood flow to allow the user to use strength beyond their limits. While it's not complete since he is not using his aura, Leon too thinks even half of its power would be enough. Meanwhile, Leon raises his skill and vision to the maximum, and they run toward each other to attack. Leon moves swiftly through him, and he wonders if he dodged that attack. However, Leon gets injured and thinks this is the power of Flash Steps. He wonders if he is not really using aura, but is still so much powerful. Elsid whispers in his ear and says he didn't use aura at all, and that scared him. Elsid says the human body is stronger and faster than he thinks, while there are body-strengthening techniques that focus on speed, such as Flash Steps. There also are techniques that improve strength or endurance, and he asks him not to try to judge what can be done by his common sense. Suddenly, Leon too attacks him, asking how he dares to be distracted and asks why he is so relaxed. Leon successfully blocks his attack and asks if he is only using arcane swordsmanship now. He is trying to dodge his attacks but is at his limits, and he loses his flow because Elcid suddenly interrupts. He remembers Elcid asked him not to try to judge what can be done by his common sense and realizes that he didn't interrupt. He observes that he is around 5 to 6 steps until he is out of the ring, and he has been pushing him so far. Suddenly, the atmosphere around them changes and Sir Gilbert thinks there shouldn't be any way of advancing against Flash's steps at Leon 2's level. Leon had thought that he only had a chance of winning by just enduring the attacks, but in order to protect the very slight advantage, he had stamina and had waited for Leon to become exhausted through Flash steps. The worst available solution he has is Excel, a technique that he can't control. Leon 2 is staring at him, while he thinks the only thing he needs to trust is the strength he has accumulated so far. Leon 2 is getting oppressed by the pressure, and it's the first time Leon looks huge to him. He is ready to face him, thinking he will make him his vessel no matter what. He again uses his technique, Flash Steps, while Sir Gilbert thinks that he should already be way past his limits by using Flash Steps consecutively without aura. Leon 2 thinks this much is nothing for him if he is truly a hero. Elcid calls him and says he doesn't know their decisive difference. He was born with innate talent and swung his sword daily. They both rush toward each other and their swords collide with each other. In an instant, Leon 2 is shocked to see that his sword has broken and falls to the ground. Surprisingly, he looks toward his broken sword, and Elcid tells Leon that his hard work has paid off. The thing that decided the match was the hint he got from Elmont Crescent Stab, and it's an unconventional sword technique that disrupts the upper body's timing. Moreover, the number of swords they have broken is different, and he says to Leon 2 that his physical body can surpass its limits, but he won't be able to reach him who knows the limits of a sword. Moreover, the results might have been different if they had been using real swords. Leon smiles and says he has won the match. Sir Gilbert comes to him and says he has confirmed that he wins. Elcid says if Leon 2 had won, then he would have to become his vessel. He asks what he requested in the case that he won. He remembers Leon 2 said he would grant him anything he wanted as long as it didn't affect his reputation or his family. He also offered him things like teaching arcane swordsmanship, how to train aura, or making elixirs all possible. Leon now exclaims that he doesn't really have anything he needs, but Leon 2 says he has lost, and the fight is something that he has decided and agreed to, so he will have to accept the results. He asks him what he wants, and Leon replies carelessly that he will tell him later. He laughs and exclaims that he doesn't have anything in his mind, and that he will tell him when he has something in his mind. After that, when he walks through the balcony, he thinks he managed to finish the fight without using Excel, but it still feels like he pushes himself too much because his opponent is Leon 2. Suddenly, Chloe appears from the side and uses her magic spell to heal him. Leon asks her to stop and says he already feels light, as expected of rank 4 healing magic, and he also thanks her for being the observer. She starts crying and says she can't understand him or Leon 2 and asks what happens if he loses. However, she is happy that he has grown much stronger and asks if he intends to leave the academy. Leon is surprised and asks how she knew about this, but she calls him a fool. Leon thinks she would try to stop him, but she gets angry and asks how he can say that when he doesn't intend to listen to him. He has always been like that and always challenged limits people think are possible to break, and he ends up succeeding at it. Although it took him quite a while this time round, Leon exclaims he was pretty fast, considering the difficulty level. They both then laugh at each other, and Leon leaves by saying he is fine. He also asks her to go and treat Leon 2. He might not express it, but he is probably pretty depressed and shocked. Leon exclaims one hit from the girlfriend he listens to would make his defeat nutrition for his future growth. Chloe calls him from behind and asks what he will do after leaving the academy, but he replies that it's still a secret. She then holds her hand and prays for him. Elcid looks toward her and says he never thought he would see a mage who doesn't believe in God praying for someone else. He then asks if he has done with everything, and Leon replies he has yearned to become a special person. He desperately gave his all in everything he did and wanted to become someone who wouldn't lose to the two of them. He wasn't able to surpass walls like social status or talents in the end, though. He had lost his way in front of these two special people because he felt he wasn't good enough. But meeting Elsid had gotten rid of the inferiority complex deeply rooted in his heart. Elsid also allowed him to escape from the shadow of those two, and now he is going to become a hero. So, there is no one special in the world than him. Elsid laughs and says he is a materialistic person. Leon asks if he is a little disappointed, but he counter-suggests to him what is wrong with wanting riches and honors. He is at the point where ambitions are a core part of a human's life, and having dreams drives them forward unless one goes about the wrong way of doing it. He tells him that ambitions make humans human, which is why he chose him. He also reveals that the person who was supposed to become a hero wasn't him, but that other guy, Leon. He is also the legitimate son of the Clyde imperial family, and his full name is Leon Callum Gladius von Clyde. He was designated as the hero 150 years ago, and Leon replies that he is the perfect protagonist. Based on what Elsid said, he was supposed to be the protagonist, but is no longer one. He then asks if he didn't say that the fight was a test for him, and Elsid replies he did great. There is no rule that a hero must be someone chosen by prophecies or oracles. Pioneering one's future with strength and willpower is also something a hero does, and the other Leon is wrong about this part. Elsid asks if he feels guilty that he stole his opportunity or something, and he replies he is not guilty since he doesn't like that he lacks things compared to him. He would never feel guilty about someone who was born with a golden spoon, and it's his own fault for losing to someone like him who has nothing despite having everything he needs. Moreover, Elsid was the one who chose him. The great hero Roderick's soul and holy sword Elsid chose him, and if that's the case, then he is simply answering to those expectations. The next day, he requested to drop out of the academy, and Instructor Helmut was very saddened that he was going to leave the academy and become an adventurer. He also said he would write him a recommendation letter instead of giving him his graduation certificate. It was a bonus that the fight between him and Elmont's clique had inspired both the commoner class and noble class to work hard, brought about a wind of change to everyone in the academy, and led them to train harder. With this, he probably no longer has any need to come back to the academy, and they will now go to the free city, Blaine, where adventurers gather. After many days of running and walking, he is finally free from this sickening forest. He can now see Blaine City from a distance and thinks he can finally sleep on a bed after having left the academy for half a month. Elsid scolds him and says he ought to be thankful that the forest became a testing ground for him to train in. Leon says he is thankful and is about to cry since they are going to be apart. Half a month ago, Elsid and he came into this forest on their way to Blaine, and he camped in the wild for the first time. The goblins attacked them often, and in those unfavorable conditions, Elsid allowed him to use the holy sword instead of the wooden one. He fought using the sword and killed a lot of goblins. He made use of the 15 days he was in the forest and got used to using the holy sword and training with it. Elsid says he took 1 week later than expected, and thanks to the training, those goblins that gave him a hard time at the start, and he was able to cut down 7 of them within 10 seconds. He was able to do that because of the footwork training he taught him, and he had definitely become much stronger than he was before he entered this forest. He would like to subjugate monsters from tomorrow onwards if it were up to him. Elsid asks him why he looks excited all of a sudden and asks him to hold for a second since he is still a bone in the making. Becoming stronger by subjugation monsters is a means for filling the bowl, and no matter how much he pours into a bowl that's not complete, it will simply leak out and waste his efforts. Leon says he will keep that in mind. After that, he reaches Blaine City and is glad that he has gotten past the gate safely and that the Academy student ID is sure to be trusted by the public. Elsid comments that the city is a thug village, and Leon asks what he meant by this. Elsid exclaims that there have been tons of cities like this for 300 years, and it's not small, but it's not exactly big either. Moreover, compared to the city's size, it's pretty disorderly. The security there isn't either great, and Leon thinks he still lacks experience. Elsid asks him if he is looking for an inn to stay, and he replies he is going to look for the guild first. It would be better for him if he could register as soon as possible since he wants to become an adventurer. He wants to become a mercenary, but compared to an adventurer, he doesn't have as much freedom to move around, but he doesn't intend to get involved with the power struggles between the nobles. More importantly, if he wants to use a hero's privileges, he thinks adventurers who take on monster subjugation requests would be the best. There is still a long while before his seal is released, and other than training in the forest, he was able to learn a lot about Elcid because he descended 1 year earlier than the oracle stated. So most of Elcid's authorities are as holy swords are sealed. Usually, the owner of the holy sword would possess a body that would recover so fast, so it's almost immortal and experiences immense strengthening. It's able to deal fatal damage to demonic existence, and as a bonus, one's also able to become stronger multiplyfold along with their aura and holy energy. In order for someone who's lacking in aura like him to be able to use the holy sword to its full extent, he needs to become even stronger. After that, he registered himself with a guild, and the receptionist confirmed his enrollment into the academy as well as Sir Hamlet's recommendation letter. If he registers as an adventurer, then he will start from D rank. It's a rank where he can take up real jobs, and not just miscellaneous tasks based on the recommendation letter. He should be able to go up to C rank quickly if he shows some results. B rank is one where he will need to show that he can use his aura weapon, and the core forces of the guild, A or S rank, will probably take a while to reach. Leon is surprised to know that the aura weapon is a rank requirement. Beyond the level of just circulating aura, an aura weapon is the level where someone is able to control aura outside of their body. A sword that can split boulders and cut through steel is known as the true start of a superhuman. He never thought that level would only allow him to become a B rank. He wonders how much stronger an A or S rank would be. Elcid also likes the guild and says it's an organization that is more interesting than he thought it would be, and it seems there are quite humanoid races there, too. There are people of other species, too, and all are staring at him. They are werewolves, elves, and even elves of high rank. Elcid can't believe they were working with races they were busy fighting 300 years ago. He says the person who created this organization is pretty good. Meanwhile, the receptionist observes him talking to someone else and asks him what the matter is. He replies that there is nothing with him, and she tells him that they are done with their registration, and that if he wants to start as an adventurer officially, he will need to take up one commission without any reward. He needs to be acknowledged by the guild to become an adventurer, and he also needs to pay the price to receive that acknowledgement. Elcid comments on his situation that the world isn't always an easy place. After that, he goes to an underground building where he is fighting rats with his sword. It's his first time fighting rats with a sword, and Elcid tells him that his sword's techniques are strictly for one-on-one fights. In order to get past these guys, he has to keep cutting away at them since there is no better training than cutting away at all kinds of enemies, like ground or flying beasts. However, Leon is getting scared to see so many rats, and says a holy sword shouldn't give this kind of advice. Elcid ignores him and says there is no helping it since the commission he took up was cleaning up the sewers. Suddenly, the rats rush toward him to attack, and he slashes many of them with just one blow of his sword. He asks Elcid to look at the rat, who is all the way at the back of the pack. He is surprised to see it has a horn, even though it's a ratman. Elcid tells him that it's an evolved species and is a species that has lived a long time as a monster, or obtained some kind of special power as it absorbed a ton of resources. They are the same as hobgoblins, and Leon asks him what he needs to be careful of there. Elcid replies that the bigger the horn, the more horns it has, and the more dangerous the ability it has. Leon asks what kind of ability it has, but Elcid refuses to tell and says it would be good for him to experience it himself for once. Elcid casually talks to him and says his ability is useless and reveals that its ability is a curse. The ratman observes the boy has a holy sword and rushes toward him with his curse of pestilence. His attack doesn't work on him, and he exclaims he met the wrong opponent today. He then attacks the ratman, asking him for his horn. The next day, he goes to the guild and hands over the tails of all the ratmen. The receptionist is shocked to see that the tail weight is 23 kilograms. Using calculation, that means he hunted a total of 230 ratmen. He also gives her 4 horns and says he hunted an estimated 200 ratmen, and around 3 out of them were with horns. He asks Miss Rise if he can sell them, and she agrees to buy them. She then offers him a total of 13 silver and 50 copper coins. Lone is impressed because it's a lot more than he thought, and Rise says ratman horns are actually quite expensive, and there is a high demand for them, too. She also says he is the first person to have done this much on their first commission, and she is really impressed by him. She would have been pretty surprised if he had simply hunted ratmen, but to think that he had hunted 4 evolved ones. She is impressed by him, saying he must be very good at using aura despite being so young. She also congratulates him and says he is registered as an official D rank apprentice in the guild. The seal on this copper badge symbolizes the free city. Blaine. Leon asks her if he can use this anywhere, and she tells him that B rank adventurers and below will only get second priority when choosing to work in other branches. It's a measure to prevent people from only taking up requests that they like. Leon holds the badge and thinks this item is proof that he is no longer a student of the academy, but an adventurer. Miss Rise calls him and asks if there is a request that he would like to take up, and she will be able to help him to a certain extent, even though she doesn't have a lot of authority. After some time, when they come outside, Elsa tells him that the receptionist lady just now seems to have mistaken him for a holy knight. Leon is surprised and asks what he meant by this, and Elsa counter-questions him that if he didn't take on a commission, he wouldn't pay well and would be tough. Moreover, the past holy knights were said to keep their identities secret before they were officially appointed and would go on a journey to help others. However, she is not totally wrong because a hero is also a type of holy knight, but she will probably faint in the future if she finds out the truth. Leon seems careless and says he can't tell her the truth. Elsid predicts her future that she might become a legend within the Adventurer Guild decades later, or she will probably be able to enjoy life just by writing and selling autobiographies. Leon is at the point where his job is no different from a journey of helping others, and beyond his training, he would actually be helping someone because of it. Since he is going to be living in Blaine for a while, it's 100 times better than living under suspicion. He only thinks of leaving after he gets to at least a B rank. He asks how long it will take him to reach B rank and replies that 100 days would be enough. He wanted to take it slow while teaching him for half a year, but that's not going to work. Even though this is for training purposes, he doesn't want his successor to clean up sewers to rise up in the ranks. Leon is getting shocked at his reasoning. Elsa shouts at him and says he needs to get as strong as possible and defeat at least a dragon. Leon gets shocked and asks if the difficulty level of the monster jumps way too much. But Elsid is at the point where he has learned the basics of vision and footwork so that he will increase his proficiency through more fights. One of a hero's privileges is that he can absorb the power of the monster he defeats, basically accumulating it. While defeating monsters, he can feel something in his body and wonders if this is the relationship between monsters and aura that Elsid told him about. Previously, he knew that elixirs and the training methods of a renowned family are really effective in aura training. He knew at the point that anyone could absorb a monster's power and convert it into aura, but the nobles and royalties in the past concealed this truth so that only they would be able to make use of it. Now that the main people who concealed that truth have passed on, and only Elsid knows of this truth because he found out about it, he becomes more driven to subjugate monsters. Now, more than 1,000 ratmen would be needed to defeat a dragon. Elsid says once he is more familiar with the process, he can hunt stronger monsters and eventually go for dragons. Leon is surprised and asks if he is joking, but he gets angry with him and says the holy sword isn't some kind of cleaning tool and if it makes sense for him to be using it to purify the air or wash things. He remembers his taunt since he asked Elsid to purify him when he came out of the sewers, and it looks like he has been bottling up his unhappiness about it. Leon asks him why he is so insistent on hunting the dragons, and he replies that they must go to the Tittle Mountain range in the future. Leon is shocked and scared and tells him it's an area even dragons don't dare to go to and a land where the giant kind rules over. He asks Elsid why he wants to go to a demon realm that numerous demons have failed to conquer. He replies that it will be of his help and reveals that his body has been left in that area and he lost his memories, so he doesn't know much. He asks him to get to that land within half a year, but Leon seems unhappy since he wants them to go to that place to look for something he has no idea about. But Elsid says it's not like they are going to be playing on their way there, and he just needs to be able to protect his own body. He just needs to trust in the Holy Sword. Leon agrees and says things have never gone wrong when he has trusted him so far. The next day, when he goes to the guild, the other adventurers make fun of him and ask if he is going to subjugate the ratmen today, too. They heard he had been piling up a mountain of ramen corpses every day. He became famous for hunting ramen, but his nickname in the guild became Cat. Miss Rise is surprised today since the amount is less than usual, and he replies that he couldn't find many ratmen, and the ones who attack him are fewer, too. He thinks they are scared of him now, and Rise tells him that ratmen still have some intelligence. He wants to check out other commissions, and she has already handpicked 4 for him. He observes the commissions and notices that one of them looks pretty old. Elsid says it's just an unpopular commission that no one wanted it. Leon reveals he will take on this commission. His new commission is rock slime subjugation, a habitat found underground near the fortress because it eats rocks. If they don't get rid of them and leave them be, the fortress wall's durability will also be affected negatively. The commission is from the defense captain of Blaine, and Leon thinks there is no chance he will take advantage. He then goes to the defense captain but reveals that he hasn't requested it. Leon is surprised and asks him to see the official commission document from the guild, but the defense captain says there must be some kind of mistake. Meanwhile, another soldier appears from behind and asks if he is Cat, the new adventurer who cleaned up those rats in the sewer nicely. He appreciates him for his work and says they need more adventurers like him. He also abuses other adventurers who only want to take easy jobs and avoid tough jobs. He was the one who requested rock slime subjugation, and depending on how well he did, he offered him more rewards. After that, Leon feels like he would be hard to handle, while Elsid says he should be happy that he will give him more rewards. He reaches an underground basement where there are many traces of slime. However, it's not as dirty as the sewers, but it's very humid, and the floor is slippery. If he doesn't use footwork technique there, then it would be hard to maintain their balance. Elsid exclaims that it's the perfect place to train his footwork. Meanwhile, Leon finds 3 slime rocks there, and Elsis advises him to use his vision there since adventurers wouldn't have avoided them if they were like normal slimes. Suddenly, a rock appears from the side and is about to hit his eye when he dodges it. He wonders where the rock comes from, but in the meantime, a slime jumps upon him to attack. He tries to hit the slime with his sword, but it bounces back because it's too hard. He now gets why it's called a rock slime. Elsid tells him that the slime's main weakness is their core, and if he destroys their core, which is in the center, he will be able to destroy the slime itself, no matter what abilities it possesses. However, the problem is that there are countless rock fragments within the rock slime, and they are like several layers of armor protecting the core. There is no wonder adventurers would want to avoid them. Blunt weapons would work well as penetration against the slime's defense, while swords and arrows would easily cut or pierce through it. Therefore, it uses the rock fragments to compensate for its weakness and becomes a monster that's hard to deal with using weapons. 3 slimes rush toward him and spit out many rocks toward Leon. He uses his swordsmanship and dodges all of the rocks, but he can't dodge all the attacks and gets a little injured. Elsid tells him that it knows that he can't dodge all its attacks, so it's aiming for his vital points. He asks him about his analysis of those attacks with vision. He reveals that they fire the rock fragments from 5 meters away, and it would make an exit, and then there is a bit of time before it fires rocks again. He thinks that if he closes the gap between them at that time, then he could get in 1 or 2 attacks. The problem is that he can't get past the rock slime's defense, so he needs to find a way to avoid the rock fragments in its body and cut the core. Suddenly, he realizes something and says he doesn't need to cut it and thinks using his vision, and he could look out for the moment when the rock fragments inside its body are dispersed, then use the holy sword to pierce through that empty space. However, the problem is that the rock fragments constantly move, so that space won't be easy to find. Suddenly, he attacks straight away, pierces through one of the slimes, and exclaims a crisis could be an opportunity, too. The moment the rock slime creates an opening to fire the rocks, its mucus also stops for a moment. Based on his capabilities, there is no other time for him to destroy the core accurately. Leon asks him if he has thought this far since he chose the rock slime, and he now decides to give it a try to his prediction. He attacks one of the slime and pierces through his body. If he misses the timing by even a second, then he will be the one who will get hit. Elsid tells him that the slimes detect what's in their surroundings by vibration, and he needs to reduce the amount of pressure he puts on the surface as much as possible when he moves. It will be possible with his footwork technique. Leon is fighting them and thinks he can do this. As Elsid has said, it's possible that he will use footwork techniques. Suddenly, he loses his attention and gets hit by many rocks. To avoid them, he uses his footwork technique and maintains his balance. After a while, he stabs the slime and successfully kills it. Elcid makes fun of himself by saying he didn't know he did it knowingly, but it worked out very well. Elcid reveals that he did level 2 of the footwork technique, and finding balance on flat ground and reducing noise and vibration are the basics in level 2. He must know how to use them if there are other things on the floor, whether an ice floor or a boiling steel floor. Using the environment as a part of his power is the main point of the footwork technique, and it's to become adaptable enough to turn even a disadvantageous environment into a convenient one for him. However, he did it by chance and changed into a position where he opened his legs to lower his center of gravity at the end. By doing this, he discarded his standing position and was able to move flexibly in whichever direction he wanted. If his environment changes, then his posture must change too, and up until now, the posture and movements that he has been stuck with were only suitable for flat grounds. Elcid tells him that he needs to move appropriately in a place with a low ceiling and wet grounds. Leon also feels that lowering his posture allows him to move more comfortably. Elcid asks him if he doesn't think his training is progressing better because he is experiencing all of this in person. Leon is tired that doing this much only feels too, and he can't believe this is the standard for beginners. Elcid thinks for a while and says he shouldn't dodge their attacks, even after getting a little used to his footwork technique. Moreover, he won't die from getting hit by rocks, and he ought to practice how to get hit but take less damage so that he can use it in a real fight. He will also need to use his body to remove damage he tried to block but couldn't. He smiles and asks him not to use thrusts because if he gets the timing right, he can slash them, and he can't use thrusts if there are 2 or fewer of them. Leon gets angry with him and asks him just to let him die. Elcid also shouts at him and says this is all for his own good, and if he gets used to fighting comfortably, things will be much tougher for him in the future. Meanwhile, many slimes appear there, and he starts running, saying he is uncomfortable. He asks why he is already asking him to do all of that. Elcid replies he is already comfortable with his standards. After a few hours, he comes outside and tells the defense commander that he has cleaned up the nearby areas of the fortress walls of these slimes. Since rock slimes breed much slower than ratmen, they shouldn't need any subjugation for the time being. He also gives them the last fragments of the rock slimes and requests them to update the Adventurer Guild about the commission being completed. He walks away from there, and Elcid tells him he will take his first step into learning aura using the power he has accumulated in the rock slime subjugation. Later, he takes him into the inn, helps him practice with mana, and says it was much faster than expected. At first, he expected him to absorb a decent amount of power since the rock slimes are mana-based organisms. He guesses it's thanks to the fact that no one took on the subjugation commission for a long time, and it's great for them since they are now 1 month ahead of schedule. In any case, he has achieved the minimum required power to start with aura. Elcid also tells him that he is pretty late in getting started with aura as compared to others. He asks him if he is prepared for this, and Leon replies with a determination that he is ready. It is revealed that descendants of renowned families like Leon would receive a baptism where their circulatory system would be opened from birth. They would establish the foundation of their aura with elixirs, and the difference in social status would also mean a difference in abilities. He discovered that developing an aura without a baptism was nearly impossible for someone like him in the past. Elcid tells him if someone uses the baptism to unclog a circulatory system that has been blocked with impurities, the people are usually unable to take the recoil and die. However, Leon has been absorbing mana this whole time, and most importantly, he has the Holy Sword. The power of the Holy Sword will protect his circulatory system and heal his injuries at the same time. He is at the point where he must endure excruciating pain, but if he loses consciousness, then the baptism will lead to failure. Whether it succeeds or not, it depends on his willpower. Elcid then gets higher in the air and stabs a sword of light in his body. Leon cries in pain, and the blood spits out of his mouth. Many sword lights appear from all sides and are penetrating through his body. Elcid is impressed by him and says that he can withstand 10 swords. He can feel that, along with Leon's aura awakening, it seems like the presence of people who have been hiding in this city has become clearer. After some time, Leon can feel the flow circulating within his body, and a refined power is being circulated from his heart. It feels like he has another pouch with power other than his physical abilities. He is happy and feels like he can do anything. But Elcid ruins his happiness and says he is mistaken badly. At the same time, the Holy King is watching them and says even if he takes into consideration that they awakened based on willpower, he still exceeds his expectations. He smiles and exclaims that the hero's training is something he will be in charge of, though. In the end, everything worked out well since the stronger the hero is, the better it is for him, too. However, the problem is how he does things. He even uses the shortcut of putting him into the Holy Sword. Come to Elcid, who thought he would only withstand up to 5 swords, and he only used the baptism to unclog the large vein. If he wants to use aura properly, he will also have to train his small vein. Elcid calls him a little kid who is overflowing with a little bit of power. He still has a long way to go, but still, while there aren't any changes in his physical abilities, he can feel the energy that is flowing and covering his body. It feels like he has nerves outside of his body, and Elcid tells him that it is called the aura sense, and if he focuses and uses that flow, then he will be able to analyze his surroundings. Elcid knows he is happy that he has an aura, but first, he needs to explain that aura to him. He reveals that aura has attributes and 5 common attributes are mostly seen in humans, but the attribute he has isn't in one of these 5. Elcid is a little surprised because he has obtained an aura that's the same as his. Elcid reveals that his aura is the sun attribute and is called light and heat, the highest level of attribute that represents brilliance. Leon is happy to hear that he has the same attributes as the legendary hero, while Elcid says he will summarize before they get to the main topic. His status has now changed, and he is called a hero who finally learned aura, and he can see that his status window is very different from before. Not only that, but he just learned aura, and it's already at level 3. Elcid tells him that he was able to use Excel before he even learned how to use aura and can even use aura sense. He can say that he is far above level 1 or 2, and his martial body has also increased to stage 2 after his meridians were opened. And now, he wants to teach him some swordsmanship he lacks. Leon is happy that he can learn swordsmanship from the great hero Roderick and asks if they can start right away. Elcid says he should know an important thing first and tells him that many enemies are lying in this city. He can feel their presence somewhere in this city. They are called the hero's archenemies. They are a traitor who is trying to fulfill a purpose by handing this world over to otherworldly beings. They are insects that always wriggle shadows in any era. Leon asks him about their names, but he angrily exclaims that such a thing is wasted on those guys. However, if he must have a name for them, he can call them Malice, a group of evil. But there is no way he can face them right now, and he just has to become stronger for this. He has already resolved to become a hero. Elcid says they will likely lay low for the time being, but it's not like he has all the time in the world. He exclaims that subjugating monsters is nothing more than preparation to become stronger, but Malice is an enemy that a hero can't avoid. From now on, he will have to throw himself into the mud, swirling with blood and animosity. The next day, he goes to the guild, where Riz is worried about him since he hasn't come for 4 straight days. She can feel something a little different about him, and Leon replies that he reached a little bit of enlightenment as he was subjugating monsters. She is happy for him and congratulates him on this, and Leon asks what other thing she is talking about. She then congratulates him for his promotion to the C rank, and he asks her if the C rank doesn't require a separate promotion evaluation. She reveals that his subjugation of Ratman and rock slimes received very high evaluations, so it was omitted thanks to the letters of appreciation from the Lord and the guard captain. Leon is surprised since he never thought he would be promoted, only after 2 requests. Elcid is also impressed by him and says if he is able to take on more requests thanks to the promotion, then it will become easier to search for Malice. He says to Riz that he wants to start taking on C rank requests. She is impressed by him and thinks he is already looking for requests right after his promotion. She thinks Holy Knights are on another level, while Elcid can read her mind and thinks she misunderstands him. Leon asks him for requests, and he replies that there are a few that look good for training, but he doesn't see any of that related to Malice. He asks her if they can focus on training until they find clues. Riz finds him talking to himself and asks if she can show him requests of a different category. Leon asks her if she can show him any requests related to the slums or requests with bad rumors around that area. Riz is shocked to hear about slums. It is revealed that the slums are usually a place where the poor gather, but the slums of Blaine are a little different. Thieves, informants, escaped convicts, smugglers, assassins, and people of this type live there. It's a zone lawbreakers from various countries have occupied, and Leon thinks it's inside the lawless zone that was formed by the huge scale and characteristics of a free city. Riz tells him that there isn't a single request directly related to the slums, since that is a job for mercenaries, not adventurers. It is revealed that adventurers don't involve themselves in human disputes. Disturbances that occur within the slums are mostly disputes between people. He can't become a mercenary with many restrictions after coming this far, and if he starts digging up the slums without any cause, he is sure they will start to become wary of him. She then shows him another request, and Leon reads the request about an abandoned mansion's living armor subjugation. The ornamental armors that were left behind in an abandoned mansion were turned into living armors, and they became property that couldn't be put on the market. Riz says that not only is the reward request low, but there aren't many D ranks that can destroy living armor. Leon thinks his holy sword shouldn't have a problem with that, and Riz says that the mansion is near the slums, so she is sure it will be of help in going around the area. He thinks having an excuse is crucial, and no matter how powerful the forces in the slums are, there is no way they would pick a fight with the Adventurers Guild, since they may have to face a high-ranking adventurer if they touch the guild the wrong way. It is also stated that a rank and up are forces that are controlled on the national scale. He then thanks Riz and says he will be sure to repay the favor next time. She also asks him to take the reward for the rock slime subjugation as well, and tells him that the guard captain added in a little extra, so it's quite a lot. Leon takes the reward and asks her permission to do something else. She gets shocked when he asks her about the Blaine Church. She asks him why he wants to go there, and Leon replies he has some business there. He knew that she would act this way because if Riz thinks of him as a holy knight, as Elsid says, then holy knights, on their penance, can't request help from the church. It's an exception if enemies of the church have appeared. Heretics, in other words, those who condemn the goddess, and regardless of affiliation or faction, the church gathers their entire might to smite them. It's the only reason the Holy Iron Chain Knights, known for their brutality, were dispatched. She tells him about the church, that it's over in the Prime District in the northeast, and that it's the 13th building. After he has left, she thinks that if a holy knight is looking for a church, it means an enemy of the church has appeared. She starts crying and says the guild can't ignore this and she must report it immediately. When they come outside, Elsid calls him a cunning boy and says it sure is the most effective method, considering he won't reveal his identity. There is no way the guild will make a move on the warning of a D rank or a C rank adventurer who's not even a holy knight. Leon asks if it isn't true to take his identity out of the picture, and once the report is made, then the guild will make their own move. Leon thinks he could have shown Elsid to the church if he really had to, but he will leave that as a last resort. He thinks Elsid's seal hasn't been fully released, and he has to hone his skill more to call himself the owner of the holy sword to the church. After that, Elsid talks about living armor and how it is a rare natural phenomenon. The sets of armor can move using the power of the magic of sorcery, or through someone's thoughts being imbued into the armor. They don't possess ego and are nothing but metal scraps with instructions to repel intruders left within them. Leon asks if mages dispel spells to solve everything, and Elsid replies they weren't made using magic, so that won't work. The principle of dispel is akin to collapsing a building by removing its pillars, and it doesn't obliterate the stack itself. This is why a mage is no use in this matter, but the ones they have to face are nothing much. He then shows him the sets of armor made from miscellaneous iron plated with silver. Elsid asks him why he thinks the subjugation still hasn't been completed if they are that easy to handle, and it would have been handled a long time ago if it was designated as a disciplinary mission. Suddenly, Leon is shocked to see that the armor's regeneration speed is abnormally high. Even after destroying every single part of the armor, it got back up after not even 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, their weapon couldn't last until the end, so they retreated, or so it says there. Elsid now realizes how strong living armors made from miscellaneous iron are. Leon starts walking, saying they will find out once they get there. The same night, he goes to the slums, but is surprised to see that it's a lot more blasting than he expected. After a while, Leon calls Elsid and says he has been feeling something very unpleasant since entering this street. He asks him if someone is following him, but he replies that he would have told him immediately if there had been someone like that. However, he has a clue as to what it may be and reveals it is because of his aura sense. He reveals that Sun Aura is very sensitive to ill will from the exterior, and they are checking him out since they think he is an easy target due to his age. Their ill intent stimulated his aura, and Leon feels even more unpleasant now that he knows. He can't believe all these stinging sensations are people looking to harm him. Elsid asks him to be careful and says most of the ill intent is from nothing but small fry, but some of them are very dangerous. He asks him to be wary of strangers wherever they are and just show himself to them often, as he is taking care of this request for the time being. After some time, he reaches outside the abandoned building, and Elsid comments that it wouldn't be sold even if there weren't any living armor in there. As soon as he appears outside, the armor gets activated by feeling his presence. Leon entered the home and grabbed the holy sword. He uses the sword to produce light and says having a sword is so convenient for him. Elsid doesn't like him and asks him to bring some candles next time, and he can't do something like this when others are around. He then shows him armor that is ready to attack him. He has a halberd in his hand, and Leon exclaims it's his first time facing an opponent with one. It can be swung to slash, thrust to pierce, and even slammed to crush. Not only that, but it has a reach of 2 meters, and Leon thinks the weapon alone can cover the distance that he needs to take 1 or 2 steps to close. Meanwhile, the armor jumps upon him to attack, but he blocks it with his sword and pushes him away. He attacks the halberd and breaks it into many pieces. Leon thinks there is no way an empty 20-30 kilogram set of armor can overpower him with it. Leon attacks him, saying that this is the price he pays to decrease the distance on his own. He slashes the sword in the air, cuts the halberd stick from the center, and says this is far from enough. The armor breaks and turns into many pieces. Elsid asks him if he used Excel, and aside from the slight deviations in his sword path because of the acceleration, it wasn't that bad. Leon says he can barely use it for a few seconds, but he can use it far more naturally now that he is an aura user. However, the report said they regenerate even if they are destroyed with a battle hammer, but it looks like they have made a false report since they are not regenerating. Leon says if someone were to do this due to the false report, then the guild would put a bounty on the reporter's head. Something is bothering him, and he wonders who would take such a risk to avoid a disciplinary mission. He feels something weird from the start and thinks no matter how annoying living armors are as opponents, a well-constructed party could take them on without any problems. Elsid can't think of anything and asks him if individual differences can exist between them. Leon gets ready to take care of a few more, and Elsid tells him some of them are approaching him. Leon is unable to see them clearly and asks if he can make it a little brighter. Elsid increases the light and he is surprised to see that it's incredibly bright, but not too glaring for his eyes. Suddenly, the armors feel uncomfortable in the presence of light, and he wonders what is happening to them. After that, he can feel that they are linking their attacks together, and their attacks are easy to read, but their movements are perfect. However, he blocks their attacks and says it would only be a problem if they were proper knights. He asks how long they think such textbook movements will work on him. Suddenly, he gets distracted when Elsid calls him, and he barely manages to dodge their attack. He shouts at him and asks what's wrong with him, and he replies that these things aren't living armor. He asks him to use his vision so his eyes can see them. Leon uses his vision skill and finds smoke under their armors. Elsid reveals that black smoke is a kind of evil energy, so it will devour his vitality as soon as it touches his body. His sun aura will be able to resist it, but nothing good will come from touching them. This is why they reacted to the holy sword's light, and Elsid says if they were simply permeated by evil energy, they would have just been purified. It is revealed that living armors have no intelligence, emotions, and certainly no vocal cords, and they are beings for which the act of screaming is impossible. There is absolutely no reason for them to shudder in the face of a holy sword's light, and the only things that feel abhorrent to the light of purification are evil spirits. They are phantom armors born through an unrestful spirit indwelling armor, with their voidness degenerating to hatred toward the living. Leon now understands why the one he cut down couldn't regenerate, since armors controlled by evil spirits cannot be destroyed until their hatred is exhausted. No matter how much strength is used to destroy them, they will just keep getting back up. The only way to subjugate phantom armor is to chase out the spirit with powerful magic, and he has to break the connection between the spirit and armor using the power of aura or purify them with holy power. Fortunately, he possesses the holy sword, the peak of holy weapons, but there are a bit too many of them. If they are phantom armors, then it will be better for him to retreat for now and come back during the day. Elcid says their numbers truly are strange, and there is no way so many of them would spawn by coincidence. He reveals that the creation of phantom armors has a low success rate, even if a good magic incantation is used, whether it be artificial or by coincidence. This many of them being there after countless failures would mean hundreds or thousands of spirits have flowed into this mansion. Leon is shocked to hear that many people are dying in this city. Elcid tells him that an evil spirit's level of activity isn't that great, and they can't travel long distances or remain in this world for a long time. They can't even travel to a different district in the same city, meaning it is nowhere else but the slums, a place estranged from law and order. The only place that fulfills the conditions is the slums, where they can get anything they want with just wealth and violence. Leon thinks he can't leave this be, but as for someone who still lacks experience as a hero, this isn't something he can handle at the moment. Even the final card he has to make the church move using the holy sword is useless if he doesn't figure out the secret organization's objective and identity. However, he jumps up on them after getting rid of the option to come back in the morning and thinks at this moment, battling against stronger opponents in a dark environment will become fodder for his growth. After that, he starts fighting, and it looks like many of them are taken care of till the sun rises. Leon seems tired and exclaims that fighting while being surrounded intentionally isn't too bad. His vision within his field of view is close to invincible, but there is a limit to a human's field of vision, and no matter how much he rolls his eyes, he can't see behind the back of his head. It's not like he can fight with his back against a wall all the time, either. Elcid also agrees with him and says the conditions control a third rate. A second rate adapt to the condition, and a first rate turns those conditions into his strength. He then leaves the house, saying it's something he has to overcome if he is going to fight in the slums. It is revealed that the danger level of the slums is higher than that of the sewers and the underground tunnel. Traps and paths are installed with ill intent, and he is sure those used to ambushes and assassinations will aim for his blind spots. If he continues to rely on his vision, he may fall into a trap he can't escape. Conversely, a child cries in the street when he feels someone's presence. He gets scared and tries to control his tears, while all the other people are also scared of him. The man walks through the street with his followers and is known as Khan, the boss of the most powerful gang in Blaine. After that, one of his men informs him that they have observed the 23rd and 25th districts as he ordered, but they didn't see any slaves that entered the areas come back out. The people around the mansion were dangerous, so they didn't get any closer than they were. The Khan orders them just to keep observing them from a distance, and they will only attract needless attention if they go any further than this. The other one informs him that they have inspected the water flowing out of the 23rd and 25th districts, and among the sewage and wastewater, human blood, internal organs, and other things were mixed. There was so much that they assumed at least 30 people died on that one day. The mage concluded that something was strange, and apparently, not even a black magician's ritual ceremony was that wasteful. The Khan ordered him to gather everything that he told him to inspect, put it all into one report, and include all the evidence in it. The man tries to tell him that the commission that they will get to groom the slave brokers will drop below half if they settle this now. Suddenly, one of them is shocked when the Khan attacks the other and kills him. He exclaims that they will die if they don't realize when to pull out, just like this man. The other is just astonished to see his amazing skill, and it just seems like he shook his fist. They can't use them and shouldn't even attempt to, and forming a relationship with them in and of itself is different for them. The Khan exclaims regardless of whether they are fanatics of the cult or spies from another kingdom, there's absolutely no reason for them to associate with them. It will be all over for them if the church decides to take direct action. They will chase them to the ends of the continent just for exchanging a single gold coin with them. That is, the church's executioner squad, the Holy Iron Chain Knights. He then asks his man if there is any other news, and they will pull back from this matter. The man then informs him that regarding the abandoned mansion at the entrance of that district, he hears that an adventurer frequents that place because of a request. He heard it's been over a week, and he received a nickname due to frequently subjugating monsters like ratmen and rock slimes. At first, he was Cat, and these days, he is called Sweeper, and he believes it's because he takes on shunned requests. The Khan seems interested in him and exclaims that an adventurer who handles requests isn't worth his attention, but he might be able to use him. The same night, Leon is pleading with his aura and seems to be in a lot of pain. Elcid asks him if he feels the movement of his aura through his body. He smiles and exclaims that a sincere, average man is better than a careless genius, and he is impressed that he is keeping up with his training. Leon feels like he has died and come back to life every time he overcomes the ordeal, but he doesn't feel like he has grown at all because of this overwhelming sense of relief. Elcid shows his status window, and Leon is shocked to see he is an intermediate sword master, but his aura is at a low grade. It was the initial grade last time, and Elcid tells him this is how fast his growth is. He is learning things that other people spend hundreds of days doing useless work to realize. Leon asks him why he hasn't added several swords to his attributes, but he shouts at him and says there is no way he can say he learned swordsmanship. He couldn't even grasp the first technique. It is revealed that the 7-star sword is also known as the Grand Chariot and the arcane swordsmanship Roderick invented in his early days. It's said he can only truly call himself a master once he is able to use all 7 forms of arcane swordsmanship consecutively. Lone wants to learn at least one of those forms before he faces Malice, since if he added the 7-star sword to the Holy Sword, then it would be a good one for whoever his opponent is. Moreover, he can't become strong enough to overpower anyone in the slums in 2 months, and he needs a trump card that he can use in emergencies. Even if he knows how to manifest an aura weapon, it's worthless if he can't use it properly. He asks Elcid to start immediately, and he will keep training until he can. Elcid calls him from behind and says today's training ends there because they have uninvited guests. He looks through the window and can see many people outside, but Elcid says they aren't lodgers. He doesn't sense any signs of monsters or malice, and he doesn't sense anyone skilled among them either. From their appearance, they seem to be hooligans, while Leon wonders if they can be from slums. Elcid replies he doesn't think they have amicable expressions on them, and they don't want to fight them. Leon thinks to go and meet them since they might have some clues about how to find Malice. He then goes downstairs, where a man asks him if he is a sweeper, and he replies yes. They apologize for coming to him without notice, say they are only there because of orders from above, and ask for his understanding. They reveal that they are the members of a gang, and it is called Bastard, while Leon is shocked at their sudden expressions. He heard about them while he was gathering information that this is a gang led by a man named Khan the Fang, and the one at the peak of the people dividing the slums into 3. One of them tells him that their boss is looking for him and warns him to come with them. Otherwise, they will take him forcefully. Leon agrees immediately and asks them to lead him the way, even though they don't expect him to agree so quickly. Leon thinks the Khan wouldn't have called for him this way if he was planning to do something to him. He thinks of joining forces with him since most people will get out of his way as long as he mentions the name Khan the Fang. This is his chance to get all the way into the heart of the slums, and Elcid can read his mind about what he is planning on doing. He then starts following those men and thinks the Khan is probably thinking of entrusting him with a job he can't request from the guild. If he plans to use him, he will use him too. After a while, a man shows him the way to the other street, where he collapses with a common man and his apples fall to the ground. The man gets scared to see him and apologizes to him, but he doesn't listen to him and starts kicking him right away. Leon gets angry and is about to do something when Elcid stops him and asks him to endure it. He asks him to be more careful at controlling his emotions, since if he emits bloodlust as he did in front of this Khan person, he will get nothing out of it. Leon controls his emotions and says he will be careful for now. After that, they reach Khan's base, and the place seems so dirty that they can find bloodstains everywhere. Leon says it looks like they didn't clean them on purpose, and it is some kind of a form of asserting dominance. Suddenly, the Khan appears behind him and asks if he is the one called Sweeper. Leon gets scared at his sudden arrival and takes out his sword to attack him, but he dodges him with his bare arm. He smiles and exclaims that he has such an unfitting name. He then moves his arm to attack him, and Leon can feel so much pressure that it looks like he will die. But the Khan stops his hand near his face, and Leon's nose starts bleeding just by the pressure of the surroundings. He couldn't dodge it and was shocked to feel this much power from just the wind pressure. If he had followed through, then his head would have been blown off. The Khan is impressed by him and says he has guts, but he thought he would be some piece of garbage since he heard he is a C rank. He exclaims that he has decided on him, and Leon asks what he has decided. He asks if he didn't suspect he wanted him for a request since he came all the way there. He offers to give him what he wants and exclaims, smiling, that he has already done a background check on him and knows exactly what he wants. He also knows that he came from the Royal Academy, which is forever second place among the commoner class. After dropping out, he registered with Blaine's Adventurers Guild and now only took shunned requests and made himself known to the big guys of this city. Leon is surprised that he has even back ally informants under his wing. The Khan says he understands less why he dropped out of the academy and says he had no intention of becoming a knight and bowing down to a noble. So, he also beat the crap out of those nobles and became an adventurer. Unlike other adventurers who only chase after the profits right in front of them, he saw the bigger picture and posed as an adventurer who can be useful to the big guns. This is why he was able to rise to C rank after completing 2 requests. Leon is shocked at his observation and assumptions, while Khan says that if he were greedy for money, he wouldn't do something like that. He only had one goal from the start, and he figured it out immediately. The things that raised his status regardless of his origin, fame. He is sure the reason he didn't hesitate to answer his summons, despite being in the slums riddled with danger, is also because of that. If he accepts his request, then his wish will come true. Leon wonders what is wrong with him since he is getting the wrong idea all on his own. Elcid says considering only his past and the requests he has completed, anyone would think he has been pursuing fame. Leon thinks he is misunderstanding in a completely different way from Riz, but there is no need for him to correct him. He may become his enemy one day, so if he's a misunderstanding, he just has to use that misunderstanding. He then says he will at least listen to what he has to say. The Khan reveals that the people of the slums are wary of outsiders but don't reject them. This place runs on the survival of the fittest, and too many people who don't know their place come to the slums to take charge of the seats of power. So, he paid it no mind when they started to make their move 3 to 4 months ago. That is, not until they invaded the 23rd and 25th districts and accumulated around 200 corpses in a single day. Leon is shocked and wonders if malice is associated with the abandoned mansion and the phantom armors. Khan tells him that 3 people share the rights to the slums, a lone shark called Gold Pig Simon and an unknown assassin. No one has ever seen the face of Coffin Keeper. The third one is him, the Khan, at the top of the ladder. Simon's territory was the 23rd and 25th districts, but he was furious over the massive losses with around 200 casualties and the assets he lent them. In the end, to neutralize them, he hired mercenaries from D rank to B rank. Leon is shocked when he tells him that all the mercenaries were annihilated. He asks him if he knows the organization that is doing this. He thinks if they are powerful enough to massacre such a huge number of mercenaries, then they are a force that even the Empire needs to keep an eye on. No matter how lawless the slums are, this crosses the line far too much. If he considers Khan's story, then the huge number of phantom armors in that abandoned mansion makes sense. Khan reveals that those who tried to find out are all dead except for him. He says Simon is so scared that he is not making a single move. The Coffin Keeper is likely going to keep watching the situation, and his underlings are also avoiding an all-out war. However, he is sure they would all croak if he wasn't with them, and Leon says the situation has become one of non-aggression. The Khan points his finger towards him and says this is why he called him the adventurer who only pursues fame. After that test earlier, he knows that he tends to run toward danger instead of backing away from it. With such guts, he was certain he wouldn't refuse. From what he has told him, Leon doesn't think he is trying to request a contract killing from him and asks if he is trying to attract the guild through him. The Khan is impressed by his wisdom and says it would be great if he had him as an underling instead of 100 of those idiots. In short, he doesn't want to lose his power to those dangerous people. But this man may become an even greater threat someday. He asks him how he will make the guild move, and he asks him to look at a document. Leon is astonished to see the document because it is packed with evidence of the people in the slums being sacrificed by malice. Elcid estimates that there are hundreds of people, while in the worst-case scenario, it may be in the thousands. He is greatly shocked since these people live in a lawless zone, so there is no way to know what's actually happening, even if they disappear. There is no way to know that such a wicked act has continued in Blaine. Leon asks him if he can't just submit this to the guild, and Khan replies that the higher-ups in the guild are more hard-headed than he thinks. They will never believe in something coming from a shady source. This is why he needs him. He will have him become proof enough for those higher-ups in the guild to believe that those people are real. Leon smiles and exclaims that he is doing a shameful act since he is fine with him reporting alive or dying and becoming proof. Khan laughs loudly and asks if he is up for this. Leon is ready to help him and thinks it's not easy to gather this much information in the slums, but he can save hundreds of lives by taking this request. Khan gives him a dagger with his mark on it and a pouch. He asks him to show that dagger to anyone who picks a fight with him. No one will dare attack him other than Coffin Keeper. Leon throws it away, saying he doesn't need it. He also gives him a pouch that has many magic scrolls. He asks him to use them when he needs them, or he can sell them. He can think of it as an advance payment. Leon wants to ask him something and remembers his earlier attack. He asks him if he is going to stop that fist from the start, and he replies yes. Leon then returns to his inn and thinks about Khan, who is absurdly strong and has to train even more to get stronger. He asks Elcid if anything caught his attention as he reads those documents, but he needs more detailed research on him. Considering how Malice does things, and if something doesn't go according to plan, the chances are high that it will lead to disaster. He has to see with his own eyes to predict anything. Leon thinks he unfiltered an area where 500 mercenaries were slaughtered and wonders if this kind of mission could be given to a first-rate assassin or ranger. He needs a helper right now, someone who won't be swayed by money and he can entrust his back to without reservation. He also needs someone who can't tolerate malice at all. Elise replies that there is only one place where he can find someone who would fit those conditions. The next day, he reaches the church but is surprised by its appearance. He wonders why they set up a branch in such a poor district. Elise reveals that the church has always sent clerics to areas where marginalized individuals live. Those blinded by profit are easily tempted, and those enslaved by ambition are easily controlled. However, clerics don't fall under either category, so they must be straight-laced. They only respect their own faith and the goddess's teachings, so they can't be misled in any way. In other words, they won't fall for some poor lie. And Leon says he doesn't want to bring attention to himself as an inexperienced hero, but he will have to tell the truth. Besides, even if he reveals his identity and the other party is cleric, they will never reveal it to anyone as long as he asks them to stay silent. The people there all have shabby attire like in the slums, but their eyes are bright with no signs of turbulent light. They are not wary of their surroundings nor aiming for others. Pockets prove they still trust others. He wonders if it's thanks to this holy church branch and what kind of person the bishop is in charge of it. He knocks at the door, and the person on the other side asks him about his identity. Suddenly, the aura in his body is reacting to the person on the other side of the door. The person comes out of it and introduces himself as the bishop in charge of this branch, Cesar. Leon is surprised to see that an elf is in charge. Cesar then takes him inside and observes he must be surprised that the bishop is an elf. It's not common to see an elf in his position, but the goddess loves all races equally. Therefore, he worships her with all his being as well. He has also heard about his feats and says he subjugated the underground monsters in the sewers and the castle walls. The water quality has gotten much better thanks to his efforts, and the number of people suffering from stomach aches has greatly decreased. Leon smiles at his appreciation, and he asks him about the purpose of his visit. Leon shows him the documents and asks him to take a look at them. He is also surprised to see that and says it is an issue the church must take direct action for, but the source of information is the problem. This source will be deemed suspicious, and the central parish will request a credible person to reinvestigate. But if that were done, then it would take far too long to deal with the matter, and Leon thinks the same. Leon replies that this is why he is looking for someone to investigate the 23rd and 25th districts with him and asks if he can introduce him to someone appropriate. Caesar apologizes to him and says their branch has no one to fight. There are a few who have learned healing and support arts, but he doesn't think they will be of much help for a mission like this. But he is ready to join him in this mission, while Leon is shocked at his offer. He tells him that he can let the others take care of the business-related things so that Caesar will accompany him. Leon is surprised that a bishop is willing to follow them and only hopes for a few paladins at best. He was only hoping for a few paladins at best. He again confirms if it is all right to him, but he minds and asks if he seems unreliable. Suddenly, Leon is shocked when he moves his hand and creates some kind of magic. He creates his aura fire, a phenomenon of aura that's reached the density threshold, seeping out and burning the atmosphere around it. It is a technique that can apparently rip mithril to shreds like it's paper. Elcid is also surprised to see and says that, from how quickly he manifested that, he must have mastered it through countless battles. In terms of strength, he may be on par with Khan, and he isn't a bishop for no reason. Leon is impressed by him and praises him very well. He reveals that he was a member of the Holy Iron Chain Knights 50 years ago, but he is nothing more than a retired soldier now. Leon is shocked to know that he is a member of the strongest force on the continent and says he will be in his care from now on. Caesar then asks him to wait for him, and he says he will get his weapon. He asks Leon to wait for him in the front yard. Leon is happy to be teaming up with someone who was once with the Holy Iron Chain Knights. He feels like he has gained an army or something. He then thinks about the weapon he was talking about, that it may be a cool bow befitting an elf of the forest tribe. Elcid interrupts him and asks if he hasn't seen the calluses on his hands. He is shocked to see his weapon after a while. He then throws his weapon with all of his might and tears away a rock at a distance. He smiles and exclaims that he hasn't felt this for far too long. He will never forget how fulfilling it was to smash the heretic skulls with this chain mace. And even now, long since he has resigned from the front lines, it makes his blood boil. He is sure Goddess will also look over their sacred battle, and Leon smiles forcefully. After that, they go to the slums, and Caesar is following him properly. He asked him to change into something more fitting for the slums since he can't travel in cleric clothing in a den of criminals. But he feels something strange since he can sense his presence with aura sense, but he can't sense him at all with any of his other senses. Elcid tells him about another type of aura skill, a skill that erases his presence using aura. It's difficult to use while moving, but he is quite proficient at it. Suddenly, Ceres collapses with a man, and he shouts at him. He is shocked to see that he moves away from him without noticing. Elcid is sure that he must be very experienced at infiltration missions. Leon says he can sense him with his aura sense, and he replies that it's because of his aura attribute. He shouldn't be able to sense him since he erases his presence using an aura skill, but those constraints can be overcome based on the aura's characteristics. From how he responds as a sun attribute, his attribute must be the moon. He is able to sense that elf's presence because his attribute makes his stealth sloppy before him since he possesses a sun aura. Leon wonders if a coincidence or fate leads them together. After some time, they reached outside the 23rd district, and Khan's dagger was surely helpful to him. All the gang members that they met along the way obediently made way for them, and Caesar is also surprised that they passed through the slums this easily. He thanks Leon since he can quickly judge those impertinent heretics who insult life without even knowing the goddess's grace. Leon opens up the door of a basement and says from there onwards, it is Malice's territory. It's dangerous to infiltrate above ground, so they will use the sewer path that Khan told him about. They walk through the basement when they hear some voices talking. The men are talking to each other and saying that they weren't able to fill their quote because one of the sacrifices started resisting. They had to dispose of 12 more, but 70 people in a day was a bit much. Leon is shocked to hear that they are killing this number of people. The man says if they start disposing of them at daybreak without rest, it's the dead of night by the time the ritual's over. Leon is getting furious at thinking they have been slaughtering that many each day for months. Suddenly, Caesar jumps upon them to attack without informing Leon and hits one of them with his weapon. Leon asks him why he reacted so suddenly, and he remembers that they were supposed to sneak in. He then starts hitting another one, but his weapon doesn't reach him since it creates a barrier around him. The man exclaims that strikes don't work on this external armor and asks him how he dares to snake in this place, and he must have lost his mind. He exclaims that they are at the right time since they are running out of sacrifices. But before his sentence can be completed, Leon attacks him with the holy sword and beheads him. The other one gets up and asks him about who he is, but in the meantime, Césaire reaches behind him and kills him after breaking his neck. He then appreciates Leon for taking care of them already and praises him in return. Leon takes up their blade and says they were using some great blades. The holy sword looks like their blade, and Elcid tells him that he has placed a unique spell on the sword's appearance, and it should look like an ordinary sword to others, like the ones they are carrying. Leon thinks the holy sword definitely stands out way too much. But if it's someone who has extensive knowledge of the Holy Church or the Holy King Roderick, he guesses it can't be helped since they would be able to figure out that it's a holy sword from its appearance. They can't really call this a successful infiltration, but since they figured out the true nature of the enemy, so he guesses it's a big plus. There is no better proof than the fact that they are using external techniques prohibited by the church, and Césaire is also at the point that it isn't an unsuccessful infiltration. He asks Leon how they can call it an assassination if there are no witnesses, and it can be called an infiltration if they kill them all. They then decide a little further and open up a room at a side. They are shocked to see the nightmarish scenery there, and they wonder how many lives were sacrificed. Elcid asks him to endure it and says he must not get used to horrors like this. He asks him not to avert his eyes from tragedy. Even if no one else remembers, a hero must. This tragedy is the true form of the enemy he dedicates his life to fighting against. Leon asks if his enemy isn't the Demon King, and he replies that there's no way a mere Demon King can be his enemy. Elcid states that the world isn't green enough and that it can be saved simply by defeating one villain. For the poor, it's poverty, and for the diseased, disease is their Demon King, and he asks if he seriously thinks there's the logical casualty to such misfortune. He asks him if he can slash poverty with a holy sword or annihilate disease with it. Compared to them, a Demon King that he can slash is nothing, nor is he the one who will bring a better tomorrow. This is the true definition and duty of a true hero, and the reason he must keep fighting until the end. He asks him not to avert his eyes, no matter how wretched it is. Leon was wondering what Césaire had been saying to himself since earlier, but to think he could compose himself in seconds in front of such horror means he has great willpower. He reveals that the places they have passed through so far were little more than spaces used for corpse disposal, which seems to be the actual facility from there. Enemies from there on out are at least in the double digits, and they may get into huge trouble if they infiltrate blindly. Leon takes out a magic spell given by Khan, thinking he doesn't want to use it, but this seems the right time. He takes out a scroll, and Césaire asks him what it is, but suddenly, his eyes start shining with the spell Clairvoyance. This magic temporarily grants a see-through ability to its caster, and he even added it to his vision. Leon can see many people walking through the facility, and soon, the spell's effect has diminished. He spits some blood, and Césaire rushes toward him inquiringly. He tells him that this underground facility is not that wide, and 24 people can be regarded as enemies, in the order of east, west, south, north, 10, 5, and 4 groups of people. There is a room in the center he can't see through, and its entrance is on the east. He wonders if that place is the key, or Césaire thinks it might be a trap aiming for those who come to that conclusion. There is no trick more common than a twist where a place expected to be the weak point was actually their strongest. This place may be just an empty hull where corpses are buried, and the real deal is in the 25th district. Leon says he may be right, but he wants to move on only after absolutely confirming it. If they come back next time, the security won't be as lax as now, so today is their greatest chance. Césaire says their primary goal has been established so they can take care of them as quickly and quietly as possible. After a while, 2 men come out of the facility, but Césaire's chain mice take care of them. They have killed 12 of them in a short time, while Césaire exclaims that his body is getting warmed up. He has gotten to the age that he can't go as wild as he used to. After some time, they reach outside the room where Leon couldn't see through, and they wonder how to open it. There is no handle, and it doesn't budge whether he pushes or pulls. Unknown characters are written on it, and the dark red light looks like blood flowing from a wound. Meanwhile, Cesare appears behind him and asks him to make way for a second as he is ready to attack the door. He hits the door forcefully with his chain flail, but Leon is shocked to see that it has bounced off. Cesare is also surprised because the flail should have enough power to pulverize rocks into fine powder, so how it didn't even leave a dent after it took such an attack. Elise reveals it's a door made out of extra-dimensional matter and a substance based on principles that don't exist in this world. He remembers that it freezes when exposed to heat and burns when exposed to cold. This door is likely made of irregular matter that nullified physical interference. Not only that, since he couldn't see through it with a scroll's power, but it's also a door that magic doesn't work on. If physical strength and magic don't work, faith is the only thing left. Cesare uses his magic and requests his goddess to grant unto his hands the light of rectification. Elcid tells Leon that he has a power that can't be trained like aura nor researched like magic. This world's natural principle and power can only be realized through accumulating sincere faith and good-natured karma. They are sure that heretical arts can't defeat sacred arts, and soon the door starts breaking. Leon is happy to see this, but soon it disappears. Leon asks Elcid if heretical arts weren't supposed to be weaker than sacred arts. Elcid replies if it can withstand a bishop's sacred arts, then that means this door is robust beyond belief. In other words, it wouldn't be wasted on a mere trap. He must make the finishing touch, and Elcid will support him. Leon then takes the holy sword and attacks the door with his full might. It makes a crack in the door and falls in front of them. The door disappears, and Elcid says it isn't supposed to exist in this world. Cesare is also shocked by that splendid strike and says he underestimates his capability. Leon flatters and says he did all the work. He doesn't sense anything beyond the door, and it seems they leave it empty aside from when they perform rituals. It's too dark inside, but Leon can feel a gut-wrenching stench of blood. Cesare creates light by magic and is shocked to see the thing in front of them. Leon doesn't understand and follows his eyes. He is shocked to see a weird, mysterious creature in front of them. He can see that the thing is alive, and Elcid reveals that they shave flesh, extract blood from intelligent species, and process them into lumps of meat with the essence of vitality infused in them. Based on how much they have gathered, their goal is clear. It is revealed that a heretical art summons a monster using an enormous number of sacrifices as bait because it's been known to devour an entire city just by opening and closing its mouth. Elcid reveals this type of calamity is named the City Eater. It requires a large amount of time and work to prepare, but it can't be stopped once it starts. An extra-dimensional being even a transcendent wouldn't dare face will be summoned to this world and will simply go back to the other dimension once it devours the city with one bite. The free city Blaine will become its meal. However, such a ritual would obviously draw attention, so it fails 99 times out of 100. But the problem is that a catastrophe occurs if it succeeds even once. Leon asks Elcid if it succeeded before, and he replies that there wouldn't be any records of it if it hadn't. The thing about heretical arts is that no one knows what phenomenon they will bring until they are activated. The Holy Church's heretical art countermeasures are mostly formed after the fact. Leon asks him about the countermeasures for City Eater, and they won't have to face it without a plan. Elcid seems in a serious mood and says this facility seems to be nothing more than a place that processes the sacrifices for City Eaters. Moreover, this place isn't enough since the security there wasn't enough, which means they have gathered the necessary amount. Elcid guesses they have completed almost 90%, and they may not have anything left to do but start the ritual. They will likely start the ritual as soon as they try to evacuate the citizens. Elcid suggests they should go with a straightforward tactic, and they will gather all the forces in the city to conquer the 25th district. A heretical art like City Eater will require a large-scale ritual, so he is sure it will be resolved if they pummel them all before then. The ones driven into a corner will hide in their shells like turtles and will stick to their last resort. The scary part of heretical art is its defensive capabilities because it's an ability based on the principles of another dimension, so it has all power other than sacred power. However, Leon has Elcid, the almighty holy sword, and they will shave off their forces through an all-out war. After that, they will immediately eradicate the small number of exhausted elites. As long as they aren't aware of the holy sword's existence, they will fall prey to a checkmate they can never escape from. Lone thinks they will realize their identity, which has been revealed through this ambush, so they will also have to make a gamble. Cesare tells Leon that they should leave because it looks like they have realized they infiltrated the place. He picks up a city eater and wonders about the meaning of his life, staying alive in such an ugly state. Cesare throws his flail towards the city eaters to kill them. As soon as he throws it, it cuts off its parts, and its parts fall on the ground with drops of blood. Cesare instructs Leon to hurry up. Heretical artists come to know that the intruders are running and get upset about the fact that they worked so hard to process the sacrifices. One of them orders them to forget about the pursuit and shut the place because it has been exposed. Leon and Cesare are running, and at a certain point, they feel that they are not following them anymore because their presence is getting further away. Cesare tells him that when he was a kid, he jumped in a pond to poke a beehive, and he has a feeling like that. Because there are no ponds nearby, he thinks this situation is worse. The place is full of beings that cannot be compared to bees, so he believes that any reinforcement force he requests from the church will arrive late. He asks him about Leon. Elcid presents his thoughts, and Leon tells him he needs someone with good speaking power. He was planning to show his holy sword as a last option, but he changed his mind, thinking that His Excellency might be okay, so he would keep it from being exposed. His Excellency would be aware of the idea as they both fought together, but if His Excellency wanted to hear his opinion, then according to him, he would go with the flow. Leon tells him that he has come up with a fantastic plan. At night, both sit in front of each other on chairs. They unwrap the city eater and put it in front of them to observe thoroughly. He thinks there are some unsure points, but it is worth a shot as they don't have anything other than that to try. Leon thanked them because explaining to someone to believe is very difficult. He is sure the strategist would have laughed if they heard it. The information about the city eater is spread throughout the whole church, so he will pretend that it was a deduction to avoid suspicion for a way to exclude the barrier, even if he deducts the keyword of Holy Sword. There will be no other way to make an excuse that the sun aura is more powerful and effective against the heretical arts than one thinks. He further explained to him that the sun's aura, which is famous in the church, must be prioritized in recruitment. Because the sun's aura is rare, and she has not seen even a single person other than him use it, he has come to know why. Leon decides to mobilize the guild and the army to drive them into a corner. In this way, they can lead them into seclusion so a few elites can be used in striking. Cesare informs him that they will have two prerequisites in that case. The first is to make a guild and the army mobilize, and the other is to form a team that will infiltrate their base. Leon realizes the former is simple, but the Excellency can speak against the cult. He tells him that they need those people who can face the elites of heretical arts. For that purpose, they require those people who are at least a ranks according to the guild's standards. After listening to him, Leon realizes that the rank is in the slums. He asks him if they are allowed to recruit those people who are from slums, because, in the slums, there are two people of a rank. He asks him if Fang and the Coffin Keeper would be great options for them because they were trying to fight fire to fire, so they would prove cooperative. He asks him if they will be willing to participate apart from their abilities. Leon tells him that if he speaks to them, they will not refuse. He realizes it is a conscription. He asks him to give them one chance to do great work for the church because he is sure they both will cave after looking at the holy iron chain seal. Elcid concludes that Leon is going to be stabbed if those people hear what he is saying to them behind their backs. Leon smirked and thought he was undoubtedly not taking revenge for the punch he had made on him and for giving him noseblood. In the guild, Leon went with Cesare, who was wearing a costume. All of them are surprised to see Leon. The girl, Rise, welcomes him and thinks the man standing with him is the Holy Iron Chain Knight. She wonders about the business that they have with a knight. He tells her he is there for some business instead of requesting it. He introduces himself as Bishop Cesar from the Holy Church and requests full support from the guild in the name of the Sacred Iron Chain. They all get confused when they hear this. After some time, Bernard, the guild master of the Blaine branch, meets them. Bernard has not made acquaintances on good business, but will still be in their care. Leon realizes he is more significant than Khan, as he has also heard rumors that he was a rank in his time. After his leg injury, he retired. After listening to them, Bernard assured them that he understood the situation. He thinks it is essential for a retired member of the Holy Iron Chain to request a meeting like it. The decision after the meeting went very quickly. It may have happened due to the guild master's experience. When he saw the city eater, his expression stiffened after listening to the little time left and the estimated scale of damage. According to him, out of the 4 ranks presently active in the Blaine, only 1 adventurer can be mobilized. He is excluding the ones who are in the middle of the request. They both decide to leave the matter related to the adventurer to the guild master, so they both head towards the slums. They headed towards the slums to conscript Kang the Fang. They both had a meeting, and the results were as menacing as anyone could expect. It may have been because he was suspected of assisting Malice for a moment, but he finally accepted because he had no choice but to comply with the conscription. Césaire warns him that if he rejects them, he will put every one of them on the list of heretics, so he must run as far as he can to the continent's end to find a hole to hide in. Leon thinks that he might have given up because of the threats Césaire gave him. Khan realizes that he fell into his dug trap. He thought it was his chance to exterminate them and screw the guild over at the same time. He tells him that the recommendation is not only for him but also for the coffin keeper. In addition to that, he also tells him that if he doesn't want to go through and suffer alone, he must deliver the message to her too. Khan puts his hand on his head in sadness and wonders if only he and the coffin are the ones. He tells him that 2 are enough for them for the essential forces, because the rest, which is evacuating and distancing the citizens before the subjugation starts, is enough. He asks him if he is thinking of cutting the snake's head from their small number of elites. He concludes that though he is a gangster, he is cleverer than his rank. Leon realizes they can't afford to exclude Khan from the plan, so they must unite against the city eater. So, whatever happens, they should unite instead of getting dead. After looking at the number of people, Leon thinks that even if they all said it, it would feel like many people would gather in 2 days. Most adventurers joined because they sent an emergency request to all the guild members who were in C ranks and up. Bernard informs them about the number of them, which is around 1,500, and it is an all-out war. Because of the evidence they got, they could persuade the Lord or the Blaine because of that evidence. The 25th district has been surrounded by garrison. The close combat will entrust the adventurers and mercenaries. The troops needing more individual strength will provide the support from the rear with the long-range attacks. Elcid concludes that they have made a good decision, and they will become sacrifices to the heretical arts if they are charged mannerlessly. So, apart from providing power to the enemies, albeit passively, it would be better to inconvenience them. The main force is them. Lord Blaine sent them a person named Conrad, the senior knight of the Blaine Count family. He greets the guardian of the goddess. Césaire shakes his hand as he knows his big title and wishes the goddess to bless him with her protection. Leon sees Conrad and remembers that he is a knight known for his distinguished military exploits from his days as a simple knight. Khan thinks he does not fit in with them at all, but Leon interrupts him and reminds him that he is the boss of the slums. The coffin keeper comes from behind and asks them if she is late. Conrad wonders and asks him about who he is in real life. He tells him that he is the one who they call. Khan believes that they both mean he and the coffin keeper have been roped into the mess, so they should do the work given to them. Coffin keeper informs him that he will be moving the way he wants because she is an assassin, and he thinks he doesn't fit in with all of them. Césaire tells them that she will only be included in something if or when they will do their work correctly. In this case, they will try to follow along while staying stealthy. He threatens them by saying that he will make them realize there's nowhere to hide in the goddess's radiance. The coffin keeper laughs and sarcastically says that it is terrifying. Leon cannot believe he can't sense him after using his sense of aura and vision. Césaire thinks that only one remains, and Leon believes it is the adventurer hired by the guild. Suddenly, a girl appears there and greets all of them. She asks them if she is late. She had to prepare many things because she had not been informed earlier about the request. She tells them her name as she is Karen. After looking at her, they all wonder what happened to the guild member within a second. There is one gangster, 2 adventurers, a retired holy chain knight, a senior knight of Count Blaine, and, at last, an assassin. Leon thinks wanting unity in a group like this is unreasonable, but he guessed there is no way to help it. They all decide to begin since they were recruited based on individual strength alone. As the scene changes, there is fire and destruction all around. One informs the other about the ambush and asks them to contact the headquarters immediately. The blazes of fire are hitting them intensely, and one orders them to unleash the abomination. They start attacking them with arrows, but find they have no effect. The mercenaries step in because they think they are weaklings, so they should try to attack the monster to pummel all to death. Looking at it, Caesar realizes that it has become a stalemate. Elcid appreciates them for handling the situation magnificently, but the monster they are facing, the abomination, is challenging to fight because it will last for a maximum of 7 minutes. He concludes that if they move according to the plan, those who realize they are at some disadvantage in a frontal assault will try to hide in their shells. Conrad and Leon look at the sky and see something strange. He wonders if it's a tornado. Elcid informs Leon that it doesn't matter how they look at it, it is simply unnatural. Leon asks him if it is a sinful art. Meanwhile, they all decide to attack it as their turn has come. They start running. Leon is far behind them. He wonders if they are swift, but then he realizes that, in actuality, he is very slow. Leon is tired of running so hard. Conrad apologizes because he admits they didn't consider him. He decides to use his fire aura to test the durability of the barrier, which is made from heretical art. He activates his aura fire and attacks the barrier, which looks like he has made a fire tornado. Leon is impressed by the powerful aura of fire because he had expected such a powerful aura from Sir Conrad. Because his power cannot break the barrier, Con asks him to get away, saying he is weak. He comes forward and attacks the barrier to break it, but his attack cannot do anything. After looking at it, Conrad taunts and sarcastically tells him that his attacks are unique. Both of them get aggressive. Meanwhile, Caesar thinks that there is a chance that his sacred arts cannot break the barrier, but he believes he should save much of it for something that may happen inside. Leon gets excited, and while patting his shoulder, he tells them he has just witnessed an unsightly side of him. After listening to him, all of them are surprised as they cannot understand what he is talking about. He whispers to Elcid if he has gathered enough power. Elcid tells him he has gathered more than enough power, and even the sword flows with extra energy because of those he cut before. He tells Leon that absorbing the power of each heretical artist is more effective than 1,000 monsters. He instructs him not to hold back needlessly. He exerts all the force he has while attacking. Leon agrees, and in addition to that, he asks him not to get too excited as he undoes his transformation. He attacks the barrier with all his strength and finally breaks it as soon as the heretical barrier breaks, as they all get into the place. As they walk inside the place, Caesar lights up the place so they can see it easily. Caesar asks if the coffin keeper is also with them, and he answers that he is also present. It seems to Leon that they all have managed to enter the place safely, and apart from that, Caesar and Conrad are wearing full plate mail, but he cannot hear a single clank of metal by their moving. Elcid realizes that their fundamental movements are on a whole different level. After listening to him, Leon concludes that he still has a long way to reach their level. Karen sees something and realizes it is the entrance they can lead downstairs. Caesar finds it very suspicious, while Con thinks it is some trap. Conrad concludes that they must go into that if it's a trap. Karen thinks the entrance is the only one they can enter, so they must try going down. Caesar asks Karen if she can detect the presence of traps from up to where they are standing, because the guild master told them that she is a rogue. Karen sits down and looks at the stairs because the area beyond the stairs is an entirely different space from up here. It is difficult for her to detect any trap while standing upstairs. She needs to enter it directly to escort the area. Caesar asks them to get inside the area because he thinks the situation will worsen if they waste time. They all hurriedly went inside. While coming downwards, Leon wondered if the coffin keeper was with them, because he could not tell if he was following them. When he puts his foot on a stair, he reaches where he is alone. Everyone disappears, and he can't even sense them with his sense of aura. Elcid checks the wall and finds that it is a classic technique called labyrinth formation. It distorted and expanded the space to increase the area of their base. If they are lucky, they will meet everyone who got separated somewhere in the labyrinth. Karen suddenly comes there and sees Leon. She calls him Junior and tells him they met as soon as they separated. Elcid concludes that they are lucky. Karen is happy to see Leon because she knows he would get anxious if alone in a gloomy place like that. He asks Senior Karen if she is alone in that place, and she tells him that a gloomy guy is stuck to her. The coffin keeper asks her to whom she is calling gloomy. She tells him that there is no other gloom except him. She asks him to leave her shadow if he doesn't like it and asks why he wriggles around in there like a creep. The coffin keeper answers and tells her he can get wherever he wants. Karen gets angry after listening to him, thinking he is arguing. Leon gets relief as he regroups with Karen, who is a rogue. In honesty, he realizes he doesn't need to worry about Cesare, Khan, and Conrad. Leon asks her to start moving. Karen likes his confidence. She asks him if she can trust him open-heartedly, and he ensures that he will never disappoint her. They start moving as Karen tells him where they should go. Leon thinks she is moving faster than she would guess by her instincts. He asks Elsid if it will be alright for him to keep following her because Karen has not gotten it wrong once. Elsid suggests he keep following her. Also, her tracking skills are better than those of the elves of the forest. Leon asks him if Karen is that much good and Elsid informs him that it is because of her aura attribute. The fact that it is dark there proves beneficial and advantageous to them. Karen makes a sign to stop him because she feels the presence of the enemy, and they are 3 in number. She thinks there is no way to bypass them and asks him what he wants to do, as Leon's aura tells him they are much more dangerous than the ones in the 23rd district. So, his victory is not confirmed even with the Holy Sword's power. He eliminates them. She thinks he is audacious for a mere C ranker. Further, he tells him it would be humiliating to ask for help after putting on airs. He also believes it will humiliate her if she falls behind her junior. She decides to use her green aura and activates it. He sees her to the wall and wonders if it is an aura skill of hers. Elsid informs him that Karen Gass stuck herself to the wall by using her aura. He concludes that she got tough training, looking at how adept she is at it. He instructs Leon to focus on his footwork more to keep up with her speed. He starts following her as a monster sees the wall and looks at her stuck there. He says there are intruders. Meanwhile, she attacks him. Leon is impressed by how she quickly throws and attacks the monster. The monsters get furious and ask how she dares try to attack them. They wonder if she knows about the place. She tells them the place is a slum district without any owner. She again attacks them with her dagger. The monster looks at the petty things, and with the help of a rope, she pulls the monster and makes him fall to the ground. While pulling the monster, she tells him that it results from him just focusing on the dagger. Coffin Keeper also attacks the beast and cuts his neck. He thanks God that both of them are not on the side of the enemies. Suddenly, he hears a voice that asks him about his opponent. He looks at that immediately. Elsid tells him he is unlucky because he is the strongest of all 3. Leon thinks he could have said the fact to him after the battle. He decides to use his vision and aura at their maximum output. He suddenly feels that the monster has flung something on him and realizes he has already experienced that kind of attack method somewhere. He remembers that the rock smiles used the same technique. The monster throws all his needles towards Leon, who successfully slashes them all. He is shocked to see how Leon can slash all of his needles. Leon cuts him in 2 parts by using his holy sword and realizes that he wouldn't have been able to react without his vision. In addition, he would not have been able to cut through the heretical art if it were not for the holy sword. Elsid appreciates and gives him all the credit for his hard work so he can use the power, though it is a bit incomplete. Karen feels happy because he has finished the monster already, though he is a few seconds slower than her. It is impressive for her to think that a C ranker defeated a heretical artist of a level of his own. She wonders if he is the type who needs more experience instead of skill. Though he has a lot of potential in him, he is a newbie. Leon sees that she is holding something, which is scary. He wonders if she is keeping an octopus slice or an octopus skewer. He tells her to think whatever she wants to. He feels something by looking at the dead monsters. He realizes that sword traces left by the 2 people with nothing look similar. When he looks at them more closely, the cross-section injuries cross-section and depth are almost the same. He doubts if it is, but suddenly, Elsid agrees to what he is thinking and tells him that he is feeling right. She thanked him, and she could take it a bit easy because of him. She looks at the gloomy guy and says that leaving him aside, she never thinks he could keep up with her. She realizes that she misjudged him. Leon asks Elsid to show him Karen's personality board. He looks at it as it is stated that her title and class is Coffin Keeper, Assassin. Her level is 45, with STR B, Sta C, Dex A, and Aura also A. Her skills are Dagger Mastery of high level 5, and Throwing Mastery is level max. Shadow Walks level 9, Shadow Clones level 8, and Aura User is high level 7. He is shocked that Karen's title and class are that of a Coffin Keeper Assassin. She asks him if they should be held deeper inside Junior. He agrees and says they should go Senior. He realizes that she is the rank adventurer Karen in the light and at night, or it can be said that she is the unique class assassin Coffin Keeper in the dark. He concludes that she is dangerous as she is one of the 3 evils of the slums and a labyrinth explorer. He realizes that she is a pretty adventurer with a cheerful air around her and is one of the 3 chiefs of the slums. No one would expect such a story, and even it didn't look like Khan had any idea and not the guild master knew about it. Otherwise, he would have told them. Leaving him aside, he would never be able to handle the consequences if he deceived His Excellency Cessair. He realized that he was the only one aware of Karen's identity, and in case others were mindful of her reality, there was no chance she would leave him in such a situation. In the case of an assassin, their identity is the most classified secret. If someone finds their identity, they will silence them using any means necessary. So he decides not to let his expression change because the assassin will keep observing him. Karen informs him that from the left, another enemy is waiting. They see a monster roaring and so powerful that from the water liquid in his mouth, he can even damage the ground when he spits on the floor. Karen finds it ugly, as that puts her off the fight. He doesn't think that is simply because of aesthetic preferences, because it is a monster summoned through heretical arts. It will also have regenerative capabilities. So it will be tough for them to give a good hit no matter how many daggers Karen throws on it. Leon asks her if they can avoid fighting with the monster, which Karen tells him they can prevent, but it will cost them an extra 30 minutes. In addition, she is curious if the other paths will not contain a monster like that, so after all, they have no choice but to fight with the beast. He wonders if they are trying to buy time to activate the City Eaters because they will win as it is activated. That is why they have no specific reason to face them themselves. So Leon decides to fight and asks the Coffin Keeper if he can deal with a fatal blow to the monster. He asks Leon what he will do if he can, and he instructs Coffin to prepare until he and Karen hold the monster back. Because they are all in the same boat, whether someone likes it or not, and they suggest that he cope as best as he can. Coffin Keeper gets his point. Leon looks at his hand and realizes he has recovered all the stamina he spent running here. It is time for him to do his best. He takes out his sword, and the monster opens his mouth and attacks him, but he uses his sword to protect himself. Because of his sword, the ability was already verified when he faced the Phantom Armors. One of the main features of the Holy Sword is that it erases any power or substance harmful to life. As the monster roars, he attacks the monster, which he thinks is very shallow. As the monster furiously attacks him, he realizes he cannot dodge the next attack. He concludes that he needs to block at least them. Karen comes to him from behind. While calling him her junior, she asks him to try again. He thinks he should trust her or not, so he decides to trust them and asks her to go. They both move forward to attack the monster. While running fast, both attack the monster, but as Leon attacks the monster, he realizes that he has made his attack once again very shallow. He admits that he should have been faster to swing stronger. He sees the monster and finds something strange with his movements. The monster attacks the Coffin Keeper, and he also, in return, attacks the monster and asks him to die. The monster roars and screams in agony and pain. Leon is impressed by it and wonders if it is the power of an Arranker. Elsid looks at the monster and realizes that its injuries are not healing, so it must have been an attack that surpassed its regenerative powers. Leon concludes that it is genuinely an assassin-like move because it is lethal to eradicate a single entity. Karen tells him they have good teamwork for an improvised team and asks him if he thinks the same. He smiles and agrees with her. He was not expecting her to strike the tails with her daggers, but it is not a big deal for her compared to the Killjoy. She doesn't wish to be that skillful and be able to use such a grand technique for an assassin. So she thinks it should be called an assassin's ultimate move and thinks he is not one of the kings of the slums for nothing, indeed. She asks him if they should continue moving because there is no reason for them to rest. Leon agrees with her that they should move fast because the essence of subjugation is a battle against time. Everything depends on whether they arrive before the ritual activities or not. Karen sees some heretical artists and counts them as 8 in number. They wonder if they have arrived too soon, as taking care of this time looks very difficult. He concludes that their team needs to be more understanding, except for Karen. He sees them carefully and concludes that everyone is strong enough to give those goosebumps. The ones that came before them would have been easier to deal with if he faced 2 or more of them simultaneously. He is sitting in confusion because he can't understand whether they should wait to regroup with others or find themselves. Both choices are problematic, according to Karen. Either they might come too late, and it will all be over if they miss each other. She sits in tension as she is unable to believe that they have to make a gamble after coming all the way here. He gets a bit baffled now that he knows her true identity. He realizes that he is close from here. He suddenly hears a sound from the roof, and Elsid informs him that it is a shockwave resulting from the clashing of 2 big powers. They both wonder if it is the sound of someone fighting. 4 heretical artists start moving towards the source from where the sound is coming. Leon thinks that they have 2 options now. The first one is to support our comrade who is fighting. The second one is to head further inside after defeating the fewer enemies. Leon decides to regroup them because they will be right behind them if the enemies win and return. In that case, there will be a massive drop in the workforce, even if they wipe each other out. They have to regroup as much as possible. Karen agrees, but the remaining 4 heretic artists need to look more challenging to deal with. She lays on the ground and notices where the fight is going. She tracks the direction of the place and guides Leon in the direction. Leon is impressed by her inhuman level of super sense. He gets it's a different form of ability from his vision or footwork. They see a lot of blood with Sir Conrad getting hit by the heretical artist. Leon yells to see him. He sees those enemies. He realizes he will handle the one before him if there are 1 or 2. Karen tells him she will handle 2 of them, and Leon will handle 1. Many of them are lying dead on the floor, the ones Sir Conrad defeats. Elsid tells him not to worry about her because the main thing is that his enemy is strong. He instructs him to focus on the attention in front of him. His enemy starts spelling something that seems to be Russian for something along the lines of love and justice in his name. Leon realizes that it has a blue spelt on it. The monster tells Leon to be honored because he will die from his slightest mistake. It presents him with a lavish death by using this wandering fury on his likes. Elsid informs Leon that it is a summon. Furthermore, he explains that heretical artists are divided into 2 categories. Those who activate heretical arts on their bodies, like the ones Leon earlier faced just recently, are mutants. In addition, the ones that possess extra-dimensional life forms or principles are the summoners. But none of them have any sense of sanity. He puts his sword in front of his face and confirms to him if he said a lavish death to him. Furiously, he says that it is his goddamn line. While he is going to attack, the heretical artist calls him a fool. He informs him that there is no way for a physical sword to work on a celestial body. Leon informs him that the holy sword can interfere with astral forms because there are always expectations. It calls him trash because it is inevitable that not even an oral weapon could break his heretical art. He again spells something Russian, for he won't forgive him. Leon comes forward and attacks him. Leon puts his sword inside the body of the heretical artist, who in return asks him if he thinks an attack like that would work on him. After a while, he realizes that his wounds are not being regenerated. It is worth it to wonder if Leon has made an attack that nullifies the heretical arts. He cannot believe that he is, while he is about to complete the whole sentence, but suddenly, he dies because of the attack made by Leon. After looking at him, Karen thinks she has lost and feels a disgrace to her. Leon explains to her that she is fighting against 2 of them, and his opponent is weaker than those 2. He asks her about Sir Conrad. She takes him to Sir Conrad, who is about to die because of his injuries. He apologizes to them as they have seen his unsightly side and tells them that he cannot join them in that state of his, so he tells them not to worry and to go. He informs them that he will be late to join them, but will indeed rejoin them as soon as he recovers. Karen asks him about the time he is left with. He sighs that she already knows. She further tells him she came to see him because he is bleeding so much, though he is an aura user, and still, he is unable to stop the bleeding. Sir Conrad placed his hand on the bleeding area. He tells them he is left with only an hour because he still determines after that. Leon wonders if they can clean the malice from within the city in an hour. Even if they do that, will they be in a state to treat him after the battle? He decides to do something that he would never even consider doing, but because he is not left with any other option, he needs to do it as soon as possible. He has the holy sword with him. Elcid tells him to say to Conrad to repeat those words after him. As long as he repeats after him, he shall activate a healing sacred art with the accumulated power and lessen the power of his wound. Leon asks the Almighty Goddess to bring light to those devoted to justice and prays to her not to let those people shiver from the icy cold northern wind in the Valley of Death. When Sir Conrad looks at that, he realizes that the thing is of bishop-level sacred art. As he had already heard about Leon, he was the one behind the planning of the subjugation. He comes to know the reason Caesar trusts Leon so profoundly. He thinks if he is a cardinal candidate of the Holy Church. Leon and Elcid laugh on hearing that he has made him a cardinal candidate from a paladin. He gets upset as he thinks it is terrible that he lost his composure after being placed in debt and is still not well enough to join the battle. He believes that now he should be able to heal himself fully. He realizes Leon never wanted to reveal his true identity before them and promises not to tell anyone his secret until he is ordained. Elcid realizes that the misunderstanding is just leveling up. Karen ensures he gives him a potion, so he instructs him to wait there and asks Leon to return to where they are going. They leave Sir Conrad behind and start moving towards their destination. Karen pushes Leon against the wall and asks him if what Sir Conrad said is true. She is impressed that a cardinal candidate at such a young age is unprecedented. But she guessed he could expect it because of the sun aura attribute of him and bishop-level sacred art. Because he is very good at using aura weapons, she asks him about the person from whom he learned the technique. He tells her he is not a cardinal candidate, and she asks him if he is an apprentice Holy Iron Chain Knight. She asks him to tell her as she cannot grasp her curiosity. He realizes he might tell her his true identity if he doesn't know Karen's reality. He tells her he will reveal his identity to her if they get close. She appreciates him as his defense is tight beyond expectations. She asks him if all of the people from the church are the way he is. She opens her hair, holds the rubber in her mouth to ready it, and tells him that most men tell her everything if she asks them something. He realizes he will not fall for such a blatant honey trap, so he asks her to leave the jokes apart and start thinking about what they will do. He asks her if they should look for others or go themselves. Karen tells him not to worry while she is doing her pony. Leon asks her why, and she tells him he will find out when they will reach. When they get there, they come to see Khan and Caesar. They see this heretical artist lying dead on the ground and feel sorry for them. Caesar, on looking at both of them, feels happy. Coffin asks him if he is not pleased to see him, but because he doesn't know he is here, he does not mention Coffin. Leon informs them about Sir Conrad's serious injury, which he cannot move because of. Because they are short on time, they can't wait for his recovery, as he will recover in an hour or two. Caesar decides that the five of them should go then. Karen is an adventurer, so Khan tells her she should have the magic tools. He tells her to hurry up and bring out those magic tools if she don't want to die while saving them. Karen smiles and calls Khan a mere mosquito who stays alive by sucking the poor dry and asks him to bring out whatever he is hiding instead. Khan gets aggressive and asks her what she just said to him. Caesar orders them to relax and calm down as he explains the next course of action to them. He informs all of them about the positions on which they will fight. He decides that he will be at the vanguard because he possesses resistance to heretical arts. He orders Khan and Karen to take the middle place and Leon to guard the rear of the party as their trump card. Khan laughs to learn that Leon, an adventurer, is their trump card. He asks about the coffin keeper, to which Leon informs him that he was pretty helpful during their time, so this time, he will also do his fair share if they leave him alone. Karen also guarantees him that he did his part. He thinks that her desperation is as clear as day. He believes the one who shouldn't listen to the people alone should be left alone. Caesar asks them if they should go. As they move, Khan sees some ominous energy before him. Caesar thinks that it is a space made of heretical arts. He prays something and decides to enter that place after it. They all jump and get inside it. There is all dark inside. Leon cannot see or hear anything, even from his aura. He feels like he has jumped into the mud because he is drowning in a sticky swamp. He finally leaves the place, and Caesar tells everyone they are surrounded. He wonders if they are already aware that they are coming. One of the evangelists tells them that he is dying from waiting for them, as they give them a tough time, but they still manage to reach there. They dawdled a lot to them, so he thanked them all. When Caesar looked at the sign on his head, he realized he was an evangelist. After listening to him, Leon asks Elcid about the ranks within Malice. Elcid informs him about the hierarchy. Devotes are those that only use heretical arts passed down to them. At the same time, congregants explore the heretical arts of their accords and are also encroached upon by them. Evangelists are those who spread the heretical arts and are treated as executives. The Holy Church ranks are relatively high compared to the bishop level. The evangelist says that it is a beautiful day for him because the ritual was successful and the numberless lives of the sacrifices have finally been given worth. He calls the goddess foolish and intolerant and thinks he is happy because he can show a servant of the ridiculous and intolerant goddess the guidance of the one and only true God. They all conclude that he is scary and insane. Nothing starts happening as he tells them that he has completed the ritual. He calls them idiots and says they are beyond saving because the undertaking has already begun, but the only thing left is to realize that all left for them was to learn how fruitless their efforts were. Leon asks Elcid if everything is over because he just said the ritual succeeded. He informs him that nothing is over because city eaters are akin to fishing, as the essence of life is used as bait to take out an extra-dimensional monster. He realizes they still have the time because the city eaters have yet to find and bite the baits. He asks if he is saying that it has yet to be discovered by anyone when they will see the bait and bite it. So, as a result, there could be an hour left, or it could be a matter of seconds. It ultimately becomes a battle against time. He asks His Excellency to pray to the goddess. Caesar starts praying to the goddess to bathe the place in her warm light so they don't lose their way in the darkness. As the lights come at the place and the monsters start screaming, Elcid informs Leon about the technique, which is a compound technique of sacred arts and aura. It is far from the sun's effectiveness, but it can help restrict summoning heretical arts. But using the light of him would prove more beneficial. He tells him that they can block their summoning heretical arts with it. Karen starts attacking the evangelist. He holds a monster and puts it in front of him so that he can save his own life by using the life of him. They all start fighting with those monsters. While fighting with them, Leon realizes that the evangelist has yet to enter the battle. He admits that the places he is protecting by standing in front of it are the core of the ritual. He decides to destroy the core as soon as possible, while they still can't use heretical arts. The evangelist calls them fools and asks them if they stopped his incantations with just that. He uses his power, and suddenly, some ugly creatures appear before them. Elcid informs him that they are so ugly looking because the summoning of the heretical arts is blocked. Because of that, he creates illusions with incomplete heretical art. They will self-destruct soon enough because they are still incomplete, which is enough to buy a bit of time. He wonders if the activation of the rituals is imminent. Khan calls and attacks them small fries, but his attack cannot do anything about it. She realizes that the poison has no effect and wonders if they even have a sense of pain. Caesar informs them that at the current rate, it will end up as a battle of attrition, and they will face a lot of danger the more extended the struggle. He agrees because he thinks he is speaking right, as they have to get out of the situation as fast as possible. So, he must not use the full power of the Holy Sword. Elcid informs him that the situation will get significantly worse if they find out about his existence because they will do anything to bring him to his ankles, even risking their own life. He tells him the only way to turn the situation around is to catch them off guard. So he concludes that the only role he can fill right now is the one and the final attack. The evangelist gets happy, while Khan, Karen, Leon, and Caesar get scared to see that. Evangelists say that the city eaters are finally here as the apostles of God have answered their calls. He puts his hand on his heart as it beats like crazy, and he feels some overpowering fear from the city eaters, which he has never experienced before. He calls Elcid and asks him what they are planning to do next. Elcid stops him from using the Holy Sword because it is still not the time to use it. But surely they need some plan to get out of the situation, so they decide to use sacred arts with half of the power accumulated. He asks if he is sure it will work by sacred arts. He informs Leon that it will be difficult, but he has a brilliant idea of which the credit goes to the moon that Caesar created. The sun and the moon are needed to reproduce the symbol of the goddess fully. They happen to have people and possess sun and moon auras. In addition, there is a combination of a bishop who can use compound sacred arts and a hero. So this will be very unlucky for Malice. He tells him to read the thing he presented him with. He starts reading the lines, which are that the sun and the moon are the two pupils of the goddess who looks over all. Always be grateful, her open eyes are her divine love, and her closed eyes are her gentle kindness. Caesar learns that he is reading the scripture of the gods' first verse, and Khan sees another sphere formed on the ceiling. Karen feels its warmth while Leon is still reading it. On the day the sun and the moon rise simultaneously, all who look up to the sky will kneel and pray with sincerity and sanctuary. With the sanctuary, all of the sinful arts and malice start dying. Elcid smiles because he knows that sanctuary is the perfect counter to heretical arts. The space rejects all extra-dimensional creatures and principles. Caesar orders them all to start the attacking process again. They begin to attack and kill them again. The evangelist gets furious as he calls them the mere livestock of the goddess, snips out his finger, and tells them that he is going to massacre them all. With his power, he kills his companions and abuses himself. Because of him, he has to sacrifice the lives of his precious devotees and congregants to care for the livestock. He calls them fools and asks them to look at the true grace of God while he squeezes them in his hands. He asks them about their thinking and tells them insects while he plans to prove that their God, who has granted a human like him such powers, is absolute. Elcid informs Leon that the effect of the sanctuary, which is activated to his level, will last for a short time. If Evangelist is this powerful within the refuge, Leon will be no match when sanctuary disappears. They all start attacking him. Caesar attacks him with his steel chain, while Khan attacks him simultaneously. But he has no effect from their attack and asks them if it is all they have. He attacks them because it is his turn to attack. Leon realizes that the size difference is enormous, and in addition to that, he has overwhelming attack power. The regenerative capabilities and defense are also very next level, so he realizes that the only method to kill him is to use the full power of the Holy Sword. He doubts if he can kill him in one strike because if he can't, they will lose the last option, to stop him. The evangelist feels a lot of power in his body. It's like he is overflowing in power, and at the time, they look like a bunch of insects in his eyes. Leon gets furious and thinks they must kill him in a single strike. He wonders if it is possible or not. He sees Karen, who, the evangelist, also attacks. He goes to her and asks her if she is feeling okay or not. She is almost delicate, but tells him they are stuck in a pickle because neither her attacks are working on him nor Coffin Keeper. He reminds himself of Karen's personality board, in which the title and class are written as the Coffin Keeper Assassin. Her level is 45, STR is B, STA is C, Dex is A, and the Aura is A. Her skills are the Dagger Mastery of high level 5. Throwing Mastery is mid-level max, Shadow Walk is level 9, and the Shadow Clone is level 8. In addition to that, the Aura user is at level 7. He thinks he should use the Coffin Keeper Shadow Walk. He asks her for help because he needs her strength. She asks him what he thinks of something. He tells her that he has decided to go behind him and destroy the altar to stop the ritual because defeating him is not their task. She tells him he is not a mage or can teleport because it is impossible to go behind him. He tells her they will leap through the space itself, and she asks him about his plan and how he will execute it. He yells at her and tells him that she can help him and make it happen because she is a coffin keeper. He requests her to help him once and will always keep her secret. He shouted at her, but others could not hear him because it was so loud that they could barely hear each other. He tells her that they all are going to die if they fail, and he is not aware of her circumstances, but they will die if she doesn't help him. She decides to help him, but she wants to know how long he knows her reality because she thinks she will die from embarrassment. He tells her that if he had let her know earlier, she would have tried to kill him. She brings out her dagger and puts it on his chin. She tells him that a woman's secrets are very precious. Khan goes to the bishop and calls him a weakling. He asks him how long he will lay helplessly. After listening to him call a weakling, he abuses him. On the other hand, Karen takes Leon and takes him to the back. She tells him that she can only take him there. From there, he has to move independently because he will catch on if she is nowhere to be seen. Leon tells her not to die. She is surprised because she has never thought of seeing a day when someone from the church would worry for her. Elcid tells him that shadow walking is a technique that leaps through space. Because long-range movements are complex even for high-ranking mages, they will only go until the point necessary for assassination. He thinks that getting behind his back is more than enough. In front of him, he sees the heart of the City Eater ritual. Looking more deeply, he comes to know the essence of life. Elcid informs him about the nature of life, which is the culmination of the sacrifice of over 10,000 lives. Leon concludes that the sin is unforgivable, and suddenly, Césaire shouts. He tells Leon to be careful as Evangelist will attack him, but he is too late to save himself as he has already attacked him. Elcid also shouts. He tells Leon to give up because he has already lost his last chance and calls him the dog of the goddess. He advises him to accept his inevitable death, which is bestowed on him by the god of Evangelist. Césaire and Khan are shocked to see Leon in this state, and Khan calls him an idiot. The Evangelist tells them not to fret because they all will end up the same as Leon. He asks Leon if he is already dead, and after listening to him, he starts thinking about death while hanging up there. He wonders if he is dead without stopping malice or doing anything hero-like. Elcid speaks to him, but Leon cannot hear him. He tells him they will go together to the Titan mountain range. He believes that he can't fulfill his promise. He remembers the time when Roderick felt in his pledge because he is a person who fulfills any promise that he makes no matter what. Suddenly, Leon takes the sword from his chest and falls to the ground. He realizes he has no chance of winning, even if he, a hero, is destined to win. It is what his master always pushed him forward and taught him. So he decides to take him down and save everyone else's life. He abuses him and tells him that he will acknowledge his tenacity at the very least, as he is half dead. But still, he is holding on to his sword. He tells him to endure the attack he is going to give him. Roderick realizes he has no choice except for Leon, as he did very well and will help him only once. He is in front of him and tells him to look good as he is an excellent student. He decides to use his 7-star sword by using the Grand Chariot Merak, which is one of the 2-pointer stars of the Big Dipper. The Evangelist is amazed to see him behind his back. He wonders when he did come to the back of him. Suddenly, Leon cuts his head and beheaded him. While his head is lying on the floor, he asks him if he thinks that everything is over because he beheaded him. He asks him how dare he wound him once again, and informs him that something like that will regenerate in a second. Soon, he realizes that his part is not regenerating at this time. He smiles after knowing that he is still alive after he got beheaded and concludes that he is insulting. He questions if it is his sorry state from what he wanted. Because Dullahan goes around just fine without their heads, he thinks he should make him serve a Dullahan. He shouts after his irreverence and disrespect and threatens that not even his blood will wash away. Leon looks at his hand and realizes that his power is lacking because of the injury he got in his hand. Elcid informs him that his body cannot take any more attacks and asks if he is still willing to try again. Leon decides to attack him again, and Elcid tells him it will cost him a lot. He activates the Grand Chariot and chooses to use the Dub, the other one of the 2 pointers of the Big Dipper, along with the Merak. He once again attacks the Evangelist, who screams in pain and finds out that his body is not regenerating and the power of his sinful art is scattering. As he is dying, he decides to take them all with him. He orders them to die together with him. Leon, he already knew that something like that would happen, so he held back. He threatens them that he will blow him into pieces. Roderick instructs him not to miss a single moment because the true benefit of the Star Sword is in its links. He is already very immature in handling any of them correctly, but as long as he upholds the recoil of the technique onto the Holy Sword, it will at least become one of the ultimate moves. He again decides to use the Grand Chariot and activates the pointer cross of it. As he attacks him furiously, the Evangelist realizes that the self-destruct failed and the essence of life was destroyed too. He finds it hard to believe as he is being sucked in. He yells that he is not going to end it like this. But his screams can't save him, and he gets sucked into the ground by the ritual. After seeing him brought under the ground, Leon asks Elcid if it is, as it is very close. Elcid tells him he thinks it's settled for the small one after the essence was destroyed. They require only a few seconds and would have been sacrificed to the City Eater as well. Elcid appreciates him for his excellent work, and Leon starts screaming in pain as he has significant injuries. When Césaire sees him, he gets near him. Leon tries to speak, but he instructs him not to say and ensures him that he will treat him. He puts his hand on his injury and is happy he did not get late to treat him as his injury was very close. Leon tells him to take care of himself, too, as he is injured. Karen smiles at their win. She came and something after the flash it got disappeared, once she got to know that he was the one who defeated him. Khan is shocked to see this, asks them about the rituals that happened to him, and asks someone to explain the whole scenario. They stop the activation of the City Eater, and the ritual swallows up the evangelist, so they believe that he is 100% dead. Leon calls to His Excellency because he thinks he will pass out soon and decides to leave himself to him. Karen calls him her junior and thinks about what he is talking about, while Elcid appreciates him for his excellent work. He closes his eyes. He calls him by his name. Karen thinks that the place is about to collapse, to which Césaire agrees and tells them it is because the one who created the space is dead. Khan requests them to save their analysis for any later, and the main thing they should do right now is get out of it. Karen reminds them they must get Sir Conrad out of the place before leaving. He gets frustrated to know it. As the scene changes and Roderick explains his reasons for appearing there, he tells them that it was hazardous for Leon. He had to face a plot involving the engulfment of the whole city. He did not even use Aura Tangible and tells him they should have helped Leon. They all watched but had just been playing around since they were free. After listening to him, he asks what Leon will do after the Saintess, the hero, dead. So, they should prioritize the hero. He asks them to forget everything that happened because they successfully escaped it. Furthermore, he thinks those dangers are prevalent for a hero, which was a good experience for him. The penalty tells him their decision on which he was helpless because he thinks it can't be helped. He used it by force in a sealed state, after all. He laughs and tells them he will be fine without him because he thinks Leon will reach B ranks in a flash as long as he sticks to his training. He wonders if he can learn a minimum of 2 techniques of the Grand Chariot from what he showed him, because he is required to at least hold his sword on his own before they go to the Titan range. In the church room, Leon is lying on the bed. He opens his eyes as he wakes up. Looking around, he gets confused as he has no idea where he is. He forces his mind to remember what happened to him. He remembers some scenes from his battle with Evangelist and that he requested Césaire to take care of him after he passed out. He thinks he is lying in the recovery room of the guild, which is quite lavish for a C-ranker adventurer. His hands are all covered in bandages. He tries to talk to Elcid and asks him if he is there. Elcid appears and looks somehow different from his usual look. Leon also notices this fact. Suddenly, Elcid says to Leon to listen to his message carefully. If he is listening to the message, it means he must have become conscious. He congratulated him on his victory, but because he won because of him, he thinks he needs to congratulate him. Leon concludes that the sword is God's demonic sword. After leaving the jokes aside, he gets straight to the point and informs him that he will not be able to speak with him for a month. He tells him that, whether he is sad or not, it cannot be helped. He gets punished because he comes out forcefully, but the sword's power restrains his sentience. Leon asks him if he got punished for using his body, to which Elcid informs him that being astonishing costs a price, but Leon thinks that it does not have anything to do with him being calm. He tells him to learn to make his aura tangible by then because he demonstrated the Grand Chariot himself. He suggests he imitate it because he will do so for a month. At last, he advises him not to push himself until he is fully healed in case he doesn't want to be disabled. Leon realizes that he managed to make a decisive attack like that with the body of a C rank. He is impressed to think how amazing it was when Roderick performed it in the past. Elcid ends his message by telling him that he has to cover a hard road ahead of him to get his proper training so that he can't sweep in any event like the City Eater. Finally, he appreciates him because he was pretty good in his fight. So, he instructs him to train hard. Leon promises to make it his own and tells him to leave everything to him. After a while, the message was over, and he was informed that the message would self-destruct in 5 seconds. He realizes that the Grand Chariot is magnificent when Elcid controls his body in the scene he sees. His shared vision, after abandoning all the useless thoughts that were of no use, made his pupils as clear as glass, and they reflected a different world. He observes the flow of the atmosphere, the wavelengths of the vibrations, and the ability to see through the distortions in space. It is the pinnacle of vision that a person can reach, and the Grand Chariot is displayed using such aura and vision. Hence, he decides to learn it at any cost. He remembered that Elsid appreciated him, but thought it was not a bad feeling. On the other hand, it didn't feel all that great either. Someone knocks at the door. As he opens the door, Leon sees he is Césaire. He tells him that he came because he finds out he is awake. He asks him about the days since he passed out. According to His Excellency, the subjugation of Malice ended precisely 3 days ago as soon as the 5-person team escaped the labyrinth. The abomination ceased to exist along with the collapse of the labyrinth, so it must have been a sinful art linked to the labyrinth itself. He informs the causalities of 56 dead and 107 injured. The others who were injured only suffered light injuries. He concludes that there were too many casualties to celebrate their victory. In addition, Malice does not get their way like they always have. In that sense, it can be considered a victory, but he regrets that they were not able to save more lives, and in addition to that, he also investigated City Eater, which was indeed a gruesome art. He thanked Leon because he believed they could stop the incident because of him. But Leon refused to take the credit for him as he thought it all was possible because of him and everyone else. Césaire, while standing at the window, wonders. He thinks the result might have been different if Leon hadn't been there. After telling him, when he looks at him, he seems somehow shocked. Leon asks him if he knows his true identity. Césaire tells him that he is sure that he is the hero after the raid team is informed. Leon realizes that Césaire is suspicious from the beginning. Because he was a Holy Iron Chain Knights member and an elf, he has more experience than an average person. Leon realizes he is right, as he knows he won't be able to hide from him forever. Césaire tells him it is almost impossible to slash heretical art that easily, no matter how powerful the sun's aura is. In addition to that, he also noticed that he was still not capable of being a master. After listening to him, Leon feels ashamed and embarrassed, but Césaire tells him he is impressed with his bravery. Knowing he was not too experienced, he decided to jump into the danger. Lastly, the decisive clue was his swordsmanship in the final battle. Roderick, the most significant historical hero, developed the Sword of Seven Sins. He read about his achievements in a book, Grand Chariot, since Roderick's martial arts records have been lost for a long time. He concludes that there is only one possibility for why it has appeared. Leon smiles as if he cannot make any excuses for him. He asks His Excellency if he remembers the sword he used in the labyrinth. When he thinks about it, he realizes that the sword he is talking about disappeared before he knew it, so he couldn't take it back with them while they were escaping. Leon orders Elsid to show himself because he told him earlier he can still use the holy sword even while he's gone. Leon takes his sword out, and after looking at its power, Césaire immediately bows down in front of him. He feels ashamed of the goddess and apologizes to her. He requests the goddess to forgive him for the disrespect that he could not sense the Almighty's goddess' divine energy. Leon thinks that he should be saying sorry to him because he hid it. He asks Leon if he plans to hide his identity from the people. Because the holy sword has not been entirely unsealed, and he is still inexperienced, he decides to hide it from people. Moreover, he doesn't think he can shoulder the title of a hero right now. So when he can shoulder the title, he will reveal himself to the world. Césaire thinks Leon is a dignified hero because he is very humble, so he decides also to keep his secret. After a while, he asks Leon if he will allow him to reveal his secret to just one person. He asks him about the person he wants to reveal his secret to. He knows the succession ceremony is incomplete, but he is sure she will be invigorated. When she listens to the news, Leon thinks that revealing his secret to the Saintess would be fine, so he allows and leaves the decision to his discretion. He gets happy and thanks Leon. Suddenly, the door knocks. He gets a bit worried if someone hears the decision they are making. Césaire informs him the sound waves of the room are separated from the outside, so he doesn't need to worry because their discussion won't be leaked. Césaire allows the person knocking at the door to come inside. Karen comes inside the room. She tells him that he has been under observation for 3 days. Leon thinks about the air in the room that he feels. Karen thinks she made an unannounced visit, so she says she should leave and return at some point. He remembers discovering her true identity when they both were on a mission. She is, in fact, the assassin coffin keeper, one of the 3 evils of the slums, which Khan the Fong is also not aware of. At the raid, he told her he would shut his mouth and not tell anyone, but he felt the promise wasn't more than a verbal contract. The contract could break at any time. He is sure she wants a more precise answer, but her timing is terrible because the bishop is just sitting with him. Karen informs him not to think much, and it is alright because the bishop is already aware of everything as he finds himself the truth about her. Leon is shocked to hear it, and Bishop Cesare tells him the reason behind it is his aura. He further explains that since the sun and the moon resonate, his aura is highly sensitive to anything interfering with that connection. He asks about the chances 2 people with such a rare attribute of shadow would be together in one place because it would be even stranger. Leon thinks he has realized it when he leaps through space and asks if he will rebuke him because he hid Karen's identity. He asks if he thinks exposing them to the world is justice, or if giving them one chance to be righteous is fitting because assassins usually don't have anything like camaraderie. Apart from that, Miss Karen didn't do the end. She fought with all, even when she was bleeding. However, he can't forgive the crime she committed, but he is ready to put his trust in her as a comrade because her true nature is not of a cold-hearted assassin. Otherwise, such a decision would have been impossible to make. She sees both of them and thinks their moods are not good here. She wonders if she will be scot-free. She interrupts both of them and asks them if they have not booked her execution date or anything behind her back. Cesare asks her to tell both of them her story of becoming an assassin and acting in the shadows under the status of adventurer. She asks them about their thoughts on the most hated people in the world. According to her, the most despised people in the world are orphans, especially mixed blood ones. She explained her story to both of them. Her past is not a light story as she carries much weight on her. Apart from money for food, clothing, and shelter, she didn't even have her parents to protect her several levels below, even a disabled vagrant. He thinks that is, in a true sense, the bottom of the barrel. Someone saved her while living a difficult life in the slums, but it was very unfortunate for her. The hand of salvation had impure intentions for her from the beginning to the end. Karen tells them that though it is expected to take in orphans because no one truly cares if they die, they raise them to be assassins. It is worth it. Even 1 out of 100 is a hit. She was a mixture of human and dark life. The one who captured her did not know this. She awoke to her talents early and succeeded in countless assassination missions, earning the alias Coffin Keeper. While her hands became faster and more precise, the organization grew, and even her status grew until the one left above her was the organization's boss. She informs her that it didn't take 7 seconds for her to kill the boss. After killing the organization's boss, she single-handedly rose to the position of one of the slum's 3 powers. She became an assassin unwillingly to repeat unwanted murders. She did not want to live as a coffin keeper after purging the organization of trash. She freed the orphans who were captured like her. Because she is active as a coffin keeper and can no longer live an ordinary life, she slowly becomes an adventurer to create her own identity. So after telling them the whole story as her identity is revealed, she realizes that she would not even dare think she could run away from the Holy Church. She requests the Highness based on her accomplishments in the subjugation. She doesn't want to go to jail, so it would be fine for her to be sentenced to something like labor instead. Cesare calls Leon and starts looking at him. He realizes that he is expecting him to make the decision, but not to Leon, to the hero Leon. She didn't become an assassin because she wanted everything she showed him when facing malice. Her desire to live a new life doesn't look like she is lying. So, as a hero, he doesn't have the right to grant her forgiveness, but there is no need to brandish a sword against someone who is repenting her sins. He gives her 2 options, tells her she is free to choose any of them, and promises to respect her decision. She asks him why he decided for him and not His Excellency, as she couldn't understand what he was talking about. He realizes that he has just told His Excellency that he will not reveal his identity as the hero, and the only ones who know the hero are His Excellency and the Saintess, as planned. He wonders if it is okay for him to reveal his true identity as the hero to Karen. His Excellency passes a smile and asks him if it is okay for him, as it will be necessary for his future. Karen asks them what they are talking about. He shows his sword to her and asks her to pick one of 2 options. After that day, he recovered and left the guild. After a week, the battle against Malice began. While he is leaving the guild, he thanks the guild master for his hospitality. But according to him, it was somewhat lacking for someone who saved the city. He asks about their decision from a while ago and asks if he is okay. He is happy to meet a young man like him and requests him to let him know if he has a change of mind because he has a vast circle of acquaintances. So he knows many brands and will spread his name throughout the continent within 2 months. He thanked him for his offers and stepped forward to leave the guild. She stood behind a pillar and called him her junior. He replies to his senior. She looks at his hair and realizes that his hair is looking cleaner. She asks him as she thinks he has become manlier when she hasn't him. Furthermore, she asks him about his meeting with the guild master. He informs her about the meeting based on the reward for his subjugation. Since it was a lot different from her regular subjugations, she asked him what kind of reward he had, and he told her that it was something about raising his adventurer rank to A. Still, he refused, and in addition to that, the guild master said something about introducing him to the Lord, but he declined again. Karen, after knowing this, says he is an idiot. She holds her head and tells him he is an idiot, though he is a hero. He had a fortune and good luck handed to him, but he refused it. He tells her the reason for rejecting the offer was because of news of his accomplishments, which are spread throughout the continent. Because of that, his existence would be discovered by another malice group. He managed to fight against the sinful artist very hard as he borrowed the Holy Sword's power. In addition, he is still a long way from holding his own in terms of pure combat ability, so he becomes trained and skilled enough not to shame the Holy Sword. Karen realizes the reason for offering something like that to her. He earlier told her that he was the hero of the era chosen by the Holy Sword, and he asked her to have her as his comrade in the name of the sacred sword Elcid. She asks him to give her some time to think about that. He asks her if she has made her decision. Both of them went to an open place. She believes the place they went to should do so because, for elves, forests and trees are sacred entities on par with the goddess. She also has blood in her veins, although only partially. Leon's offer was like asking her to live proudly in the light instead of the darkness. She gets honest with him before accepting his offer as she clears him that she is not guilty about the blood she has stained her hands until now. Otherwise, she would not have survived this long if she had. As she was born at the bottom of the ditch, her deaths and suffering were good to her. She doesn't want any person like her to be there who is born without parents and is surviving without love and hopelessly learning skills. Those skills are used only for taking lives. She hopes that no more people will be left behind to live their lives as she did. She promises to her junior, Sir Hero, that if he grants her wish, she will dedicate her life to him. He remembered that Elcid once told him the definition and duty of a true hero who brings a better future. He decides to get a future where even one less person suffers like she has. As he promised this thing to her that day, the coffin keeper dies and Karen lives. He wonders what happened to Khan because he has not heard anything from him. He asks her if Khan has gone back to the slums. She asks him if he has not heard anything related to him and tells him that he ran away the day after the subjugation. He collected all his assets in the slums and fled the city. No one to date knows about the location where he went, and he was so fast that not a single of them could put a tail on him. This is because there was not enough time to put on him. Understandably, Khan would run away because half of the slums collapsed during the subjugation, and all of that was left was for them to be swept away. In addition, though, he participated in the subjugation, as long as there was a record of him having been involved with malice even for a second. He wouldn't be able to escape the punishment from the Holy Iron Chain Knights, so he might be sentenced to labor at least, or will spend time in prison for a few years. But still, Leon cannot believe that Khan ran away the day after. She tells him that people like him, who have a lot of things to lose, are sluggish with decisions like that, but he abandoned them all very quickly. Leon starts imagining some situations and suddenly wonders if he is imagining things when he will see him again. She gets up and asks him about his plans as she has not heard anything from him yet and is unaware of what he plans to do. She thinks that he should be moving more carefully. He informs her about his plan, which he has already decided, as he has been promoted to B rank. He was planning to go the Titan range. He remembers what Elcid told him. 100 days should be enough time for him to make his aura tangible. B ranks should be able to do something like that. He realizes he still has a lot of time until 100 days pass. The main problem is that Elsid is asleep right now. He smiles and looks at her. She realizes he is creeping her out. He is happy she isn't a rank rogue and a special class assassin, Karen. She has detection and searching skills and can use the environment to her advantage. In addition to that, she has mobility and a lot more things. He smiles and tells her he will be in her care for some time. He starts moving towards the church and tells her to go to the Excellency's church because they will need a vast space. She asks her to stop as she gets baffled and nervous. She wonders if he is doing this intentionally, even after knowing her personality. He realizes he has 3 weeks and 2 days until Elsid wakes up, as he can only face him when he learns to make his aura tangible. He must also try out the Grand Chariot, as he has just discovered the basic techniques, so he decides to do it all and tells Elsid to wait. In the Prima 13th district, the people thanked heaven because they at least had the food. The seller tells them that the credit for the food goes to the church and the bishop. He gives the lady one more as she also has a child and must have had it hard evacuating from the 23rd district. The lady thanked him. He gave the child the food and told him he had not brought it for himself. He tells them he would like to thank someone, so he instructs them to go to the church and pray to the goddess. Further, they would not be able to receive such goodwill if it weren't for the church. The people feel that the church is very different from the 23 district as it feels hot there. Suddenly, they start shouting. There is extreme noise in the church. On the other hand, Leon and Karen are practicing as he tries to attack her, but she blocks his attack with her dagger. It suddenly disappeared from there and came to behind his back. He saw the dagger in his eye and escaped the attack. She appreciates him as he has better footwork than expected and thinks he is better at being an assassin than a knight. She appreciated him as she noticed that his movements were the same as those of rangers, and his techniques were also standard, but still, he was very far from mastering them. She in 2 steps made an afterimage in just 2 steps, and he was surprised to know it. He realizes he must use his vision to catch up to that speed. Using his vision N, he learns that the left is a fake afterimage and the right is absolute. He attacks her. She is impressed by him as he sees through his vision. She hardly used her aura while testing him, but she was pretty serious. She decides to test him once again and activates her mirage. He realizes it was just an afterimage before and not a simple clone technique, which she is using now. Looking at her attack, she attacks Leon, who realizes her speed is slower than before. But the process disorients his eyes, which is the main problem. Because it creates issues of direction and distance, he gets confused between right and left, and the arm is bent or outstretched. Moreover, the muscles around his eyes are so busy that it feels like they will fade. She suddenly puts her dagger in the neck and stabs him, and it makes a 102nd win from a total of 102 matches. He surrendered in front of her and asked her if she was enjoying bullying her junior, who is not still a B rank. She tells him that she finds it fun and informs him about the aura activity, which is the same as physical strengthening, so it is useless for him for throw purposes. She further tells him he is no match for her when fighting in a completely open space. She taunts him because everything is in his favor, but he still can't beat him. Leon thinks that Karen's words are sharper than her knives. Because he did an excellent job during the malice subjugation, he felt he had become a little stronger than before. He realizes that the difference between Karen and him is still huge, but it is not like she is going all against him. He smiles and asks about her thoughts on his performance. She tells him that his performance was okay. He is surprised to hear this. Suddenly, she laughs and appreciates him as he did very well. Because he saw her afterimages, it means a first-class assassin would have a tough time against him. So, she tells him that he is more skilled than most of the B ranks. He asks her even if he can't make his aura tangible. She tells him that she believes that aura's weapons are potent, but it is of no means if they don't hit, and hitting him with his eyes and footwork will be hard. Tangible aura can tear through the steel and destroy the boulders, but they cannot chase after the opponent or defeat them alone. So as a result, most of the assassins fall behind adventures of the same level. But because of the techniques they can throw their opponents off guard, and due to this, they can win. They also use methods to win by any means necessary, and all this is concluded as a form of victory. She tells him that the Coffin Keeper eliminated her targets in that way and further summarizes his pros and cons. She agrees that he has solid fundamentals, In addition to that, he also has good eyes, and because of that, he doesn't fall for tricks, but it is all because he doesn't get tricked. But he doesn't have a knack for tricking his enemy. Long story short, he will have difficulty getting his momentum back once he loses it. He starts thinking about what she says about tricking his enemy. She holds him by his neck and laughs, telling him not to believe that hard because ploys are to make up for the difference in skills, and it is just the preparation to set up the base of the counterattacks. She doesn't know who taught him, but thinks he must have been an incomprehensible genius or an absurd monster. He feels ashamed, as the one who taught him he was Elcid. She concludes that he needs more creative attacks and movements and instructs him not to imitate him. He tries his best to increase the number of cards up his sleeves. He realizes that she is right because it would be a different story if he had a trump card that ensured his victory, but because he doesn't have it, he needs to increase the number of cards he has and empower them. Suddenly, he sees the hand of the coffin keeper on his shoulder and gets a bit scared. He asks him to go because that day's training is over. Karen smiles and instructs him not to think a lot about that and asks him to go so they can get the tangible aura, the aura weapon. She asks him about the last thing they talked about. He informs her that they just spoke about the relationship between aura attributes and methods of training. So she continues from that and informs him about the aura, which is the power made by the purification through the user's body. In short, she tells him that aura is the nature of the user because it is the basis of the subject's life experience, mind, and so on. So, in a given situation, some people who decide to fight will hide, and the remaining ones will run away. As a result, it cannot be concluded that he can discriminate between the evil and the good based on attributes. Even if someone seeks justice, they will become self-righteous if they stray from that path. She tells him the meaning of training the aura, which means improving the purity and strength of nature. She tries to make him understand by giving him the example of the training method for a fire attribute aura. It could be fighting something and also breaking something or exploiting themselves. Most of the actions of the fire aura result in purification, but he thinks it is terrifying. She further explained to him that the difficulty of the training depends on his attributes. So, missions are their training for a shadow attribute like him. Because the sun is the attribute that symbolizes the goddess, it manifests for the greatest warriors throughout generations. She asks him about his opinion of nature. Whenever he sees the sun, he thinks about it and realizes it lights the world. With it, non-stopping light removes the obscure darkness. But suddenly, he realizes it is bright while thinking about it. Karen comes to know that it seems he thought of something. He tells her what he is thinking because he is unsure if he has been influenced by the spar recently, but the aura inside his body is hot, bubbling and flowing through him. Magma is flowing underneath the plates. He can feel that focusing is at his fingertips if he attempts to flow slightly with his fingertips. He gathered it all in his body and felt like he would be burnt by it at any time. He holds his hand because if it is the sun, he is sure it would be a photosphere. But he thinks that a photosphere is not enough to use it as an aura weapon. But still, for him to do all of that in such a short period. He realizes this and screams while holding his hand. Karen asks him if he is okay. He remembers that he borrowed Elcid's power when unaware of how high a stage tangible aura is. She appreciates him because the elemental tangible aura controls the aura, which he does perfectly inside his body, the same way when it flows out. He could emit the light, which was also for a short period, just a few seconds. He was able to maintain it, which was close to an aura weapon, so if he made it more significant and more stable, it would be complete, which would be more critical and more stable. She speaks from her experience. She tells him to think of his aura, which flows like his arteries. He is trying to pull them from his body because the aura weapons consume much power, so stable circulation is essential. Suddenly, Cesare enters the door and tells them that using a one-off image as a baseline is a big gamble. Despite producing a solid force, they can't be used for the long term, just like fire aura weapons like explosions and eruptions. He hangs his overdress on a hanger. It looks like he has returned after finishing his patrolling. He informs them that he got a request some time ago for restoring the facility that both were destroyed. He talks about the compensation for the fee and asks them if he is allowed to discuss an important matter. He takes out the message of the Saintess and informs him that he has brought her message. Leon is surprised to know that the Saintess has sent them a message. He thinks that the succession ceremony is on its way. The saintess has received 10 bishops, equal to divine energy by itself. But even if she has achieved the master rank, she should not be able to suppress it and should explode. At the same time, she has also surpassed the previous capacity of saintesses' generation. He tells them about the 8th generation saintess, Elihan, the strongest saintess who will support the soldiers who are now born. He tells them what happened 300 years ago with the great hero, the previous King Roderick, and the first saintess. They both realize their powerlessness on the journey, so she prays behind the soldier. She does not stop pleading to obtain the power of someone through goodwill, and the clergyman needs to take from her the power to eliminate evil. The divine Iron Lock was the one who founded the will of the previous generation, so they built one of the strongest squadrons on the continent ever. In addition, the strongest saintess becomes the vice commander through the name of the goddess, because that position is already reserved for that soldier, and with it in mind, she has a very blessed journey. Elihan can fight with that person because it is what the saintess wishes for their whole life. He tells her that it is her last test and instructs her to prepare for the battle. She picks up her weapon. The people were surprised to see the most vital battle gear, the excellent mace. They show her the world's most vital sword marks left by the previous king, Roderick, who made the mark with only his one hit. Moreover, the marks on the cliff face are those the previous saintess left behind during their succession ceremonies. He tells her that it is the turn of her. She has already heard of Leon's performance, but there are still 6 months left before the day of the oracle. But he has been very active while she just became a saintess, and she is humiliated. She compliments him, saying that he is fearless and a manly person. She calls him Sir Warrior and expresses her desire to be a saintess worthy of him. She moved forward and thoroughly attacked the cliff. They all were impressed after looking at her. She wrote that she pleaded to him that he would heartily accept her, a lowly person. While reading her letter, César tells them that she has written that she is the one who has inherited the name of the Holy Iron Chain. She will give her life to him, and lastly, she wrote that she would do her best to meet him as soon as possible. Leon realizes that his neck feels cold. It's like he has a feeling that trouble is coming. He asks him about the saintess, on which His Excellency tells him that she is the one who has received the highest devotion and qualification, so he is sure that she will be a great help to him. Leon finds it good news because the saintess has been the warrior's companion for generations. So, he realizes he has to be more skilled to avoid shame in front of her. He thinks that because he has grasped a lead on the aura weapon, the thing left is the image. He asks His Excellency if he is right that his attribute is the moon, and he asks him to answer if he is not asking him too much. He asks him about the image he used to complete his aura weapon. She tells him that asking such a question from an aura user is not permissible because he is asking him to tell us about his weakness. César smiles and agrees with what Karen just said right now, but he tells them about the image he uses as he used Moon State as his image. When he has to use a small amount of power, it is a crescent moon. He uses a half moon when he has to use a lot, and when he wants to go all out, he uses a full moon. In addition to that, he also uses transformers like a new moon and a lunar eclipse. Leon realizes that he uses the 5 stages of the moon. Karen wonders if he trusts her and Leon too much, so he reveals to them. He realizes that César uses the 5 stages of the moon, but unlike the moon, the sun doesn't change its state. As a result, he cannot construct an image like His Excellency. But to cover the sun is possible if he understands the eclipse as an image of amassing power. He realizes the sun is continuously burning very bright if he finds out the problem regarding the coexistence of its continuous nature. He admits that Leon had a breakthrough, and he agrees. He instantly asks him for a fight so he can engrave it in his mind more clearly. He holds his sword and gets ready to start. He finds his expression very good and asks him to show what he figured out. He decides to try the aura categorization. He attacks him with his flail and dodges his attack, but he feels it is not the right feeling. Although he tries to use it actively, it is still challenging. However, he is training by reacting to His Excellency's attack. He makes his attacks from the steel chain, which is an area weapon, so even if it brushes him, it will injure him severely by ripping his skin off. He realizes he can't keep dodging and evading, so he reads its trajectory and looks for an opening. He uses a weapon like a steel chain, which requires maintaining the distance. He decides to dodge the distance because, in this way, he can block half the technique, As he is about to dodge the technique, Cesare gets him in his chain and asks if Sir Warrior can dodge the attack. Leon wonders if it is possible, but then he realizes that he has to do it to reproduce the 7-star sword, which is the sword of the eclipse. His first goal is Marak's 2nd star in the Grand Chariot constellation. He must manifest it with his own will rather than manifest it subconsciously. So he decides first to compress the aura, then cover his blade with and contain it. Because the method involved in the realizing of it was blocked, so, with the solution to that, the materialization of the aura is the sword of the eclipse. He uses his sword of the eclipse and breaks the steel chain. He is shocked to see him. Leon tells him that his technique still needs to be completed because he is still very far from achieving the 7 stars of the sword, which has been a method for some time. It is a workaround to use the incomplete technique, but he is happy because he made a trump card that he can use against his opponents. He apologizes when Cesare appreciates him and thinks that it is something he treasures. Karen interrupts them and tells him that a guest has come to meet Leon. The guest shows her face. He turns around his face and finds that it is Rise who came to meet him. While they both are having their first meeting outside the guild, she asks him if he is better now, and he thanks her for her concern. Because she was apprehensive about him, she decided to give him a potion. In addition to that, she also brought the Lord's reward for him. She shows him and informs him about the bracelet with interdimensional magic that the Lord sent for him, and because it doesn't hold a large amount, she believes it will be helpful for him. Karen is impressed to see the interdimensional magic because it is a kind of object that costs hundreds of gold. She thinks the design would have increased its value by 1,000 gold if it had been better. Rise expected the same from her because she believes Karen knows these things. Karen shows them her earrings of the same type. They can hold a bit of magic, so she uses them instead of a small bag for daggers. Leon wondered where her daggers came from, so he found his answer. He put the bracelet on his arm, storing the potion in it. He thinks it is excellent magic equipment and concludes that Count Blaine might be more generous than he thought because he gave that valuable thing to him. Rise tells them the second reason why she came to meet Leon is his promotion to B rank, because, at the time, he had everything he needed to get his promotion. She asks him to show his aura weapon to her so that after watching it, she can give him the B rank badge. He remembers Elcid and wonders if he will be promoted to a B rank before the 100 days are over. He feels it is a shame because Elcid won't see it. He shows her his aura weapon. She confirms the aura weapon of him and hands over him the symbol of the B rank. While holding the B rank badge, he realizes that he could never have dreamed of becoming a B rank adventurer while he was in the academy. Karen and Cesare both congratulate him on his promotion. Rise tells her his request is the last reason for her coming to meet Sir Leon. He gets confused when listening to her and asks her about the request. She reminds him he asked for a top escort mission to go up to the Titan mountain range. With a simple detour through Blaine, they will leave when they complete their supplies. Because it was a request made by Sir Leon, she tried her best to give him a spot. Karen gets angry when she hears about a single place. He clears her that he didn't know he was going to travel with her at that time. After all the decisions, they concluded that he would receive His Excellency's help because he had the authority and a network. Rise says she would be in contact throughout, which is excellent. They both continued the training until the merchants contacted Leon. Leon learns that her speed is more dangerous than her dagger skills because her speed is unbelievable. While they are fighting to get the training, she thinks his sight is a scam and realizes he can't rely on his eyesight. From the very start, the training was meant to strengthen the weaknesses in his vision. For that purpose, he must know how to use aura sense to use his eclipse more proficiently. He starts focusing on the change in the wind as she is about to attack him. While he feels the shaking of the earth when he steps forward, he starts feeling it and attacks her, and she falls to the ground. She appreciated him as she did not expect him to sense so quickly. He gives all the credit for that to Karen and thanks her because he believes it is all because of her. She punches him because she feels he is getting arrogant. He realizes that if he continues to ingrain the feeling in his body, he can become much more substantial. Suddenly, Cesare appears there and congratulates him, saying he has unlocked another incredible growth. He informs them that he has news for them and has received a meeting with the merchants in the afternoon. Because the place where they are staying is not far from their place, he thinks that they should meet them in person so things will turn out well. He took them to that place. They found it without difficulty. He asked his senior Karen if they should go. He asks them if both of them are from the guild. Leon introduces himself and tells him that he is a B-rank adventurer. He also presents himself as he is Arnold from the Storm Merchant. While telling him that they are a small merchant, he takes his hand forward as they will be in his care. He shakes his hand with him and agrees to take care of them. While shaking his hand, he realizes that the hands of the swordsman are different from those of someone who has held a pen for a long time. He admits that he has lived more diligently than him in his time using his sword. Sir Arnold tells him that he has some gallant hands as they both shake hands, and he puts all his trust in him as he will be taking care of him. The three of them are sitting and discussing. Sir Arnold tells him he needs another chair, but because of his low budget, he is unsure if he could hire more escorts. Leon asks him about the destination of the peak of the Titan mountain range. He agrees and tells him that he is saying true. Leon tells him about the dangers of that route. He asks how reassured and secure he would feel on that dangerous road if he had an A-rank adventurer as an escort. He tells him that though he will feel reassured, hiring them will cost a lot. Because if he adds the proficiency pay, he still doesn't know if the A-rank adventurer would want to escort a merchant, which is very small. Karen shows him her badge as she gets a bit late introducing herself. She introduces herself as Karen, an A-rank adventurer. He realizes he needs a discerning eye but cannot recognize her, which means he still lacks something. She requests him not to worry about the money because she is following Leon so he can pay the exact amount he is spending as a B-rank adventurer. He stamped the agreement papers and apologized to her because his finances were not flexible, further for relying on her to understand her. He assured her to treat her like an A-rank adventurer the next time. She finds it okay because she thinks she is the one who is interfering, but he gives her the surety. He will provide them with the most comfortable carriage and cover the consumables. As they return, Leon wonders if it is okay for them to receive such a treatment. She tells him that it is understandable because she is an A-rank adventurer. He again asks her if she is sure it is okay for them. She looks at him and tells him the reason, which is that Arnold is giving them special treatment. It is because he has hired an A-rank at such a cheap price. He comes to see a mercenary standing there. She asks him if it is his first time seeing a mercenary, to which he tells her that he had seen one from afar, but never up close because when he was performing the subjugation, were the mission areas not the same, so he didn't run into them. He concludes that they all look solid, but with the stare they are giving him, he feels they don't mean well. She tells him that the mercenaries don't find it good to see adventurers, so they must keep their distance. Leon looks at the city, standing up. He realizes it is time to bid farewell to the town. He wonders if he will ever return to the city of Blaine and leaves the cage called the Academy. In the town of Blaine, he meets many new people like Rise, Khan, and Césaire. So, he concludes that it will be tough for him to forget the city even if he forgets all the other cities. However, he wanted to leave the town when Elsid woke up, but he started waiting, and then there was a chance for him to miss the deal. He was unsure when he would find another chance because a trip to the Titan Mountain is rare. The most important thing is that he can't just depend on Elsid, though he has no other choice except to get help from Elsid at the end of the subjugation battle. Even if he doesn't have Elsid, moving defensively does not suit a warrior. As the scene changes, Césaire are with each other to bid him farewell. He prays to the goddess to protect them on their journey as she protects everyone, like the sun during the day and the moon at night. Leon thanked His Excellency for everything he did. He smiled and told him that he should be the one thanking him because it would have been impossible to stop the City Eaters if the relationship between them had not happened. He thinks it can be called guidance from the goddess, so he presents something to him. He shows him the divine item with the sacred magic and informs him about it, as the magic spell can be used for recovery, so he can use it to bring out the holy sword in a challenging situation. Leon takes the divine item from him and thanks him. He wears it and realizes it is essential as Elsid sleeps. Césaire tells him the hidden function of the divine item. If he shows the necklace to the Holy Order commander, he will be able to mobilize the nearby Holy Iron Chain Knights. He is shocked to hear about the Sacred Iron Chain Knights. He requests him to use it very carefully. Moreover, if the person who is not the owner of the necklace uses it, they can only use it once. Leon thanked him for giving him such a precious thing. He holds the necklace and realizes that the authority to mobilize the Holy Iron Chain Knights can be used a single time. But still, he thinks that it is beneficial for him. The following day, Sir Arnold appears as the merchantry starts moving and says good morning to them. He brings them breakfast and asks them if they have finished the preparations. Leon tells him not to worry much when he sees meat on the breakfast table. He starts eating and gets full because there is too much. Karen judges him and thinks that it is his first time like this because, looking at his face, it seems like he is very uncomfortable. Moreover, he needs to figure out what he should do. He tells her this is because she wonders if it might cause trouble. Leon also thinks that it might cause some trouble. Karen tells Leon that she thinks some of the people will cause problems. They both sit inside a carriage going into the village. Leon tells her that the carriage is faster than he expected, which she informs him about. She tells him the carriage is quick because it is a magic carriage with 2 horses pulling it. He is surprised to learn about the magic carriage. She informs him that weight minimizing is the most practical and frequently used magic. In addition, it is inexpensive and long-lasting. Though it is beneficial, it is not very helpful either. Shock absorbance is weak. They both will remove the magic in the rough places in the Titan mountain range, saving as much time as possible. Their carriage stops at a particular place because they are staying at camp. After all, the area gets dark quickly. Leon asks him if they need to go out, but she is pretty sleepy and also not hungry, so she decides to sleep while allowing him to help himself. She tells him that if something goes wrong, he can call her. The people are making food there, and a man feeds the horse. When Leon sees them, he thinks the people must start preparing to prevent the food from affecting the camp. When he sees the group moving as a whole, like a single body, he concludes that they have worked together for a long time. He saw 3 people standing in front of him. He already knew those people because they approached him when he was alone. He asks them if they need something, and when the man listens to him, he laughs and taunts him, saying he is talking like his servant. He tells him that he is thinking this, and he will also hear this. Hansen asks him if the reason for acting like this is just because he is on a rank. He tells him that he is as immature as he looks. Leon tells him that he is not acting high or mighty and is coming at him while he is himself. He informs him that he is getting jealous because he got cast aside by a younger boy with more skills and experience than him. Hansen abuses Leon while they are about to pick a fight. Suddenly, they all hear the voice of the senior Karen. She interrupts between them and asks them to stop arguing, as they are claiming when they are all grown up into men. He tells Hansen that if he cannot trust Leon's abilities, he will show them to him. All the people get shocked and wonder if she is serious. She asks them if they think she will support his side and interfere in deciding who wins. Hansen tells her he is ready to fight Leon if she stays neutral. Karen turns around and asks Leon if he has any issues with having a match with Hansen. He informs her that he has no problem and is ready to fight. He realizes that things are going the same way Karen told him. He remembers that she told him that if mercenaries have misconceptions about him, he can destroy their heads with his powers. He realizes that skill is everything in a place like this. He sees his hand and wonders what Elsid will say now. Elsid tells him not to think about it. He believes that he will not lose again to B-rank veteran mercenaries. He realizes that conflict between adventurers and mercenaries has been an old problem because the guild has separated their jobs. Because of that, they always hated seeing a rookie B rank with a pretty A rank. Leon smiles and thinks that he understands them very well. Karen is taking bets from everyone as only 10 seconds are left. One person takes a bet of 5 silver on Hansen, and another places a bet of 3 silver on the mercenary. Some other person decides to go with the adventurer and places a bet on him. Karen says that if they are men, they must go all in. Leon sees Karen, the beauty currently running bets. Karen goes to the merchant and asks him for the bet. She wonders if the merchant will place a bet on a B-rank mercenary against a B-rank adventurer. She asks him what he thinks about who will win the battle for pride. The merchant goes near her and whispers something in her ear. Leon looks at him as he is whispering something in her ear. He thinks it is obvious and cannot understand the reason for his whispering because it is so clear, as there is the announcement of the beginning of the match. The adventurer Leon versus the representative of the mercenary group Hansen, the Iron Toenail. Karen informs both of them about the game's rules and that they are not allowed to target each other directly using aura weapons. In addition, they are also allowed to use weapons that they have not informed her beforehand, and they cannot use scrolls or dark energy. The most important thing she tells them is that they both have to follow her instructions. There is no time limit, but they cannot leave the area. It is an instant loss when they harm any person in the audience. She asks them if they got what she told them or not. Leon tells her that he understands everything that she tells them. Hansen also tells her that he got her point too. As the fight begins, Hansen starts using a spear and a shield. Leon, when he sees him using a shield ray, realizes that a B rank like him using a shield is rare. Even for C ranks, it is rare. He further notices the silver peeking through the scratches on the shield and concludes that the shield he is using is different. Hansen tells him that the shield is small but alloy steel made with mithril, as he got the shield as a reward. He further tells him that a few years back, he saved a dwarf, and he, in return, gifted that shield to him. Leon asks him if he has no problem telling this to him. He said it was okay because he would automatically learn about its extraordinary traits once he hit the shield. He kind of taunts Leon that behind telling him about the shield, there is a reason, too, that he did not want to do anything underhanded to the child. Leon realizes that Hansen is underestimating him and looking down on him, so he decides to make him regret it. As the fight begins, Leon attacks him with full power. Hansen cannot believe it because the attack is so destructive. A one-handed spearmanship centered on diversions and counter-attacking with a mithril alloy shield. Hansen activates his combat style focused on absolute defense, while Leon is severely injured when he attacks. He feels covered in porcupine spikes. He thinks he could slice that shield using an eclipse, but he is still determining whether he could slice just his shield. He realizes things will go how they are, and he can't help but decide to use it. All the spectators wonder if he has lowered his stance. Even Karen starts wondering about that. Leon kicks Hansen as he grabs his sword. Hansen realizes he is not a traditional swordsman, and Karen realizes his movements are those of an assassin. Leon starts attacking Hansen, but he falls to the ground and accepts his defeat. Soon, it is announced that the match has ended, and Leon, the B-rank adventurer, has won. All the spectators who bet on him are depressed and extremely sad. Leon looks at his senior Karen and realizes that the technique he learned from her is pretty proper. He also thinks Elsid would have joked about him pretending to be an assassin if he could have seen it. However, because he has learned a lot of techniques, it is suitable for him because he can use any of them when needed. He wonders that apart from Roderick, no one else could use standard tactics to win against everyone. One of the B-rank veteran soldiers decides to go and fight with him. Their leader, Gustav, suddenly appears there and tells his group they are all against marching for Leon. As leader, Gustav has seen the whole match himself, so he doesn't think anyone from his group can win over Leon. Leon, when he sees Gustav, wonders if he is the leader of the mercenary group Iron Toenail. Gustav bows before him and apologizes because he realizes Leon's skills can give him a B rank. He apologizes for their misjudgment and for not acting as they should have. He also thinks it is their fault that they created an unnecessary fuss. He starts crying as he tells him they are just upset that they are also B rank when they have grown old, and Leon is also a B rank at his young age. The most important thing they are jealous of is that all four men rode in the same carriage, whereas he alone rode with a beauty like Karen, so he asked for forgiveness as he being so petty. Leon smiled, moved his hand forward, and offered to get along from now. All three other group members are surprised, and one wonders if it is the liberty of being strong. Gustav shakes his hand with Leon, tells him he is indebted to him, and ensures he will redeem himself for this one day. Leon tells him they must go so far that he does not need to think he is indebted. Gustav puts his arm on Leon's shoulder and happily says that being devoted to a fellow man is more important than one's life. In addition, he tells him that he will pay him back if he does not accept, and they decide to have a drink together. As night occurs, they all have their drink. The following day, Leon is lying in the carriage and feeling unwell. Karen asks him if people will believe that after he got drunk, he became unwell. People will think it is funny when they know that his condition is just because of a drink. A few days later, after reconciling with the mercenaries, the merchant environment improved significantly. He tells Leon that he learned that they earned a bit of profit, but he learned from Hansen, a mercenary from the north, how to go up against a mountain orc. The place where they headed could lead them to a fight with the mountain orcs at any time, so in that case, he needed information. He tells Leon that apart from Hansen, every mercenary he met boasted about their strategies and attacks against monsters. After listening to him, Leon thanked him for his answers. Because of them, he learned a lot from them. He appreciated him. After all, he asked him tricky questions but managed to answer them well. He asks Leon if he is allowed to ask him a question and asks him about his relationship with Karen. As Karen sleeps and snores, they ask Leon about his relationship with Karen. He asks them if they are asking him about their relationship and why they are asking him so suddenly. One of them asks him why he is hiding his relationship from them. Because for them, it is evident that when a man and a woman alone ride in a carriage, they have some relationship. Leon tells them there is no relationship between them, and they think they are wrong. A man standing under the tree says that he has noticed that Leon and Karen have the same movements, so it can be said that they have intimate relationships as senior and junior. Because of their similar movements, it can be said that they don't respect each other, and there is no hierarchy between them. Leon remembers his name and thinks his name is Hamel. He recalled that before Hamel's classes changed, he was a ranger. Because of that, his observation skills were excellent. Hamel found similarities in their movements in one go. Leon informs them that they are not in that relationship but have become close after doing a mission together. They ask him if he means they have not yet become that close. He tells them that it is not what they are thinking. Meanwhile, Karen wakes up and listens to all the talk going on outside between them while Leon is wandering around. He realizes it is not enough to have a rank on the mission, but to be in a relationship with the B-rank rookie riding the same carriage. He concludes that he doesn't care who sees them because he is a pimp. He realizes that the people will misunderstand him because he is hiding behind a girl and getting carried for the mission. He comes up with an idea and thinks it is the only way. He can't act lazy because he has no time left. He tells Gustav that after the time in the carriage, the time left is only when he eats and goes camping, so he wants to use that time efficiently. As the scene changes, blood from Leon's mouth drips on the ground as he tries to block Gustav's attack. The people are surprised to see both of them and wonder if Leon is unique because he is not scared and requests the leader to spar with him. Gustav concludes Leon is strong when he thinks he could receive his attack head-on. Leon tells him that he barely received it because he broke it. He asks him about his opinion on how many people can block his attack the way he blocked. Gustav tells him he did not know he would block his attack instead of dodging it. Even if that was not one of his techniques, he used all his strength to resist the attack. Leon sits on the ground, regretting that he has used all of his power. Gustav starts laughing and concludes that he likes him more day by day because the more he stays with him, the more he gets to know and starts liking him. Leon is fighting power against power and speed against speed, as it is a foolish thing possible when sparring. He thinks that if it had been an actual battle, he would have been too late defending himself and dead by now. He thanked Gustav for listening to his request and accepting it. It proved a good learning experience for him as he is an opponent who is very hard to win a match out of 10. It can also be said that he is a high-ranking B rank or a low-ranking A rank. Gustav enjoys fighting with a skilled person like Leon, as it helps him improve himself significantly. He tells him that he will spare his time anytime and that there is no need to worry for him. Then he realizes that he won't be able to fight and the time again because they are all going to the forest. When they will create loud noises in the forest, it will annoy people that will mob them. Leon asks him how long it would take them to leave the forest. He informs him that if nothing goes wrong, it will take at least 4 and a maximum of 5 days. Leon asks him if they might be able to fight with the monster in the forest, and Gustav tells him they will have a chance, but he still determines whether the monsters will attack a merchant of this size. The forest they are about to enter has a mid-danger level, because if there are mid-class monsters, they will ambush them. When Leon listens to him, he thinks about what Gustav means by asking if there are mid-class monsters. Gustav explains that there are primarily trolls in that area as he talks about the adult troll size, which isn't 4 to 5 meters tall. Their bodies are also agile compared to other species. Apart from that, some trolls can skillfully climb trees, unlike their looks and bellies. Leon is shocked to know that the trolls can climb the trees. However, Gustav's shock is not new because people who have not seen it mostly don't believe that trolls can climb trees. He tells him that the trolls that live in the forest are usually anthropoids. Leon already has some knowledge of trolls, but all Gustav told him was new information. He further tells Leon that trolls attack in groups instead of alone. In addition, they use goblins and orcs as subordinates. He thinks that information about trolls would be challenging to obtain and cannot be taught at the academy. He is happy he could come there because his visit proved helpful. One of the men from the merchants announces that the merchant will head towards the forest. He tells those escorting them to ensure they perform their intended roles. Leon gets excited as they finally leave the monotonous plains and head toward the forest inhabited by monsters. He decides to focus. When Karen listens, she asks him if it is the time to work. He gets ready to defend himself. He tells her they don't know when and where the monster will attack them as they head into the forest, so they should be prepared for that. Karen smiles and tells her junior they are just entering the forest, so nothing will happen. The monsters will attack them tomorrow at dawn or during the day. She lays in the carriage and asks him to do some rest. He also has some injuries and is dealing with the aftereffects from the spar with leader Gustav, so he decides to get some rest, so that he can get back to perfect condition before fighting with the monsters. As the merchant moves forward, Hamel suddenly listens to some sound and immediately releases his arrow into the sky upwards. Suddenly, they all see lots of trolls. Karen tells Leon it is time for them to go, as it is an ambush. Hamel uses his aura arrow to kill the trolls, on which the leader, Gustav, appreciates him and tells his fellow members about their turn. They all went into the ground to attack and kill monsters, as they were all attacking them and making them kill with their swords. Leon realizes it is different from wicked subjugation because he had to defeat all his enemies with only his talent before that. They all need to fight together, but it is a different fighting strategy. Leader Gustav sees Leon and asks him if it is his first time fighting like this. He tells him it is his first time. Leader Gustav shouts and tells Leon that a goblin is on his right side. Immediately, Leon attacks the monster with his sword and kills him. He starts attacking many of them. After killing them, he realizes that the feeling is somehow different, as he remembers that he fought goblins with Elcid while training in the forest. He realizes that compared to that time, he now easily slices them all. It means he has grown up in his power and experience, too. One of the men from the group asks them to take care of the top of the trees. In addition to that, he also instructs them to protect the battle line. He informs the captain that they have killed the ones at the rear, so they decide to return to work and destroy the remaining ones. Leon appreciates their fantastic teamwork, which he finds incredible, but thinks that, as he is about to say something, leader Gustav suddenly shoots and kills the goblins. Leon sees the leader Gustav's long sword and is impressed that he can swing his sword so naturally inside the forest. He also decides to attack the goblins. Suddenly, he bumps into the other member. He apologized, but that person abused him for his bumping and asked him to be careful. Leon accidentally starts continuously interrupting his colleagues as he tries to kill the goblins, but he unintentionally disturbs the other fellows. He apologizes to them repeatedly for every mistake, so he sits down and realizes he will get in the way if he keeps fighting. He realizes he must learn to maintain a safe distance from his fellows, pay attention, and maintain his aura sense. He decides to have some focus so he cannot get in the way of other people. He needs a chance to fight the goblins while maintaining his distance. As he starts killing the goblins, the one who abused him earlier for bumping into him apologizes to him. Leon wholeheartedly forgives him. When Karen sees this, she realizes that Leon has grown up. After some time, leader Gustav realizes they seem to have killed all the goblins and asks all of them if those goblins have injured no one. The leader instructs the rest, except the recon teams, to return to their carriages. He informs them they will rely on the recon team for some time. He also asks Leon if he can stay for some more time. He tells him that he has a job for him, as there is something that he can do for them. Leon asks him what he is trying to do and what kind of job he is doing, so he tells him he must do a troll hunt. While putting her arm on his shoulder, Karen tells him it looks like the escort group wants him to catch a troll. The leader informs him that they have already discussed it and got permission from the head merchant. However, there is a difference in the case of trolls, as they behave differently based on the weak and the strong. He tells Karen that if the trolls attack her and show their strength to her, who is a rank, They will run by knowing about her powers and will not even look back at her. Karen asks him if he means that she should not do anything. The leader tells her that he has just suggested it, and it is just a suggestion. She can give up on the trolls if she doesn't want to, but Karen asks Leon what he wants to do. When Leon listens to her, he asks why she is asking such a question after listening to him. She tells him he has never gained up against one because it is a troll. She asks him what he thinks about using the chance to fight against one of them. She informs him about trolls, which mainly inhabit swamps and are monsters that rule the environments with their regenerative power and brute force. She further tells him that the trolls in those adventure stories differ from the monsters outside. Leon realizes he will get a good experience from fighting with one of the trolls. The sword's purification also doesn't work when fighting fragile humans with the star sword, but it will work against monsters with unique abilities instead. So he decides to fight with trolls, and Karen is happy to hear his decision as she already knows he will. She is glad she is being treated as the backup option during the trip, as she finds it good to hear that she doesn't have to fight. But she also gives one condition. She turns around and tells the leader that her only condition is that they have to give Leon a chance to fight on one to fight with a troll. Leon is surprised to know that he will be fighting with a troll. Karen offers the leader Gustav the idea that she will join him on the troll hunt mission only if he agrees to the condition she told him earlier. In addition, if Leon can kill the troll, she asks him to let him pay for it. The leader, Gustav, agrees because he has already spoken to the merchant and given permission as the merchantary is on its way into the forest. As it was their fourth day in the forest, goblins attacked them on the first and second days. After that, there were noses and kobolds. He is sitting confused because he is unsure what kind of monsters will attack them next. Moreover, the patterns of the monsters that attack them are also not normal because they are fearless. Because of the monsters' attacks, they have not reached even half of the forest because they attack them so frequently at night and during the day. He wonders if the trolls have ordered the monsters to attack them because all the forest's monsters are after them. Those monsters who attacked them recently were not intense, as their attack power was not too threatening. According to Karen, the best thing is to kill the one controlling all the attacks and hiding behind the monsters. Leon asks her if there is the possibility that monsters will not come after them after killing the one behind all the mess. Karen is about to tell Leon this is possible, but suddenly, he sees a boulder from the sky. She becomes stunned. Leon asks her what happened to her, and she suddenly becomes shocked. All the people are in shock as they don't know what is happening around them because the boulder suddenly starts falling on the ground. A person from their group died immediately because of the boulder. The previous monster's attacks were not threatening, and no people were killed in the last attacks. In the boulder attack, 3 of the people died on the spot, and only the eye patch can do this type of thing. Karen informs them that the boulders are here, so they must be ready, and all the people start looking at the sky. The trolls are throwing boulders in their way. The boulders also cause a lot of aftershocks, so it is suggested that all the people prepare themselves for that. The people are running here and there in confusion because they don't know where the boulders are falling. Leon takes his sword out and notices carefully that the boulders are thrown from several hundred meters away. He realizes that the boulder attack is the same as the catapult attack. He instructs everyone to spread out as much as possible and advises them to dodge the attack quickly. As he is about to use his sword, he wonders if the eclipse can cut such a giant boulder. He concludes that the eclipse must be able to cut such a giant boulder. The leader, Gustav, tells them all that they are very noisy, and meanwhile, he moves forward to cut the boulder from his sword and successfully cuts the boulder. All the people get calm after seeing him cutting the boulder. He tells them to form a C and instructs them that the blue-headed eagle, the sword of the red lotus, and the perfect marksmanship merchant group can hide and cover their shelters. He instructs the adventurers to stay alert for monsters that might attack from any direction. Leon is impressed by him as Gustav calms everyone in a second, and in addition to that, he moves them around perfectly by ordering everyone and instructing them. Suddenly, they hear some noise from the forest. In the trees, many monsters are approaching them to attack them. Gustav gets angry because he thinks there will be no end at this rate, so he decides they will prioritize killing the trolls. He instructs Hamel and Hansen to take 4 mercenaries with them and locate the trolls. he orders them to start attacking them when they find the troll to ensure they cannot throw any more boulders. In a loud voice, Gustav tells them to take on a troll each and finish them. Karen tells the leader, Gustav, that she and Leon will go to the ones present in the furthest spot. Gustav is surprised that she already knows the location and agrees to her plan. He leaves it to her. She instructs Leon to go with her. Some monsters block their path as they go to the furthest spot. Karen smirks and thinks that those monsters are small fry and pretty challenging and that they tried to block her path. All the monsters get scarred and go back. They both see a troll carrying a boulder in its hand. Karen tells Leon that she will block the way so the troll can go back. She instructs him to fight with the troll as much as he wants because he can have a one-on-one fight with him. Leon decides that he will use the way the mercenaries adjust and control their distance so he can approach the range of perception before the troll notices. He plans to take advantage of the night vision of the troll, which is a special trait of monsters. He activates the light of purification of his sword. Because of this, the troll becomes blind and loses sight. Leon gets relieved and decides to finish the troll in one go. Meanwhile, the troll starts attacking randomly because he lost his vision, so he is just attacking here and there. Leon realizes that he has to break through at all cost. This is the chance for Leon, as the troll is just momentarily blinded for a moment because of the purifying light from his holy sword. So he decides to finish the troll off in one attack by using the opening, and he has to break through it at all costs. He sees that the troll has recovered his ability to see. He wonders if the troll has recovered his sight because his recovery power is unbelievable. He sees a club in the hand of the troll and wonders if it is a club, though it is a shabby-looking piece of wood. He realizes that it will be dangerous to get hit by something like that, which is so large. He could only take a hit like that on his head during a spar with Gustav. But he can't afford to make a single mistake in a fight with a troll. As the fight begins, he realizes the troll is faster than he expected. He wants a little closure, so he attacks the troll, who blocks his attack. Leon realizes he wants a little closure and needs to get it. When the troll attacks Leon, he realizes that the troll is wielding a club in one hand and attacking with dirt from his other hand. He finds it annoying because he cannot get any closure and realizes he needs 2 more steps to reach the troll with his sword. He has no other choice, so he decides to use his technique, though it is incomplete. When the troll sees him, he wonders what Leon is about to do. Leon is sure that the troll will aim for him when he gathers and focuses on his aura, so the troll will use his body weight to attack him. Leon is looking for the same thing from him as he is after the same thing. He uses his eclipse and attacks the troll. He cuts the foot of the troll. The attribute of his aura weapon is the sun. He says to Troll to have a taste of eclipse, which is a physical attack with ultra heat. Apart from the techniques that represent light and heat, the trolls start screaming on his broken foot and start trying to escape. Leon realizes that the troll is running away after coming so far and thinks the trolls were using the weak monsters before as a distraction. He is just one-sidedly showing off his destructive power without having the determination that he might die. He decides not to let him go and escape because, though it has not been too long, he knows the leader, Gustav, and his companions. However, many of them died because of the trolls, so he decides that no one should die in vain like that. He abuses the troll, and with the Grand Chariot and activating the Merak. He attacks the troll and cuts his body into 2 halves. He kills the troll successfully and gets happy that he did it. Though he thinks he might miss it, he can do it. He concludes that this differs from the eclipse, where he only needed to focus the power on the blade. He didn't even think Merak would use its aura so much when realizing the power. Even though his body was in perfect condition, he wouldn't be able to use it a second time with the current amount of aura he has. Karen is happy that Leon has defeated the troll and killed him. She appreciates Leon and tells him that she was blocking the troll's escape route just in case he tried to run away. Leon asks her if she wants to say she did that for nothing, but she tells him that he did a great job, and she does not mean that. Because of the last technique that Elsid taught him, he used it with his strength and without the help of anyone. He did it perfectly and killed the troll. He lies in Karen's lap because the last technique wears him out. Karen ensures him that his senior means Karen herself will take care of the rest of her junior. While Leon is lying down, suddenly, he opens his eyes and wonders when he will fall asleep. He finds that feeling very comfortable because it has been a long time since he felt so easy. Instantly, he realizes it is not the time to lie down, as he must not be lying like this right now. He gets up because he thinks that time is never on anyone's side and realizes that he is getting much stronger than he thinks. Suddenly, he remembers Leon too, who tells him he must not lose. As the scene changes, Leon opens his eyes the next morning. He sees here and there and finds himself lying inside the carriage. He realizes he is right because yesterday, while he was saying this, he tried to get up but could not. Because he has not recovered from the injuries in a day, he sees his arm as he remembers that he has given him to use in his time of need. So, he decides to use the holy necklace for his recovery. He starts using it, and he is getting recovered by using the necklace. He is surprised because the necklace proved much more effective than his imagination. He got rid of all the exhaustion in his body in seconds. He was amazed by remembering that the Excellency told him he was giving him a simple item, but it was not ordinary. All of a sudden, Karen appears. As she is hanging from the carriage, she asks Leon if he can move around already. Leon tells her that all the credit goes to the holy item that His Excellency gave him, and because of that, he has recovered. He asks her if something has happened. She asks him if she can explain what happened after he fell asleep. As they walk, she tells him the troll's hint has succeeded. She thought defeating half of them would be enough, but they did way better than that. They were able to hunt 3 out of 4 of them. She tells him that out of 4, 1 of them was able to run, but because he was beaten up so badly, they don't think he will ever come to the forest again. Leon also agrees to that because he thinks the trolls are cowards. Karen tells Leon that the trolls have lost some of their chunks and have decreased in number, so they will only show up soon once they get their numbers back. Leon sees the corpses of trolls lying on the ground. Karen informs him that there are a total of 3 trolls, including the 1 troll that he has killed. If they exchange the bodies of trolls for gold, they will get 90 gold. Leon is surprised to know that trolls are this worthy. Karen tells him that the blood of the trolls is the basic ingredient of high-quality potions, so mages buy their bodies mostly. She tells him that the troll he killed will sell for only half the money for 2 reasons. The first is that its body is cut in 2 halves, and the second is that the blood is almost all gone, which is the most valuable thing in a troll. So it will be sold in 15 gold, half of 30 gold. Leon apologized to Karen, who called him stupid in return. While moving back, Leon turns his face around and again looks at the trolls. He notices that at least 4 weapons have attacked the first troll. The second troll lying in the line is the one who he killed. Looking at the third troll, he realizes he may not know who killed him. He thinks that the leader, Gustav, killed the troll. Meanwhile, Sir Arnold comes to them and sees that Miss Karen and Leon are present and appreciate them as they did well last night. He praises them, saying that Leon did an amazing job killing a troll and that Karen did a good job not letting them escape. Karen tells him that they both only did the exact thing that was told to them. Leon asks the Sir about the casualties, to which he informs him that 8 people are dead while 21 are injured. He further informs him that they don't have severely injured people, but many people will stay behind in the village. The guild will help with the funeral proceedings so that everything runs smoothly. While listening to him, Leon gets upset and sad at the death of the 8 people. Karen asks the Sir about the money for the troll Leon killed, and the Sir tells her that he will surely give that money to her. He tells her that the rate of a single troll is 30 gold, but because the corpse is in 2 and not enough blood is left, he will still give them 30 gold for that. Karen asks him to give 15. Sir asks him what she exactly wants to say by this. She explains that because she doesn't like to bargain, he would be fine to give 15 gold because it is the right amount for the troll. He tells her he can still have 25 gold, but Karen refuses and takes 15. Leon wonders why Karen refuses money when she could have gotten more gold than 15. Karen calls him an idiot and asks him to consider why they are offering them a good price. She tells him that if they receive favor from someone, they will also have to return it someday. She looks at Leon and tells him that because she is with him, he does not need to be indebted to other people. Leader Gustav comes to Leon and grabs him because he is happy to see Leon wake up and glad he didn't get injured. He tells Leon that when they aren't working, he should call him by his name, Gustav, or Big Brother when Leon calls him leader. Gustav asks Leon about the technique he used to kill the troll because the cut on the troll's body is different from what a normal sword makes on the body. He was very curious to know about the technique, so he waited for Leon to wake up so that he could learn about it. Leon tells him that the technique is humble and incomplete technique. Leon asks him if his colleagues are all right, and he tells him that all of them are well. Moreover, Hansen and Hamel are a bit injured, while Leonik is the same as he always is. He pats Leon's head of Leon and suggests he not think too much because he sees that he is sad over the deaths. He tells him that anyone who takes on dangerous work is always ready to die, and many people carry their wills on themselves. He tells him that it is his choice either to feel sorry for them or not, but he suggests he not do it till the point where he destroys himself. Karen also says to Leon that the urge to feel sorry and mourn someone's death is natural. But that kind of feeling doesn't affect the one who is dead because those feelings only serve the living. Furthermore, those feelings are meant to move their hearts. Even if the warrior is the greatest, the same rule applies. She rubs her hand on his and asks him if he feels better. He remembers that Elsid once said that a person driven by a sense of duty won't last long. Beliefs are the values that penetrate life. They are not the fuel that will ruin us someday. Karen asks Leon if he happens to know about the desert zone, and he starts wondering about it. She tells him about the desert zone, which is land covered in sand instead of soil. In addition, it is very hard to get rain there, and it has weather in which the temperature of the day and the night is reversed. She tells him that the desert zone is an environment in which survival is almost impossible. The nomadic people who wander here and there through the sand plains struggle to survive daily while fighting numerous monsters. In addition to that, the desert zone around the border is a little small, and that is all the information she has about that. They can also cross the desert zone in a week by carriage. Leon thinks it is partially completely desert. He asks her about the time required to react to the desert zone. She informs him that it will likely take 5 days as they will not stay in the village for a short time. He looks at Elsid and wonders if he will make up by then. He misses him so much, as a month has passed since he last talked to him. Karen informs him that they are finally out of the forest and have placed their camps outside the forest on the way to the desert zone. Leon searched his map, as he couldn't find where he had put it. Suddenly, Elsid appears and shouts in a loud voice that he is back. Leon gets scared by his loud noise and is happy to see he is back. Elsid thinks about what Leon did and wonders if he needs to remember how to fall properly. Leon tells him he was surprised because he showed up so loudly, as it had been a month since Elsid had woken up. So he asks him to think if he was him after being forced to sleep for 1 month and questions him that he wouldn't want to stretch as much as he can after waking up. Leon understands his genuine reason for yelling so loudly and expresses his desire to return 1 month later. He thinks he has no discipline because he has trained him so hard, but he starts scolding him as soon as he sees him. He thinks that he must be thankful to him because he would have been beaten up by the pulp by that evil bishop some time back. He thinks that one teacher is akin to one's heaven and king in his time. He tells Leon that he should not treat him in such a way. Leon asks him if he also acts the same in front of his teacher, to which he responds that he is self-taught, so basically, he doesn't have a teacher. Elsid asks him about the things going on from the past month because he was sleeping and missed all of them and hopes that everything is fine. Leon starts telling him all the things that happened during the month. Elsid is shocked to know that Bishop Caesar has discovered his identity, and he is also surprised to know that the person disguised as an adventurer has become his comrade. Elsid finds it fine in the case of Karen because she is an assassin, but she also has a personality. Elsid thinks that she is trustworthy. Leon informs Elsid about the past of Karen, and Elsid doesn't find anything strange based on which she can betray Leon. He tells him that an assassin is the most dangerous opponent to an inexperienced warrior like Leon. In addition, Elsid thinks that Karen can make up for his weaknesses in terms of experience and skill. Elsid asks Leon about the improvements he made last month and asks him if he was playing and eating the whole month. Leon asks him to see himself, and Elsid is surprised because he sounds quite confident. He sees Leon's personality board, written about his name and class, as he is a hero who bullies his teachers. His level is mentioned as follows: his strength is D, his stamina is D, his agility is D, and his aura is C. In addition, Leon's skills are as follows: Sword Mastery Intermediate is level 7. The Roderick Vision is level 4. Acquired Martial Exoskeleton Stage 3. Aura User is Intermediate of level 3. Arcane Swordsmanship and Grand Chariot of level 1. Elcid is shocked after surpassing all of Leon's stats. Roderick thinks he will have to fight with Leon to determine their strength. But he realizes that Leon has not been fooling around for the past few months either. Because the amount of experience a person can gain in the academy is limited, he thinks he wouldn't have gone through as much training as he did. After reviewing Leon's stats, Elcid concludes it is a system error because he can't believe the stats board is of Leon. Elcid thinks he has slept for over a month, maybe 2 or 3 months. He is impressed by knowing that Leon worked hard while away. After he sees the Grand Chariot, who has reached level 1, he thinks Leon must have learned one move. He tells him that it is something Elcid showed him before, but he can use Merak now. Elcid is impressed because it is more than he expected from him and concludes that he might be born with the talent to learn. He gives all the credit to himself because while he was trying to save his useless discipline, it led to Leon's growth. So, he concludes that he is a great teacher and asks him about his opinion on this. Leon tells him that his feelings of gratitude have disappeared. Elcid came across the smell of sand, which was bad for him. He questions Leon about where they are going as he sees them traveling by carriage. It means they must have traveled a long way. Leon reminds him that he once said they must go to the Titan Mountains, so they are heading towards it. He further informs him that they received an escort request from the merchant. Elcid finds it a good idea, but he thinks they are taking a long route by crossing from the desert zone. Leon disagrees with him because he thinks there is no faster route than this, although they spend some time traveling. He opens up the map to look at the routes. At the same time, he looks at the map and asks Elcid if they are going through the ravine or along the mountain range. Elcid sees the map himself. He is shocked and wonders why the place is a desert. Leon tells him it has been a desert for over a few years. He informs him that the place was a large grassy plain around 300 years ago. He further informs him that barely any climate change occurs in the area. He wonders if Leon is telling him that desertification happened there. He thinks that someone must have turned the area into a desert because there is no chance that it got transferred into a desert naturally. Leon wonders if it is possible to do such a thing. Elcid tells him that someone has done it over a long period because if it were done in a short period, people would have found it out. But someone did it for a long period, so no one could ever find out about it, and all of them thought it was a natural phenomenon. Leon asks him if it is all artificial desertification, but he thinks it is if someone uses a spell. A spell capable of destroying a whole city would not make it possible to transform such a large area into a desert. Elcid smirked and said that whatever the case was, there was something suspicious. Leon asked him if he was sure someone had done it intentionally. Elcid says that he doesn't know because it is too late, and even if they investigate it now, they won't find anything. So he suggests that he forget about it and do what he wants. Leon gets angry and asks him why he just bothered to tell him if he would close the topic. Leon realizes that they will both know each other if he thinks it has only been 6 months. He finds it amazing to feel the emptiness from the absence of Elcid was so large. Leon is happy about Elcid's return. Karen is looking at Leon as she can't understand what is going on, because, in actuality, she cannot see Elcid, so she thinks what Leon is doing alone. Karen comes inside the carriage and sits there as it is too hot for her while Leon is cleaning his sword happily. She looks at him and asks him why he is happy. Leon realizes that he is happy because Elcid is back, as they have only met half a year back. But he thinks that he knows that the absence of Elcid is capable of leaving such a huge emptiness within him. In a loud voice, a man from the merchantary instructs everyone to stop their carriage. He informs all of them that they will camp there for today and orders everyone to park their carriages against the wind direction and make a campfire to prepare for dinner. Leon thinks it is too early for all this, but Karen tells him the desert nights are much colder and darker than he can imagine. So she suggests he take this seriously because he would be in a problem if he took the temperature change lightly. Karen tells him they should go, and Leon tells Elcid it's time for them to go. Elcid notices that there is not a single bit left or the grasslands that he remembers, and he did not know that 3 years would be that long. Karen turns around and calls Leon once again. Elcid sees her and tells Leon that Karen seems to be calling him. She asks Leon to hurry up as at night, Hamel and Hansen call both Leon and Karen to eat meat stew, which they are eating as it is really good. Elsid sees them as happy and enjoying themselves with each other while eating. Elsid realizes that he is unnecessarily unhappy because it doesn't matter if it is a desert or a grassland. The person who is living in time is not him but Leon. Sometime later, when the fire cools down, Leon is sleeping. Suddenly, he wakes up, feeling some unpleasant feeling. He wonders what it is. Karen instructs him to be quiet and informs him that there are a lot of enemies and asks about his suggestion and what he thinks about this. She tells him further that she did not notice until they came closer to her because there was no murderous intent coming from them. They want to steal and resell their good, but they want to avoid fighting with them. Leon asks her about the guards that are watching. She tells him that because the enemies are approaching them by tunneling under the sand, the guards may not see them if they are not skilled and can read vibrations. She notices that they are all heading for the cargo. She thinks that they are going to retreat after stealing it. She leaves all the decisions in Leon's hands, as they will do whatever Leon wishes. Leon wonders if he should shout and inform others, but then he realizes they are at a disadvantage because the enemies are close to them. He thinks that the people sleeping unarmed can immediately become combat ready, either. Elsid says the enemies know they cannot win without fighting with the merchant escort forces. Because of that, the enemies decided to come and steal the goods without engaging anyone in the fight. Elsid tells Leon that if they make everyone awake and fight, they can win, but the casualties cannot be avoided. Leon sees Elsid and wonders if he is already in a wait to see a fight. Elsid tells him it is a long-awaited fight because he is curious about his idiotic disciple's skills. Leon asks Karen how many enemies are present there. She informs him that 14 are headed towards the cargo, and 22 are around the carriage. The number of enemies in her perception is just this. Leon thinks that if the opponents are not skilled, they are a kind of threat with the numbers and ability to damage the desert environment. He realizes that an unplanned attack can put them at a loss. Leon comes up with a plan and tells his senior about it. His senior Karen uses her transdimensional magic and activates her aura weapon. She throws her weapon to the enemies on the ground. Meanwhile, Leon shouts and informs all the people about the enemies that are after the cargo. All the people get up and get ready to fight the enemies. Gustav instructs them all not to stand there and get moving. He reminds all of them about their priorities, protecting the merchant owner and the cargo as the fight begins between the merchant escort forces and the enemies. One of the leaders from the opponent party thinks that they would have performed everything perfectly if Karen had not attacked them. He orders them to retreat. Leader Gustav sees that the enemies are running away and instructs everyone not to let them run like this. Karen sees them running with their goods and asks them to leave them behind before running away. She attacks him, but he blocks the attack. Leon is surprised he caught the senior's Karen attack with just one hand. As he catches her attack with his one hand, he tells his companions to retreat. The leader, Gustav, yells and informs everybody that the enemy is retreating. He tells Leon that the enemy is heading his way. Elsid gets curious to see what his stupid disciples are capable of. Leon picks his sword up and thinks that if he uses his 7-sword slash now, he can kill 10 more people. He knows they are not monsters and are not on the verge of getting murdered or anything. He realizes those are just thieves, and he decides he cannot turn the whole thing into a one-sided massacre. Elsid, when he looks at Leon, thinking very deeply, tells him that it should be thought of. He further tells him that hesitating is perfectly fine because there is no answer to all of this, and because he is a hero, not a human slaughterer. He informs him that he has to find his answer, and thinks he must slaughter them or eliminate the evil in the name of justice. Leon thinks there are a lot of universal standards for what is right and what is wrong. He realizes there is no one to create his standards or decide who he should punish and who he should not. He has 2 options from which he has to choose. One, he kills them because he cannot forgive thievery, and the other option is to capture them without taking their lives. It is also possible to illuminate with words and actions, and he realizes that if a person of the right mind thinks about everything, then the result will be that it is just a matter of how one thinks. Because his values are not complete, he will find his answers. They capture the thieves and bind their hands. One of the men tells all the others that some of their cargo has been stolen from the ambush just now. The people are surprised. He further informs them that the thieves fled without daring to fight, as they only stole the goods. He asks them at what point thieves took the cargo away. Karen informs them that one guy seemed like their leader and was very relaxed. She thinks that he had already stolen the cargo before starting the fight. She also tells them that he did it so stealthily that he escaped her detection. According to Karen, this is strange because, looking at him, he doesn't look very skilled. She wonders if he has borrowed some power from an artifact or something, but because they have caught the whole bunch of them, it is very fortunate for them. They think he is coming in a group because if that were the case, he would have come alone, too. Leon realizes that apart from him slipping through their detection with the help of an artifact, the person also caught the dagger Karen threw at him very easily, so he concludes that the person is not an average guy. In addition, because they took the most important crate, Sir Arnold requested they pursue it. Gustav asks Hamel about his thoughts on it. Hamel tells him that the traces in the desert disappear quickly, so if they accept it, they need to move before the sun rises. Because Hamel was a ranger from the mountain squad, the desert was unknown territory to him. He informs them that the chances of catching them are less than half, even if they start now. Karen tells them that she placed a tracking scent on that guy's hand so they can go after him. Sir Arnold tells her he will reward her well if she catches him. Karen tells Leon that he will also go with her, and she also needs Sir Hamel. Hamel says to her that he is even ready to give his life to her. Sir Arnold gives Karen a broken compass and tells her that apart from the fact that the compass looks broken, the stolen crate is indistinguishable from the regular cargo. So, the compass has been enchanted to react only to the cargo they are looking for. He tells her that the compass's needle will point in the direction of the crate if it is at a distance of 10 meters. Hamel suggests Karen and Leon go because it will be a race between time and the sun rises. They all go in search of him and leave their place. The leader, Gustav, thinks that because an rank is with them, they will not be disadvantaged in a fight. It's all a matter of whether they will be able to catch the enemies or not. He instructs his guards not even to blink their eyes and be 100 on guard because they can't repeat the same mistake. Karen notices that the scent is fading, so they must speed up. Elsid appreciates Leon as he follows Karen and keeps her on desert terrain, and his step skills have improved him to shut his mouth because he is dying. Karen stops Hamel and Leon as they are already there. They see a ravine in the middle of the desert. Karen starts touching the wall, and she concludes that the place is not naturally formed but artificial because it seems like it was made a long time ago. Leon asks her if she is serious about the place being artificial. Karen tells them that it was at least 100 years ago. While touching the wall, she informs them that something is engraved on it because the writing is worn out, so she cannot tell what is written on it. Leon realizes that it means Elsid is right when he listens to her. Elsid looks at Leon, who is thinking deeply, and tells him that whatever he is thinking is right because he thinks that it was the starting point of the area's desertification. Leon wonders if digging the ground can turn a place into a desert. Elsid says it is impossible and gives the example of a mining zone, as they are not all deserts. He informs him that it isn't just an ordinary place. The heart of the arterial vein runs through the grassland. It turned into a desert where not a single piece of weed could grow because they dug it up. Leon wonders who is behind the destruction of the arterial vein and why he did so. Elsid tells him that he has to find the answer to that question after a while. Karen asks Leon if he feels it. Leon tells her that he is also feeling it. Karen informs them that 3 are in front of them, and beyond them are more than 100. She asks Leon what they do. Karen asks Leon if he also feels she thinks the thieves' hideout is in front of them and asks him what he wants to do as she thinks the thieves found the abandoned place. In addition, they are using it as their base to expand their power in front of behind the doors. The guards are in front of them, and there are almost 100. Karen asks him if they should kill all of them. Leon wonders if he needs to kill all of them to complete his mission and thinks that it is not different from committing a massacre. He listens to 2 thieves talking with each other. One informs the other that he listened, and that today was a total waste of effort. In the ambush, half of them died, and the boss killed 2 guys out of anger. The other one thinks they should not mess with the merchants because the travelers in a group of 5 or 6 are the best. He remembers that a few years ago, a family in the desert begged to let their kid live and informed the other that they let that kid live. The other thief finds it boring, but the second thief tells him he is wrong because it is not. They let the kid live alone in the desert, So it is more interesting because the kid will die slowly from dehydration under the hot sun. They laugh as they find it interesting. Listening to both of them, Leon realizes that he is in search of a single reason not to kill them, but he doesn't have to search for it anymore. He remembers when Elsid told him that it is alright to hesitate because there is no answer to that, because it is a difficult question of whether he should let them live or slaughter them. So he has to find his answer. Leon uses his eclipse and starts killing the thieves as he finds the answer to his question. Karen tells them to get into the area as there are still a lot of mobs, so she instructs them to deal with as few of them as possible as they proceed. She will take the lead and ask them to follow her. Hamel looks at Karen and thinks she is enjoying and having fun. As they all are attacking the thieves and killing them, one of them sees Karen and finds out that she is the same girl who was before he hurried up and decides to go to inform his boss. As he was about to go and inform his boss, suddenly Karen appeared after him and killed him. After killing him, Karen gets refreshed as she thinks that her body has been stiff from riding the carriage for so long. So she needs to move around like this so she doesn't lose her touch. Hamel asks Leon if Karen has been like this from the start. He agrees to tell him she has always been like this. Hamel wished him the best of luck. Leon looks at Karen and sees that there is blood on her face. He moves towards her and cleans up the blood from her face. Karen asks them to move and let go inside. While she is going inside, Hamel puts his arm on Leon. He appreciates him for his good work and says that he is pretty smooth. Leon suddenly doesn't understand what he is talking about. He tells him that he will probably find out later, a lot later. Karen finds the door to it. While the compass reacts and points in its direction, she thinks that the stolen goods are probably there. She tells them she will sneak in as a shadow to check it out. After taking care of the guards, she orders both of them to come inside. As she moves inside, Hamel looks at her and realizes that he already knows that the ranks are amazing, but Karen is incredible. Hamel and Leon also start attacking the thieves. Meanwhile, inside the place, the thieves are trying to open the box, but they cannot. Their boss tells them they are useless and orders them to hurry up and open the box. Suddenly, they see someone crack the door. They wonder if it is an ambush. Leon and Hamel come inside. When the boss sees them, he wonders if they are the same guys who belong to the merchant group. Hamel tells him they are here to take their goods back from him. The thief realizes that one is a swordsman and the other an archer. He is surprised to learn that both came without suffering a scratch. He concludes that both of them are of rank or above, so he is not able to go against them. As he is about to run away, Karen, from behind while wearing a mask, is about to attack him and kill him with his dagger. The thief dodges the attack and kicks her, so she misses his attack. She tells him that she was about to kill him because he is always thieving, and also tells him that if it were 4 years back, she would not have missed her attack. The thief is shocked to hear that the person in the mask knows about his past, and it is not possible because every person from his past is dead. He suddenly realizes that only one person has known him for 4 to 5 years and is still alive. Karen removes her mask and tells Mole, the thief's name, that quite some time has passed since they met. Mole sees that the person in front of him is a coffin guard. Karen looks at Mole and says it has been a while since they met. Mole looks at Karen and says that he is a coffin keeper. Hamel and Leon start attacking them and killing them. Hamel thinks that he and the leader have been taken care of. Karen tells him that she had already told him to wash his hands and get them cleaned, or the option was to kill him. She tells him to die, as she is going to attack him. Mole tells him that she is getting serious. He asks him to stop joking with him. Karen tells him that she is not the same as she was before. They looked at her and saw that she was the same as they expected her. She was dominating, the terror of the underworld. He realizes that it doesn't matter how much they have changed. The difference in their abilities is too large. He is just going to die no matter how much he thinks of it. So he decides to give it all my right in the beginning then. Karen orders Mole to die, but she finds that he is disobeying her. Mole attacks her, but she wonders how many times he will withstand her attack. She attacks Mole, as Mole is extremely injured. He falls to the ground as the blood is dripping from his body. He says to Karen that he is bleeding too much, and he is sure that she is a monster. He questions her that what is her reason for doing it. He screams at her that she is loved very well and wonders why she is that way. though her parents have been murdered. It looks like it is not like she was kidnapped. He reminds her that she was an orphan, and he picked it up and made her strong. He asks her why she is holding grudges. She tells him that her boss disgusted her. He asks her why she disbanded the organization. Karen tells him that she never asked her to make her strong. He tells her that she is a piece of shit, and he informs her that if it were not for the organization, she would have been murdered a long time ago. Karen tells her that she knows that she would have died, but just because she escaped the worst possible scenario, it doesn't mean that everything else is the best. She tells him that her life is filled with things that she never wanted, being an orphan and being raised as an assassin. She did not get it because she wanted to, so she decided to hold what she desired in her own hands. Mole yells at her and asks her what is going on. She tells him that it is all about freedom. When Mole listens to her, he starts laughing. He tells her that she can get that damned freedom herself and wonders why she is sharing it with them. He tells her they don't need it as they can't become like her. The only thing he was left was a dagger, and other than that, they had no hope and no other way to survive. Mole tells her that he is just a shadowy darkness at the end. She comes forward to him and hugs him. She apologized to him as she thinks it resulted from him disregarding them. She thinks that if he had the opportunity she had. So, she decides to let him live and find himself. She went back to Leon and apologized to him for being a bit late. She then asked Jim about the cargo. They suggested taking that with them because they had already found the cargo. And they asked them if they should go back to their place. As they are about to go back, Karen suddenly sees that Mole is about to press the button. He looks at her and tells her that this is who he is. Leon shouts from behind and informs them that Mole is about to press a self-destruct button and that they must get out of the place. He pressed the button and was killed. On the contrary, Leonic informs the leader, Gustav, as he sees three returning with the goods safe and sound. The next morning, they learned that they were not able to investigate the facility inside the Raven anymore because the explosive that the Mole had made set off and destroyed everything. But they were very lucky to escape from that place safely. Elsa tells him that the place was probably made 100 years ago and was hidden from everyone. Because no one knew about the ravine earlier, he doesn't think they would have left any clues behind, so he decides to figure it out someday later. Karen tells Leon to come out as they have arrived at the place. The place is the Citadel. Leon is impressed by the Citadel because it is his first time seeing such tall castle walls. She informs him that the frontier city protects the border and that a marquis controls the territory. It is a city in which the king has granted independent military authority. Sir Arnold informs them that they will stay there for 4 days, so he instructs everyone to go outside and make the preparations. He wonders what the two of them will be doing as Leon can't understand what he meant, so he asks him about that. Sir Arnold tells them that they can stay at the accommodation that they have arranged for them, but if they have something they need to do, he suggests they make sure to come back before they depart. Karen tells him that there is something that she is looking for. In addition, she ensures that they will use the accommodations he has arranged for them and asks him about that location. He informs them and guides them to the location. They will find a bar called the Mountain Goats Song 3 blocks to the left on the main street. They have rented the accommodations there and say they are both allowed to use the large top floor. It's a room that features a comfortable double bed. Both of them are shocked to hear that he has arranged a single room with a double bed for both of them. He asks them if both have some problem and if it is more comfortable for them. Leon gets a bit shy by thinking that he will live in the same room where his senior Karen will live. Karen puts her arm on his shoulder and asks him if he is embarrassed. She asks him if he is ready for it and looking forward to it. Leon runs from there as he has not done anything. Sir Arnold asks her if he has done something foolish, to which she tells him that it is fine and he has not done anything wrong. She informs him that she will be out and about during the night. As she is going back, he wonders and asks her if he has done something wrong, and because of him, Karen has gotten into an awkward situation. He asks her if he should book another separate room for Leon. Karen refused him. She went from there and sat at a side. She realizes that every hero inevitably has strong comrades, and as she is Leon's first comrade, this doesn't guarantee that she will stay with him forever. She gets upset when she thinks someone may be more skilled than she appears and wonders if she can stay on Leon's side forever. She realizes that she needs to work harder, and that where she is a good place to prove her skills and worth. She realizes that the city is a chance for her and makes him think he can't live without her. She starts looking for Leon and finds him. Leon is annoyed because he thinks she is very mean. Even in the academy, males and females use different buildings. He realizes that he cannot help it when they are in the carriage, but sharing the room is very different. Elsad says him fool. Suddenly Sir Arnold comes to him and apologizes because he did not mean to put him in an awkward situation. Leon smiles and finds it all right, so he does not need to apologize. Leon asks him about the goods that they brought back, as they don't look like regular cargo. Sir Arnold tells him that the goods inside the cargo are a secret, but because he risked his life for the cargo, he decides to remain aggressive toward him. He made him promise that he would not tell anyone and would keep it a secret. He whispers in his ear that the goods inside the cargo are the black quartz. He further informs him that it is a top-grade item with no impurities and a precious jewel that costs about 1,000 gold. Moreover, he informs him that they got a request from Lord Labina, who is from the next city they are stopping at and has personally requested. The position of the Lord is equal to that of a court if the storm merchantry incurs his ire. As a result, the Lord will take revenge. Leon realizes that it is something that they cannot afford to lose. Sir Arnold thanked him, and because of him, they all got saved. Leon goes to his carriage and looks inside in search of Karen. He finds that Karen is not present inside the carriage, as he finds a dagger on a piece of paper. He picks up the paper knife, on which it is written that she will return soon. Leon realizes that Karen has already told them that she needs to look for something she wants, so she has left. The mercenary escort asks him, suppose he is left all alone. He agrees to that and tells her. She has gone somewhere, and all of them get upset to know the fact that she has left for somewhere else. The leader, Gustav, asks him if they should go because they have been waiting for her but have yet to receive any help. He puts his arm on Leon's shoulder and asks him to go. Leon inquires about where they are going. He informs him that, of course, without any doubt, they are going to a bar. Gustav tells them that their young master is coming with them to the bar. He thinks he has more guts than he thought and tells him not to pass after 3 drinks like the last time. He informs all of them that the guy who vomits first will have to pay the bill, and they all get to reach for the drink. Karen looks around, sure that Leon is there, and suddenly, she finds him. The scene changes, and at night, Karen is walking in the street. Some of the gangsters smirk and stare at her as one of them tries to come and touch her. She gets aggressive and beats all of them. All of them are injured and are lying in wounds. Karen asks the one who is under her foot about one thing. He bows down before her and requests her to ask whatever she wants. She asks him about the largest organization in the city apart from gangsters like him, where those people who deal with smuggling and the black market are present. The man gets confused because, in both cases, he will be dead. If he informs her, in that case, he will be dead, and if he does not inform her, he shall be dead again. He tells her about what she asked. After that, she hits him, and he falls to the ground. She learns that the area is under the jurisdiction of a golden owl. Basically, it is an organization whose main business is smuggling and the black market. Because they handle a lot of money, they feed on those in a high authority position. Moreover, the Marquis, who is mainly the lord of the territory, is looking after them. She thinks that it is going to be annoying somehow and realizes that 10 years have passed since she last saw it. She went to the door of the castle as she had not forgotten it. On the contrary, Leon asks her about the meaning of Coffin Keeper because he is curious as to why that is a senior alias. She informs him that she has quit being an assassin, so it is somewhat meaningless. She informs him that it is all secret means of contact. He wonders what it means by secret means of contact. She tells him that the organizations that operate in the dark have their means of making contacts. She was a member of the organization Ground Spider, which used to bring an undertaker from the area. Inside the coffin would be details about the request, such as the target's identity and the commission fee. She informs him that because of all the reasons for the cumbersome method, most organizations use a simpler and more direct method. For instance, when a client comes and makes a request for that, the organization uses a lamp that creates an optical illusion to throw others off the entrance. The doors that are real are to be opened separately so that only those people who make a request can see them. In the case of everyone else, they would just be struggling with a fake door that does not open and leave empty-handed. For a person like Karen, who is an expert in manipulating shadows, optical illusions are of no use. She puts her hand on the wall and gets into the place through the wall. She sees many stairs in front of her. As she starts going down the stairs, she opens the door and sees a man standing in front of her. She greets the man, and the man welcomes her and asks her if she likes the reception. She tells him that the reception is all right. He requests her to have a seat and asks why she came to his place without following the procedure. She tells him that she wants to buy some information. He inquires her what kind of information she wants to buy from him. She tells him that she wants to buy some information regarding the Lubina territory because she will pay for the information, so she asks him not to hide anything related to it. She wonders if whatever it is they don't sell is an option that goes against their principles and thinks if it is right. He tells her his rate of spitting the information to her is 800 gold. She thinks that the rate is too high and asks him what his opinion is if she also gives him information and subtracts the value for it. The man says that he will then reduce the rate to 700 golds. Karen smiles and requests him to reduce the amount a little more. After a while, she asks him to tell the head butler, and the man smiles and asks what she is asking. Karen immediately tells her that his attempt to change his behavior and conceal the truth from her cannot fool her. He is the executive of the Golden Owl and the person in charge of the black market. In addition to that, he is also one of Marquis Valkaz's most trusted vassals. He is surprised that she is very bold. She gets angry and asks him if he is going to sell her the information, because she can see that he looks interested in knowing the information she has. The head butler realizes that she is at least in a rancor. This is why she has very sharp eyes that saw through him in an instant. He wonders if he will get rid of her because she belongs to a guild, so it will be hard for him to keep her mouth shut. He tells her that he will get 260 golds, and he will not get any less than that. He tells her about Lubina, which is nothing more than a sinkhole right at the time because whatever goes inside cannot come out of it again. On the contrary, Leon and the other mercenaries are having a drink party. They pour the drink into their glass of Leon, and they instruct him to drink all the drink like a sinkhole, and he will lose if he vomits or spits it out. As Leon drinks all of the glass, they all look at him and appreciate him. A girl asks Hamel where they are heading next. He tells her that they are going to the Lubina territory. She is impressed by their bravery because they are going to a place where the other mercenaries avoid going. She thinks if they have not heard the rumors about that place. The leader, Gustav, when he listened to her, turned his head back and asked her what rumors she was talking about. She informs them that the rumor is about the monster that rules the streets at night, and the monster is a vampire. She further explains to them about the vampire who has the same level of intelligence as humans and has incredible magic powers. In addition to that, they are also immortal species that are akin to mid to high rank monsters. They could coexist with humans, but because they have the habit of drinking human blood, and for that, they have been ostracized. About the vampire, it is said that only a few of them are left due to their ambiguous position among various other species. The church still has not denounced that they are brought to their extinction, so they are in an existence that is not acknowledged in any territory. The mercenaries ask her to stop talking rubbish because it is not an easy task to encounter a vampire. But they believe that the vampire can come out if it wants to, and they are able to behead it within an instant. Leon is sitting and wondering if it is true about the vampire as the girl told them. He smiles because he is very excited. After all, he wonders if the vampire is as strong as a mid to high rank monster. He thinks about how he should fight it. He thinks it will be good if, as a hero, he exterminates it, or if he should try to talk to him in the first place. Elsid sees him because his face tells Elsid what he is thinking about. Elsid tells him that during his time, a few vampires were left because all of them, who were strong, joined the Demon King's army, and he killed them all. He says that he has to see a normal vampire who does not have to be killed, as he is thinking. Leon realizes that the possibility of them coexisting with humans is still unknown, but it is still beneficial to talk about it. He concludes that because he is the hero, it is up to him to determine the evil. He decides to think about the vampire after some time when he will judge him by his eyes and his ears. All of a sudden, a man violently knocks on the door and addresses Gustav. He asks him if he has rented the whole place because they are making so much noise. Gustav, while drinking, realizes that Jerome has come, so it will be going to get very noisy. He tells him that his mood is very good, so he doesn't need to spoil it. Jerome, when he listens to him, questions him if he thinks he is his minion and why he is ordering him. Gustav says to him once again because he doesn't care what he heard before. If he thinks that he has ordered him so, he will order him once again, but he decides to leave. All of a sudden, Jerome spits in Gustav's glass and tells him that he doesn't want to leave it. Gustav gets up and tells him that a man like him doesn't get tired of creating a fuss. He asks him to go outside as he wants to spar with him and wants to be his opponent. So next time, Jerome doesn't act the way with someone else as he acted a while ago. All of them go outside in an open place. The moon is in full bloom, and all of the people gather around both of them to see the fight. Leon asks Elsid if the fight between mercenaries is mostly so spontaneous. Elsid tells him that because the job of mercenaries is a kind of thing that is required to prove their power, if someone stays behind and down to someone, it will affect their strength, and their value will also decrease. Because of that, some people are always ready to pick fights and give tit for tat. Hamel, while looking at Jerome, realizes that something is fishy because it looks like Jerome came with the intention of picking a fight with Gustav. Jerome is being very reckless this time, and Leon questions him if it is really strange. Hamel tells him that Jerome has not picked a fight with their leader, Gustav, but before it, he never asked for a fight so openly. But he thinks that they all know who will win if they both fight. According to Leon, Jerome's and Gustav's skills are significantly different. Hamel agrees with him and tells him that there are not too many people who are on par with their boss. On the other hand, the guy Jerome is famous for only taking on easy jobs, but his attitude has changed completely. He wonders if Jerome has some backing because he is feeling something off. Leon thinks their leader, Gustav, will win in any case. Leader Gustav, who is about to start a spar with Jerome, turns his face towards Leon and Hamel and tells them that he is going to win, so they don't need to worry. Jerome abuses him in anger and asks for the rules of the fight. Gustav tells him that the rules are the same as always. Either he is going to die or surrender. Elsid tells Leon to watch the fight very carefully because they are going to witness a battle between high-level mercenaries. They both begin to fight. As soon as the fight starts, Jerome attacks Gustav and injures him. The blood starts dripping from Gustav. Jerome shows both of his swords to him and asks him what he thinks about his attack and if he still looks easy. Elsid sees both of his swords and concludes that the fight is not going to be easy because his sword is falcata, and its specialty is that it is in the direction of the center of gravity towards the front. Jerome uses both of his swords with a lot of ease, so it can be said that the fight will be tough. Gustav appreciates him because he has gotten somewhat better and improved. When Jerome looks at his sword, he realizes that it is a grayish-white aura, and he is going to use his steel aura. Jerome already had an idea that he was going to use his steel aura, which is why he activates his attribute water with his new technique wave. As he is about to attack him, he says that he will bury him. They both start attacking each other with all their strength. He made a great attack on Gustav that almost caught him up. After they both attack each other, Leon sees that the result is that Gustav is still safe and sound, and Jerome is sitting on the ground injured. He asks Jerome to surrender as he doesn't understand why he dared to pick a fight against him, but he thinks that they should stop the fight here. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe as one of them could die. Jerome smirked and told him that maybe the person who was going to die was him. He warns him that the real horror will be starting in a while as it was just a warm-up. Gustav tells him to stop the fight as he is acting tough without any reason because he thinks he doesn't even have the power to stand on his own. So how will he fight with him? Jerome puts his hand on the ground and smirks as he is going to attack him once again. As Jerome puts his hand on the ground, his eyes turn red, and he suddenly disappears. All of the people are surprised to see that Jerome suddenly disappeared somewhere. Leon looks towards the sky and finds that Jerome is up and going to attack Gustav. Gustav immediately creates an iron shield around him, but he breaks his shield and attacks him with his sword. He screams because of pain because Jerome attacks him so recklessly. He can't believe that he has cut his iron aura. He wonders why Jerome has such power and uses abusive words for him. He falls on his knees from his attack. Jerome goes towards him. All the people were shocked to see and wondered what was happening because they could not understand it, as they did not see a single thing about how they attacked their leader. They notice that their leader suddenly collapses. One of them says to them that it does not matter how much Jerome is powerful. After all, he is a B rank at the most. Leon realizes that his speed is on par with Karen's. He puts his foot on his head of Gustav and kind of kicks him, as a result of which he screams. The people yell at him and move forward to him to stop him from attacking Gustav. Some of the people stop them from interfering and wonder what they should do if some third party recklessly interferes in a fight. They think about what is happening with those guys and wonder if they are the same ones they used to know. Jerome laughs and asks Gustav to tell him, as he is already on his knees and blood is dripping all over his body, so he tells him to spare his life and beg for his life. Jerome's eyes are shining and extremely red. When Elsid notices his appearance, he asks Leon to unsheath his sword immediately, raise it high in the air, and let the light of his aura reflect on Jerome. Leon does the same as he was told by Elsid as soon as he raises his sword. Meanwhile, Jerome starts screaming because his body starts burning. He falls to the ground as he cannot bear the rays coming from Leon's sword. Everyone is shocked to see Jerome and wonders why he fell on the ground all of a sudden. Elsid tells Leon that the guys are Dampiers. Leon doesn't know what Dampiers are, so he asks Elsid about them. Elsid informs him that the Dampiers are the ones who have taken a dose of a reagent that contains the blood of a vampire. They are actually half human and half vampire. In addition to that, those Dampiers are weak when exposed to sunlight, and they are very strong at night because their power doubles at night. Furthermore, the regeneration ability of Dampiers also gets stronger, but not at the same level as that of the vampire. On the contrary, it will be fatal if a silver weapon injures them, and they are also unable to use black magic. In the middle of the night, Dampiers are tricky to deal with, but because Leon has the Holy Sword and Sun Aura, he takes them down easily. He asks Elsid if he means to say that the Dampiers are somewhat related to vampires. He asks Captain Gustav if he is okay after the fight, to which he says that the injuries are no big deal for him. When Leon sees him closely, he realizes that Gustav is not fine and his injuries are not small, so treating him is the #1 priority, and he doesn't have the time to beat around the bush. Leon informs them about those guys and that they are the vampires. All of them are surprised to hear this. After some time, as Jerome woke up, they went to him, and when they saw him awake, they started beating him. Jerome screams and yells at them and reminds them that the thing they are doing is against the rules. Leon is deeply thinking as the scene changes because, according to Jerome, who told them, Count Lubina is the root cause of everything. The next destination of Storm Merchantry is Lubina, and he brings in mercenaries and adventurers from different places so that he can make them his subordinates and form an army. He realizes that it is going to be very unexpected to the church when they get to know it. He wonders what he is planning, and in addition to that, he is trying to acquire the Black Quartz through the Storm Merchantry. Suddenly, he realizes that because tomorrow is a special day for him, he is going to meet the head merchant with Captain Gustav early in the morning, so he should rest and go to sleep. He thinks about the senior Karen and wonders where she is and what she is doing as she has still not come back. He thinks that Karen should come back and sleep quickly, otherwise she will be tired tomorrow. Elsid asks him if they are going to sleep together. Leon couldn't understand what Elsid was trying to say to him, so he asked him what he meant by saying they were sleeping together. Elsid reminds him that they both are going to sleep on a comfortable double bed. Leon starts feeling shy and starts explaining to him that he is just waiting for them because he is worried about her. Meanwhile, Karen also comes there and tells him that she is looking for him all over, and he is sitting in the room. She confirms with him that he said that he was waiting for her, but Leon disagrees and tells her that he was not waiting for her. Karen tells her that she has news to inform Leon about, and it is huge. She tells him that he can't get shocked and tells him not to get too shocked. The information she got from the Gold Owl is that she is thinking of impressing Leon with her information gathering ability. She tells him that there are vampires in Count Lubina's territory. Leon sarcastically says that he is greatly shocked by listening to the news. Karen gets angry and wonders what his reaction is. When the head merchant listened to the news, she was extremely shocked, as it was the reaction that she had expected from Leon. As the scene changes, Karen, Leon, the head merchant, and Gustav are sitting together. The head merchant tells them that because there is a vampire in Lubina's territory, they are also trying to acquire power. He questions them if they are sure that the person behind that is Count Lubina. Gustav informs him that, after looking at all the events that have recently happened and since a Dampier has appeared, he is sure that a vampire is definitely involved in the matters. Long story short, he tells them that behind Jerome, there is someone, and probably he is Count Lubina. They were aware of all this before Lubina, so now they are able to prepare for it, and it is a relief for them. The head merchant says that if they take precautions, they can still not avoid counting Lubina. If those bandits have gotten away with their good, they still would have an excuse, but as they have come so far, if they don't deliver the good at this moment, this would be an insult to the Count. In his eyes, nobles value prestige more than their life, and there is no chance that a noble would stand up to someone who is not even a noble himself. The whole Lubina territory will conclude by considering the Storm Merchantry as their enemy. Gustav concludes that there is no solution to that other than stepping into a place where danger is lurking. It is basically the worst method in the book, but he has no other choice as he is unable to quit it. If he wants to give up in the middle of a request just because he wants to save his own life, it will destroy his credit and the value he has earned. Once he accepts a request, it becomes his duty as a mercenary to be responsible and look through it till the very end. The head merchant decides to use all his cash, and he also decides to hire some extra mercenaries from there. He will prepare silver weapons and holy water that will prove very beneficial against the vampire. He decides that he will not sit at the back and asks Gustav to save his life. Gustav and the head merchant both shake their hands. It looks like both of them have sorted and decided some things. Karen asks Leon if they shall have a private talk, and they both go outside the room to have a private talk. Karen tells him that the news she is going to tell Leon will surprise him because she obtained that news from a black market trafficker with a lot of difficulty. She tells him that the information is very confidential and no one is able to guess it. The news is about Mole and the reason why he attacked them in the desert. She believes that it is because Mole has an order from the Count of Lubina. Leon is extremely shocked by hearing the news. She tells them many reasons why she thinks Count Lubina was behind the attack. The first reason is that Mole knew which crate had the most valuable goods. The second reason is that if a large number of bandits had always been active, there would be news about their activities, even if only in rumors. The head merchant, Sir Arnold, was sure that there was no danger in that area, but the bandits suddenly appeared in that area and went directly to the crate where the most valuable goods were. She agrees with him, as this is what she is trying to say. The bandits acted upon the Lubina's interest because Mole was taking on the Count's dirty work. But he was unlucky and ran into her by chance. After looking at all the reasons, they both conclude that Count Lubina never wanted them to come to the Lubina territory. It is their thinking and conclusion that has not been confirmed yet. No matter how vast a territory is, it is a bit of a burden for a whole merchantry to enter it, and in addition to that, their forces are also very loyal to them. Count Lubina was unable to send the merchant away because he was the one who had called him in the first place. So he decides to plan all this because it is the best option for him if something unfortunate happens so that the merchant himself cannot reach the territory. They realize that because Count Lubina was up to something in his territory, he wanted to avoid the attention of others before the completion of his plans. He tried to steal the goods that he had ordered before, but the Storm Merchantry not only protected the cargo, but also subjugated the bandits. At last, the Storm Merchantry was left with no choice other than to enter Lubina. Leon realizes that from the side of Count Lubina, things have gotten a bit annoying, which is dangerous. From the time the Storm Merchantry went beyond his expectations, the danger has increased several times. Count Lubina is preparing to destroy everyone in Lubina. Leon decides not to hold back himself either and realizes that it is time for him to use the symbol of the holy iron that Bishop Cesare gave him. He tells Karen that he needs to go somewhere. As the scene changes, it is night in Lubina, and because of this, the conditions are very good. It befits the nickname Night City. There is a kind of fog-type thing that is going to a certain place. It goes inside a room where someone is already sitting on the chair. It is Roman who came back to His Highness. His Highness tells him that there is no need for him to tell her His Highness. Roman tells him that he will always be loyal to him. He is actually the Highness Teeps, who is of the vampiric nobility and is the heir of the Wallachian bloodline, which is one of the 3 great bloodlines of the Nosferatu. He informs her that there are no subordinates of the Count within a kilometer radius, so they can stay there for at least 5 days. He wonders how they end up like this because they are the only 2 left from their clan. He sinned so greatly that the place that he found for them to settle down brought a disaster upon their clan. Teep says that he has sinned a lot to think that the place he found for them to settle down brought a lot of disaster to their clan. Roman corrects His Highness that those sins belong to the wicked. Teep says that, though the person is behind sinning, the responsibility is still his. He decides to save his race at any cost. Suddenly, Teep sees something, and Roman wonders what it is. He concludes that Teeps has used his authority, the power that lets him share his senses with people who are affiliated with him after sharing his blood with them. In case he did not share his blood through his own will, they would still share one mind with Lord Teeps as the center. Teeps sees Leon, and he immediately laughs. He informs Roman that it looks like the goddess has not abandoned them completely. Roman asks him what he is talking about. He tells him that he has seen the count of informants. Roman questions him if he is referring to the Dampiers. Teeps tells him that he has seen that those Dampiers were defeated by a boy who uses holy power. The boy is high up with the church because he made those Dampiers, which are half-bloods, powerless in an instant. He concludes that the boy must also have information about him, which means that he will be the lead to their counterattack. He sees his blood claw, and while looking at it, he abuses Count Lubina, whose name is Andre Lubina, to wait because he will kill and tear him in pieces using his blood claw. On the contrary, as the scene changes in the morning, Elcid asks Leon where he is as he is telling him something. He was telling him that it was chaos, but he went on a tangent. He remembered that he was talking about the fight between the vampires. As they wanted to arrest all the Demon King damned soldiers, they all charged into the castle of Rod with only the vampire. They all disappeared from history because, including the Rod also, 90% of the vampires died in that attack. There are also some of the vampires that survived and successfully escaped from there, but it might be possible that those vampires who survived appeared 300 years later. Leon gets bored listening to the same story from the whole past week, so he asks Elcid to stop. Because of Elcid, he is unable to practice inside the carriage and is listening to his story. He wonders why the road to the Lubina territory is so quiet and safe. And the most important thing is that he is traveling with a talkative sword hero who is able to talk non-stop for a whole week. Elcid asks him to remind him where he is so he can continue the story. Leon tells him to stop as he can't listen to him anymore. Suddenly, Karen appears there and informs Leon that they have reached the point from where they are going to enter the Lubina territory. They see a castle in front of them, though it cannot be compared to a citadel like Valka's. But still, it is large enough for a castle next to the border. Leon looks at the walls of the castle and sees something sparkling. He wonders if he is the only one who can see the sparkling. Elcid informs him that it is his trap because they have used a huge amount of silver to cast sorcery on the walls of the castle to avoid the entrance of vampires. Elcid thinks that there is something else on this agenda, too, but he is not sure what it is. He wonders if it is a trap for the vampires and if it is totally different from what they think. They think that if Count Lubina is controlling the vampires, they wonder why there is a need for him to spell magic on the walls of the castle. The knights stop them and ask them from which merchantry they are from. The head merchant tells them that they are from the Storm Merchant. He is Arnold. The knight informed them that the count was waiting for them, and they allowed them to go inside. As the carriage goes inside the castle, Leon feels the power of the trap, which feels very different from the holy power. Karen couldn't understand what had hit her, and she felt bad for a moment. Leon wonders what would happen to them if they were the vampires. Elcid thinks that he would have burned in that case. He informs them that the guards present at the gate are not vampires of Dampiers, so he instructs Leon to be careful because they are unaware of the fact when the enemies decide to attack them. Leon thinks that it is good that Elcid is able to tell them. Elcid starts looking at the people who are present from the gate to the estate. He finds that there is no vampire or Dampier the whole way. They wonder if the information about the vampire is correct, but suddenly they realize that because the sun has not set yet, it is difficult for them to find the vampire. the senior knight, Brad, comes and introduces himself and tells them that only the adventurers that are B rank and above and mercenaries are allowed to enter the cast because it is the order of the Lord. Leon realizes that he has some special items that he is getting from the owners. He wonders what his aim is in bringing all the escorts. They can probably answer the questions they are curious about. As they go inside the castle because it is very big and grand, Leonix says that it is the first time he has come to a place that is as grand as it and thinks about how they should meet and greet the court. Hamel whispers that they should not look at the face of Count. In that case, his head might be flying off. Brad knocks at the door of Count Lubina and informs him that the Storm Merchantary and its escorts have arrived. Count Lubina orders them to come inside. As they go inside the room, Leon looks at Elcid to tell him if the Count is a vampire. Elcid informs him that the Count is not a vampire. Leon is surprised to know that the Count is not a vampire, but he is something that is even more annoying than that. Leon realizes that the Count is not a vampire and he is a pure human. In addition to that, the knights in the room are human, too. They think that if the Count and the knights are not vampires, then maybe the information that is spread around the territory that vampires are moving around is incorrect. The head merchant, Sir Arnold of Storm Merchantary, as Count Lubina is in a dialogue with him, they notice that his eyes are warm and gentle, and there is no arrogance in his behavior at all. Elcid looks at him very carefully but doesn't end up concluding that he is a villain. Count Lubina asks for his good before having any talk. The head merchant, Arnold, opens up the box in which black quartz is kept. Count Lubina carefully observes the black quartz, and after observing, he is satisfied. He announces that he will give them 1,000 gold as he promised them earlier. In addition to that, he informs them that he will lower the price of the things that the merchantary will buy from his territory, Lubina, by 20%. Sir Arnold thanked him for his kind behavior towards them. Count laughs and says to them that there is no need for them to thank him, and that he is going to have a little business talk with them so they would not be shocked. He tells them about a vampire who is hiding the territory. All of them are shocked to hear, but Sir Arnold screams in shock after listening to him. His shock is somehow understandable because no one thought that they would hear about the vampire from the Count himself. They are searching for the hideout of the vampire day and night, but it is very difficult for his knights to look into every place to find where the vampire is hiding. Because the vampires are very clever and strong in hiding, and as they never had any fight with the vampire, Count Lubina is worried about his knights. So he requests all of them to get involved and subjugate the vampire. He assures them that he will give them monetary compensation for his efforts, and in addition to that, he will also provide silver weapons and holy water. Leon gets confused because he can't understand what is happening and how they should respond. Count Lubina arranged everything for them to stay in the estate, which is meant for the honored guests. Karen thinks that Count Lubina is planning to do something, and maybe he did all the stuff to keep an eye on them. Arnold says that they have no other option but to accept his offer. Leader Gustav deeply thinks about whether all the matters that Count Lubina told them are true or not, as he was the only one who brought up the topic of the vampire to them. He thinks that something is fishy and Count is suspicious, but they don't have any proof. Arnold hopes that Gustav is saying something is correct and wonders what Count Lubina will do to them if he finds out that they are investigating him because they feel he is suspicious. Elcid realizes that because the Storm Merchantary is a group of few people that are equal to the wealthy commoners in the territory, if Count framed them and executed them, it would be very easy for him to clean the things. If the Storm Merchantary were a large merchantary that holds sway over a kingdom, then things would be okay to do. Because Lubina is the territory of Andrei, it is impossible to investigate him without proof. Even if they have any proof, they are still not able to attack the Count openly. Leon wonders if it can be said that Count Lubina is not an enemy. Elcid informs him that, though the Count is not a vampire, he is, in fact, a high-ranking mage. The Count himself is the one who created the formation of the castle walls. Elcid is not sure about it, but he finds out that the frequency of the magic is the same. If the Count thinks of the vampires as his enemies, then he does not need to borrow their power to attack them. On the other hand, if he changes the formation on the castle wall to an attack-type formation, he can himself meet all of the vampires in the castle. It can be assumed that the Count wants to capture the vampire alive or in the name of exterminating the vampire. Basically, he wants to stop the Storm Merchantry from talking about the vampire by shutting their mouth. Leon also feels that Elcid is telling the truth because he is doing something in his territory, which he is hiding from the people. Furthermore, he also hides the fact that he is a high-ranking mage. It can be said that the Storm Merchantry is on his hit list because they unintentionally got involved in his matters. Part of the scheme is also to separate the escort force from the merchantry. A group of mercenaries called the Wolf Teeth end up becoming the Dampiers, so they are not sure if Karen and all of them will not end like them. Leon decides that he is not going to let this happen, and the biggest problem for them at the moment is that Count Lubina is their enemy. Elcid goes to the leader, Gustav, and tells them that he is their enemy, as well as Sir Arnold, but no one can hear it. Leon realizes that he cannot inform them what Count Lubina is trying to do until he tells them about the existence of Elcid. The only person who will believe him is Karen, so he decides to explain the whole matter to her. Karen orders them all to sleep because she wants to wash up tomorrow morning, and if they all stay awake, they won't be able to make any progress. As all of them go to sleep, Leon tells Karen that Count Lubina is a mage. Karen is shocked to hear that he is a mage and realizes that he is on a high level, because even though she was unable to detect him, he is a special target. Karen concludes that they can't win against him with their current attack power, so they require some time. Leon tells her that before coming to her, he had already used the necklace that the Holiness had given him so that he could request the Holy Iron Chain Knights in the time of help. He is not sure when they will arrive to help them, so there is a chance that they might be in a situation where they will be up against the whole castle. While he is telling this to her, she turns her face around because she finds something suspicious. Leon asks her what happened to her, but she does not tell him anything and asks him to sleep. They both go into their rooms. As Leon shuts the door of his room and is about to lie on the bed, Karen suddenly enters his room and locks the door. She pushes him to the bed and gets on him. As someone is spying on them from the window, he sees that both of them are kissing each other. After looking at them while kissing, he flew to inform it to the castle. They both stop kissing right after they find that the person spying on them has gone. Karen explains to Leon that she already knew something was fishy, so that is why she kissed him, because expect that there was no way to stop him from keeping an eye on them. She asks him about his thoughts, and if he thinks that the kiss is realistic, Leon gets angry because he doesn't have any answer to her question. Karen tells him that she also doesn't know the answer to that question. Elcid thinks that both of them are pure idiots. Karen asks him about what he thinks they should start their recon because, in her opinion, they have spied on them, and because they kissed in front of that person, he would not think that they will go out after getting intimate. Leon tells her that there are eyes everywhere around, so it is difficult for them to get out without getting caught. She asks him if he has forgotten about her power. She activates her power and asks him where she should escort him. She carries him and takes him to the roof where life is flourishing and the night view is very amazing. The place is called the City of the Night because it is better at night than in the daytime. She tells him that though it is not midnight, the streets are still so quiet. Leon senses the presence of the people in the building and wonders if it is because of the rumor of the vampire. Karen thinks that there is a possibility of this. They suddenly see a patrolling team in front of them. Leon realizes that there are more patrol teams as compared to civilians. Because the patrol teams are carrying silver weapons with them, it makes it clear that they are actually fighting with a vampire. Leon gets confused as he doesn't know what the relationship is between the vampire and the Count. He thinks that it will be careless to call them enemies, but he is also confused about the fact that if they are allies, so why they are doing it. Elcid thinks that Leon has already answered his question. As always, it is not necessary to say a word that is divided into allies or enemies. Leon realizes that maybe the vampire is not an ally but an enemy of the Count. Elcid thinks that the chances of it are very high, but Leon never considers that. He thinks deeply and realizes that they thought from the beginning that the vampire was their enemy. But it is possible that at some point, the vampire and Count Lubina will become their enemy. But at the same time, there is also a chance that they might end up becoming allies of one of them. Suddenly, Karen calls him and tells him that she has looked all over the place, and it looks like there will be slums beyond the point they are standing at. Leon asks Elcid if the vampires will be hiding in slums, but Elcid disagrees with him as he doesn't think they will be hiding in such kind of place because of their pride. He explains to Leon that the vampires are very proud and extravagant, and because of that, they are known as the nobles of the night. In addition to that, vampires are considered a race that is known for looking down on humans, so if they are hiding in places like slums, it means the situation is very dangerous. As they are about to return, Karen thinks that the night is very gloomy and humid, and she wonders why the humidity is. They look around and find it strange that there are no traces of people's lives. Even if she spreads out her aura sense, she is still unable to sense any life in that place. Apart from the fact that Lubina is still a wealthy territory, it is shocking that there are no poor people. Leon concludes that there is something fishy because if there are rich people in the territory, there must be poor ones too. If there are those people who live in grand estates, there should also be those who live in one-room houses. There are many indications and signs of poor people's existence in the past, but currently, there are no poor people in the whole territory. They both wonder what Count Lubina has done to the poor people, that there is not even a single person, and the place has become a ghost town. They both decide to go back, and as they are about to return, they see something kind of fog around them. Leon thinks it is an ambush and realizes that his senior Karen also didn't see it approaching them. Suddenly, two people appear in front of Leon and Karen. Leon wonders if those guys move here and there by transforming their bodies into the fog and think if they are mages or assassins of the same rank as Karen because she didn't see them coming. Elsid tells him that those guys are actually vampires. One of them introduces himself to them, saying that he is the last royal of the Nosferatu Wallachia lineage and that his name is Teeps. Leon wonders if both of them are friends or enemies because he realizes that Teeps is under immense pressure, and he could have ambushed him earlier, but he did not. Leon is confused because he is unable to understand that the vampires are their friends or enemies. Though they had the power to kill them, they didn't. He finds the fact revealing that he didn't find any malice because Teeps gave up the chance to attack him and preferred to talk to him instead. Leon and Karen both decide to bet on that. After a while, Leon asks Teeps why he is showing them himself because it doesn't look like he has appeared to fight with them. Leon tells him that he wants to know his intentions if Teeps is willing to talk with him. Teeps smiles as he expects the same from Leon, and he asks a question from him because, through the Dampiers, he sees that Leon has used his divine powers, so he asks him if he is from the church. Leon wonders what is happening because he finds out that Teeps is aware of the fact that he is from the church, and still, he decides to reveal himself. Elsid tells Leon that Teeps is not a malicious vampire because he is a malicious vampire. He would avoid showing himself in the first place by seeing the symbol of the church. He realizes that he has impersonated them before in Blaine and tells Teeps that he is saying that he is from the church. Teeps gets happy to know as Leon confirms, and he tells him that they have been waiting for him while holding his hand. As the scene changes, the next morning, they inform the other group members of the Storm Merchantary of the whole matter. The leader, Gustav, yells as he finds it very absurd that the Count is feeding the poor people to the vampires. Karen says that because she got first-hand information, it must be correct. Leon realizes that he got lucky that he has a senior with them because the senior Karen is in a rank, so her words are more trustworthy and carry more weight than Leon's. According to Leonek, the Count Lubina is in a ranking mage with more strength and power than in a rank. He asks them if they are trying to say that a vampire himself showed up in front of them and tells them the whole scheme planned by the Count. Hamel finds the whole story incredible at the same time because Karen is the one who told them the whole scenario, so he doesn't have any other option other than accepting. Long story short, Count Lubina is using the poor people of the city as sacrifices and is thinking of doing something. He is using the vampire subjugation as an excuse to deter their eyesores, and he keeps them so that they shut their mouth. So basically, apart from the result of the subjugation, he can keep their hands and feet tied while they are in his territory and monitor them. Karen agrees and tells them that they are short on time because she is sure that Count Lubina is aware that if he ties them down, it will buy him 10 days maximum. She thinks that something is going to happen at that time. The leader Gustav says that it is possible that she is lying and why and how they believe that those vampires who suck the blood of the humans are telling them the truth. Suddenly, the fog transforms into a vampire, and he appears at Gustav's back. He tells them that they are not happy to live in the blood of humans. He is shocked to see a vampire in front of him. Teeps greets them all and informs them that the body they are looking at is not his real body so that he can move around during the day. He ensures them that he has not appeared there to fight with them, so he requests them not to be so wary. He confirms to them that what Leon and Karen informed them is the real truth, which is nearly impossible to believe. Gustav asked him to show him any proof because he couldn't put the lives of his comrades and even the life of himself at risk just by listening to the words of Teeps. Teeps agrees with him and decides to show him a contract that is certified by the Holy Church, which is solid proof that the Wallachia clan's community service has ended. They are all surprised to hear Hamel wonder if he is telling them about the community service for vampires. Teeps tells them that 300 years ago, some of the vampires joined the Demon King's army. After joining the Demon King's army, they abandoned the path to coexist with the humans and sinned greatly against the goddess. A hero whose name was Roderick massacred a lot of them. Even the Wallachia clan, who didn't do anything and never joined their hand with the Demon King's army, was on the verge of getting executed. A cleric bestowed grace upon them in exchange for 250 years of community service to the church. He allowed some of them to live to retain their bloodline. Leon listens to Teeps carefully and finds that the story Teeps is telling matches what Elsid told him earlier. Elsid thinks that 250 years are nothing to the ones who are immortal because other than exposure to the sunlight or being wounded beyond their regenerative abilities. In addition to that, unless their heart or brain is injured with silver, vampires are a race that can live for thousands of years. Meanwhile, Teeps informs them all that when he finished the community service, he and his clan searched for a plan to settle down, so they decided to settle down in Lubina. Gustav, after listening to Teeps, concludes that he wants to say that Count Lubina stabbed them in the back. Teeps agrees and tells them that the Count actually backstabbed them. Because Gustav has seen himself the document, which is certified by the Holy Church, he can't deny it, and there is no reason for him to doubt Teeps. He thinks that they are stuck in a pit that they can't crawl out of. He looks at Leon and asks him about the arrival of the Holy Iron Chain Knights. Leon tells him that he has no idea when they will arrive to help them. Gustav realizes that they have no choice but to go against the Count with their force. Karen tells him that it is not possible for them because the powers of Teeps are so much more numerous than those of them. But Teeps is still not in a state to go against the Count and have a fight with him. As Count Lubina is a mage, the mages can exert more power than they possess in their own territory. The most important thing is that no enemy is more dangerous than a mage who is already prepared. If a mage who has lived in their territory for decades is going to battle with an opponent who is a sword master, the victory is not sure. Karen suggests two conditions. The first one is to carve away at their attack force little by little, and the second one is to have their attack force superior to his. Gustav thinks that the superior attack force is the one that will have to be divine power. Sir Arnold realizes that they can only wait for the Holy Iron Chain Knights to arrive. Gustav decides to reduce the attack power of Count Lubina as much as possible until the Holy Iron Chain Knights arrive there. Hamel interrupts him and tells him that because they are being watched around the clock, they are going to execute the plan. They decide to reduce the power of Count Lubina when their actions are being watched. Though they were pretty lucky as they shook them off today, all of them started thinking of some idea that they were going to use to execute their plan. Suddenly, Sir Arnold comes up with a plan and asks them how it will work if they pretend to fight the vampire. As they see some destruction, they wonder if it is an ambush. They start thinking about what is happening all around them as they are unable to understand it. Leon appears there and asks them if they are all right. He asks him who Leon is. Leon informs them that he is a mercenary from Storm Merchantry and tells him that he is in the middle of killing the vampire as requested by Count Lubina. He orders them to stay behind as he is going to fight with the vampire. He takes his sword out and asks them to leave everything in his hand as he alone will handle the vampire. It was basically their plan to pretend to fight, as this was the only option they had not considered. Hamel and Leonic laugh because they think the Count did not think of it, and he never thought that they would join hands with the vampires. Karen tells them that if they work together to do a drama about a fight, they will be able to choose the location and time of the battle. Long story short, they will be able to create a scene anywhere in Lubina. They all decide to execute the plan and show Count Lubina what they will do. As they are fighting with a vampire, they realize that Karen and Leon are telling the truth about Count Lubina that he is a magician. The proof that Count Lubina is a mage can be seen all over the territory. They see a lot of buildings that the citizens don't know about, and only Count Lubina can enter them. They see a lot of towers also that create a magic circle that covers the whole territory. Gustav remembers that Karen told him about Count Lubina that if he is a mage, then there will be structures that can amplify his powers within the territory. Some artifacts increase the efficiency of those structures. She showed him some towers, and Gustav asked her if they should destroy those towers. Leon informs that half of them are meaningless so that the real magic circle does not get exposed. They have to destroy the real magic circles without Count Lubina getting suspicious about their plan, so for that, they need to make it look like a coincidence. As Leon is looking at the fight between the leader, Gustav, and Roman, he concludes that they both are pretending very well. Elcid tells him that they are going to have a few days at the least and 10 days maximum. After that count, we will find out about their plan. Until then, they will pretend to fight and sneakily destroy the towers. Leon is about to fight with Teeps. Actually, the fight is a drama, though, but they have to fight in real life as well, so it doesn't seem to be a drama. Elcid informs Leon that he can't use his aura. Leon is shocked to know and yells at him, wondering what he said just now. Teeps attacks him, and he dodges very well, but he still thinks it is true that he can't use his aura against such a powerful opponent. Elcid agrees to that and confirms that he is not able to use his aura. Though it is a drama, the destructive powers of Teeps are real. Elcid informs him that his aura is not compatible with fighting with the vampires, so the slightest touch of the Teeps attack will affect Leon greatly and will cause a lot of damage to him. He gets confused to know that he has to go against someone who has so many destructive powers without an aura weapon, and in addition to that, he also has to destroy the nearby structures coincidentally, which is a very difficult task. The difficulty has all of a sudden increased to so many levels because he has to pretend to fight with a high-ranking vampire by just using his improved physical abilities and sword techniques. They both start attacking each other, and Leon uses his sword technique to attack the vampire. While their fight is going on, they are also destroying the magic circles too. Leon gets tired because he continuously defends himself from the attack of the vampire with his sword. Elcid asks him if he thinks that the fight is a kind of training session. Leon tells him that it is and tells him not to tell him that the fighting is not a training session. Elcid tells him that, for sure, it is some of his training sessions. After 6 days, Leon is sitting tired because he has been fighting with the vampire for the past 6 days, and the plan is going smoothly. They destroyed 10 magic structures, which caused the formation of magic on the walls of the castle to become weaker. The goal of diminishing his power has been accomplished. On the contrary, Count Lubina is looking at all the destruction that is occurring in his territory because of the fight between the mercenaries and the vampires. He abuses them and wears a third ring on his finger. Leader Gustav tells Leon that it looks like things are going well, so they have already planned, but Leon finds it strange that the Count is not taking any action. Gustav thinks that Count Lubina needs some more time, which is why he has not shown up until now. They think that, with time, things will get dangerous. Gustav asks Leon if he has any news on the Holy Iron Chain Knights and when they will come to them. Leon tells him that he has no news about them, but they need to come to them as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Karen arrives there and informs Leon that the Iron Chain Knights have arrived in the territory to help them. As the scene changes and on a gloomy night, Karen and Leon go to the restaurant that Karen already reserved for them. She holds their arm of Leon, and while going inside, Leon asks her if they need to go this far, to which Karen tells him that she is just acting. She told the maid that they both were going to have a sweet dinner in town, so they would not follow a couple on their sweet, romantic dinner date. They can cloud the Count's suspicion, too. As they go inside the restaurant, the manager asks them the name of the restaurant where they reserved a table. Karen tells him that the reservation is under the name of Noel, which is, in reality, the name of Leon spelled backward. He welcomed both of them and informed them that they had a reservation in a room on the 4th floor. He asked them what they would have for dinner. Karen tells him that they will have special items on their menu for dinner for all 4 of them. Karen and Leon went inside the room. Leon saw a girl and a boy in front of them, waiting for them for some time. Leon judged by looking at both of them, saying that though they looked young, they both were very skilled because they were from the strongest armed group on the continent, so it was expected the same from them. Both of them did not take out their weapons, but an extremely overwhelming aura was coming from them. Elcid concludes that living with Karen has strengthened Leon's judgment power. He tells him that neither of them is on the same level as Césaire, but they are stronger than them. Leon greeted them and told them that he was the person who requested to borrow their strength. The boy tells Leon that he has already heard a lot about him from Bishop Césaire and introduces himself as Damien, and the girl sitting next to him is Angela. He further tells them that Angela is unable to speak, so he requests them to understand. Leon asks Damien how much they know about the current situation. Damien tells them he knows that Leon is carrying out a sabotage operation disguised as a fight with Prince Teeps because the Wallachia clan is quite famous for their community service. He thinks that it is unlucky for them because they have got involved with something like this after 250 years of hard work. They are quite an unlucky clan. Damien requests Leon to give them a summary from the start in case he has missed something. After listening to Leon explain the whole story, Damien concludes that he knows what Count is up to because only one kind of magic exists that exploits life in this way. He locks up the vampire clan and breeds them like livestock. He tells them that it is the dark magic. Leon judges from his expressions that the situation is far more dangerous than he thought. Elcid also agrees with him, as it looks like Damien has a full understanding of the situation. He explains the whole scenario to them, stating that vampires are a kind of species in which there is no distinction between the body and the soul. So basically, they are using them to gain power because the black magic drain works really well on the bodies. They are feeding people experiencing poverty to the vampires rather than draining them for their powers. Leon asks him if that thing is actually possible. Damien tells him that it is not possible, but if the vampires could become infinitely strong after drinking large volumes of blood, they would have already taken over the world. The mass consumption of blood is a taboo that can result in their self-destruction, but the lives of the vampires are irrelevant to the Count. The goal of the Count is to absorb all the power by using vampires as a medium. So, actually, Count doesn't care if the vampires die after absorbing the power from them. Angela suddenly shows them 3 fingers, which, in actuality, are trying to tell something. Leon and Karen get confused by looking at her as they don't understand what she is trying to convey. Damien tells them that the risk rate of the situation going on there is 3, which means that they need all of them to cooperate with their whole heart. He tells them that a risk rating of 3 is basically equal to a disaster at the city level. He further explains to them that the engulfment of the city that the brother Leon resolved was of 3. Meanwhile, the risk rating of level 2 is a national catastrophe. Moreover, level 1 endangers the whole world, but things have never gotten so far, except in the case of the Demon King. So, in actual level 3, the risk rating is the maximum, and if the case gets to level 2, then half of the Holy Iron Chain Knights will be gathered, and they will have to request help from every country. In addition, if things like that become frequent, then the world will descend into a state of chaos. They decide to question Count Lubina at night because things have gotten too far. In case Count Lubina refuses to answer them, they will bestow upon the judgment in the name of the church. As the scene changes, Angela goes to the Lubina criminal concentration camp, which looks like a simple prison looking from the outside. But in reality, it is a place where the vampires are secretly imprisoned. The fog starts appearing there, and all of a sudden, Roman and Teeps show up there. They greet Miss Angela and tell her that they already have heard about it. They already know that their role is to guide her by helping the prisoners escape and then joining up with Sir Leon's party. Teeps tells her that they have already had an eye on the facility for a while and thanks her for the count. Roman informs her that it is surrounded by a magic formation that replicates the sunlight, and because of this, their attack will not benefit them. They request her to destroy the core of the formation that is inside the thick wall. After that, they will be able to approach it, but she has to do it all by herself. After listening to them, Angela moves towards that place, and Teeps wonders what she will do next. Angela uses her holy fist and destroys the hole in a second. Roman and Teeps are shocked to see it. They see Miss Angela break the core completely. When Leon hears the tremor, they wonder what that noise is from. Damien tells them that Angela is double in power compared to Damien, and she is stronger than most of their seniors. He says that she alone is enough for their concentration camps. The only problem is those people who are going to take care of the count. They all wonder if he is telling them that they are the problem. Gustav tells him that there are 5 B ranks and 1 A rank in them, as well as a Holy Iron Chain Knight. Gustav asks him if they are still not enough. Damien tells them that if they perform well, then they will be evenly matched at the most, but he can't guarantee to win if any one of them dies or is rendered unable to fight. They all went into the castle of the Count. The guards standing at the door tell them that they don't have any manners because they all came to see the Count at the late hour and advise them to go back immediately. Damien moves forward to them and introduces himself as the 38th Holy Iron Chain Knight from the Holy Church. He shows his necklace to them and tells them that the reason for his coming to the castle is that he has to investigate a pagan sin. They are both shocked that he is a Holy Iron Chain Knight and has come from the church. The head butler comes there and instructs them to put their spears down. He apologizes to Damien for their rudeness, tells them that the Count has called them to enter the castle, and instructs them to follow him in order to meet him. Elcid thinks that Count Lubina has some serious guts because he has sent his butler to meet someone who has investigated paganism. They all follow him and go inside the castle. They all feel that the atmosphere is very different from when they came to meet Count Lubina. They all find it a bit creepy as they think that it might be a trap. The leader, Gustav, tells them to follow them as they cannot go back. He asks Leon if he said right. Leon agrees with him, and they all move toward the Count. The Count welcomed all of them as he is holding a glass in his hand. He informs them he could not give them a proper welcome because he was not aware of their visit. He says Damien has come to him to investigate a pagan sin, so obviously he wouldn't have any drink, so ask him if he is saying it right. Damien asks him to stop as he realizes that he is trying to get out because he has not come to him so late in the night to joke around. He informs him that he is under suspicion of confining the Wallachia clan, who has finished their community service with their church. Moreover to this, he is also using the blood of innocent people to exploit power. Count is impressed as Damien knows all of the things himself, and he wonders how he knows so much about him. Damien realizes that Count is not going to make any excuses for himself. Count, while drinking, tells him that if he makes an excuse, Damien is not going to believe him, so there is no need for him to dance to the beat of his drum. Count laughs and tells them that they have fooled him very well as they have shaken hands with those vampires. As he called the vampires as bats and destroyed his magic formation, he abuses them all and promises them that he will not be going to kill them gently. The leader, Gustav, tells him that it is not funny what he is saying, and also, if he calls the vampire a bat, it is not going to change the fact that he is a sponge for drinking blood. Gustav abuses Count because he has sinned in front of a Holy Iron Chain Knight. Count Lubina tells him that though he is a small peasant, he still has a smart mouth. Gustav laughs and tells him that he understands what he is trying to do. Leon thinks that it is not easy to argue with an active mercenary. Count Lubina asks him if he wants to die. Gustav sees him angrily and asks him the reason for asking him because he already told them that he is not going to kill them gently. He advises him that he must have said such rubbish and illogical things because he is senile. After listening to Gustav, he becomes angry and takes out his necklace. He tells him that he will kill him and cut his already short lifespan because of his long tongue. He tells him that he is going to kill him at the moment, and he is about to attack him. Leon orders everyone to spread out. Karen realizes that, with the amount of magic he has used, it can be said that he is at least ranked 7, and he is hiding so much power from them. Damien realizes that Count Lubina breaks the pendant and releases his magic power, creating a formation around the state. The Count tells them that they are all standing in front of him even though they don't know about his actual powers, so he tells them that they are all going to die because of their ignorance and arrogance. He is about to attack the leader, Gustav, as he will be the first one. He uses his magic spell and attacks him without even chanting. All the mercenaries and even Damien see carefully what happens. They all come to see that the leader, Gustav, has fallen on the ground due to his attack. Damien abuses him as he learns he has used a sacrifice. He not only sacrificed the blood of people with low incomes, but also exploited their souls. Leon goes to see Gustav to see if he is fine or not. Count Lubina calls Damien, the dog of the church, and tells him that he has been wanting to ask him a question for so long. He thinks that black magic is very effective and asks why the church has banned its use. He tells them to watch carefully the power of the black magic that the church banned that he created with drain and sacrifices. He asks Damien if he is informing me that the black magic, which is very amazing, is pagan because by using some measly lives, he is able to shorten the time taken to reap results that would otherwise take thousands of years to achieve. In addition to that, he is able to obtain eternal life by using the lives of worthless people. He once again asks him the reason of the goddess for banning black magic. Damien asks if he is asking him to explain the reason for the ban. Count Lubina tells him that he will not ask him to explain why. In fact, he will make him realize his foolishness. Leon comes forward by pushing out the heavy air that is permeating the room. He wonders if it is what His Excellence talked about. Leon is ready to begin to fight with Count Lubina. Meanwhile, Damien requested the goddess to give light in the cold and dark place so they could understand the mercy of the goddess and their faithfulness. He once again asks the goddess to give him the light. The light from the sky starts appearing, and the power of Count Lubina starts decreasing. Count Lubina increases his power and calls them insects. He tells them to stop crawling toward him. He thinks that their power is nothing if they compare the power he has absorbed and attacks them once again and tells them that they are going to die. Leonic and Hansen decide to use their shields to protect themselves from his attack. Count Lubina is attacking them, and they are using the shield. Count Lubina asks them if they think that they can save their life by hiding behind the shield like rats. Suddenly, Hamel throws an arrow toward Count Lubina, which is about to hit his eyes. Hamel laughs and asks him what he was talking about recently. Leon asks all of them if they are safe and sound. They inform him that they are all fine, but Leon doesn't think that they are fine. Count Lubina abuses them, and because of them, he has to use one of his rings in vain. Hamel is surprised to see that he used a homing missile arrow right in his eye, which is almost impossible to evade, but he is still fine. Damien tells them that he is aware of that ring, which is a single-use top-grade artifact that nullifies the damage. Because of that, they lost a precious arrow. Count Lubina gets furious and aggressive. He abuses all of them and tells them that they are not going to live and that even if they die, he will not leave their souls at rest. He orders them all to become his slaves. Damien screams and tells all of them about what he is doing as the Count starts using his high-rank magic, which is above 5, to start summoning the undead from hell. As Hamel is attacking him, he realizes that his attacks are not working against him, and that even their weapons are not effective at all. One of the undead people touches Leon's clothes, which burns as a result. All of them are sitting in the middle, and all the undead surround them. Elcid tells Leon that it is very difficult to destroy the souls surrounding them with an aura weapon. Leon asks him if he can attack the souls the same way he did when he fought with the armored phantoms. Elcid suggests Leon be very careful while using the holy sword because there are also chances that Count Lubina might be hiding any other trick with those rings on his hand. They see a dagger suddenly hit the ground. They all look upwards and find that Karen threw it. Karen jumps on the ground and attacks the souls from hell. She realizes that her attack didn't work, and she is not interested in fighting those ugly things. She decides to show her skills because there is no option as the hero is in danger, and she has to help him. She enables her shadow power to control the spirit. They all noticed that the spirit stopped moving because the shadows were holding them back. Karen did exactly what they all expected from her. Elcid concludes that it is a good matchup, and she thinks of using the shadows to bind and hold the spirit. Damien once again decides to request, as it is his turn now. He requested to shed light on those who are astray. The light appears and comes downwards on all of them. Damien tells them that because of the goddess's blessing, he has infused the holy attribute into their weapon for a short period. Leon gets happy because his holy sword receives the holy powers. Elcid thinks that a good thing happened, and because of this, they can hide that Leon's sword is a holy sword. The leader, Gustav, gets up and holds his weapon, which is infused with holy powers. He asks all of them why they are not attacking the Count. Leon gets extremely happy to see him fine as it wasn't a critical hit. Thank God. Hansen asked Gustav as he thought he was dead, while Leonic thought that he always boasted about his body, but was almost dead, only suffering a single hit. Gustav turns his face around and passes a smile. He says that binding the ones that their attack didn't work on while keeping their controller at bay. Moreover, they attack them with the opposing attribute, which is the holy power. He thinks it is amazing. In a loud voice, he orders all of the Iron Toenail mercenaries to attack. All of them start attacking. While Count Lubina is watching them, he abuses them. Suddenly, he realizes someone is beside him and is about to attack. He sees a dagger. Immediately, he puts his magic circle in place to protect himself from the attack. Karen realizes that she is very close, but he protects himself. Count Lubina thinks that Karen is stopping him from concentrating. Suddenly, he sees one more arrow in his way. He protects himself once again from the attack. He asks them all if they are misinformed that they might kill him. He was surprised to see that they had fought with all of the spirits and that there was no more spirit left. He abuses them, and because he thinks that they are forcing him to use his other trick, he snaps his finger, but nothing starts happening. They all wonder why nothing is happening, and then the door opens, and his servants come inside the room. Leon looks at them and realizes he is the same senior knight Brad had met before. He wonders what the Count has done with the soldier, as he will not forgive him for this. Damien informs Leon that the Count is using frenzy, a type of black magic in which the potential power of a living person is used to go berserk and turn them into strong monsters for some time. Count Lubina turned the soldiers who had protected them for so long into monsters by letting them know. Damien gets furious after listening to him and abuses him because he uses a magic spell, which is forbidden. Count Lubina says to him that those people forbid the magic spell themselves, and he doesn't understand why the church has restricted the mages. Damien informs him that the forbidden spells were decided with the consent of everyone throughout the continent. Count gets angry and screams that he doesn't agree with the trash because he believes the church is afraid. They think that they possess a lot of power because of black magic and have the potential to rule the world. He calls all of them the dogs of the church and orders his soldiers to attack them. Meanwhile, the soldiers start attacking them, and Gustav realizes they are extremely powerful. Damien shouts and requests all of them to be careful because the soldiers are under the magic spell frenzy. Because of that, they do not feel any pain and are wielding power beyond their limit. He explains to them that those soldiers are in a condition where their vitality is not in any control, so if they don't hit them critically, they will not die. In addition to all that, their aura will also increase dramatically. Gustav realizes that they can only confront them head-on. On the contrary, Hansen wonders if he has used his considerable power in fighting the evil spirits. One of the soldiers attacks Hansen so badly that he gets severely injured and falls to the ground. Blood starts dripping from his body. Leon, while fighting with a soldier, wonders where the senior Karen is. He learns that she is dealing with the Count, and because of that, her hands are full. He wants to go and help her, but he cannot move his body. Elsa advises Leon to relax and carefully examine the movements because, though they are not in their consciousness, the swordsmanship that they achieved through many years of experience does not disappear. So he suggests that he fight with 2 at a time, but Leon thinks that it is worse to fight with 2 at a time. He reminds him of the fight he had in the forest. He tells him that if he goes against a sword that is swinging habitually without any awareness, it is easier to create an opening to attack using vision and footwork. In a one-on-one situation, his opponent's strength is stronger than his own, so it is dangerous. But if there are 2 at the same time, he can take advantage of their clashes. Leon understood what Elsid wanted him to do. He runs towards and attacks 2 of the soldiers at the same time. He dared them to fight with him, and as they came to attack him, Leon attacked them in return. Damien screams and tells Leon that a soldier is behind him. As Leon is about to attack him, suddenly, the soldier holds his hand, which he is holding his sword, and also holds him by his collar and picks him up in the air. The Count spells magic on them, and the soldier who is holding Leon gets burned. However, Leon survives the spell because the holy power that Damien cast neutralizes the magic. He realizes that he would have been burnt in ashes without the holy power. He wonders if the Count was planning to kill him with his knight and thinks that he is very cruel. The Count tells Leon that he, who did not get hit by his attack, and the rank girl who is forcing him to use his artifact are very annoying. Leon sees Karen hanging as the Count has tied her through his magic. Leon asks him to stop torturing her. He proposes a deal to him and assures him that if he accepts the deal, he will leave Karen and will not lay a hand on her. Leon tells him that he is not in any state to offer him any deal. Listening to him, the Count laughs and tells him that he likes him because of his attitude. He further adds that he is more skilled from his age and more dignified than the other mercenaries. He offers to join hands with him and slaughter the mercenaries and Damien. If he agrees and does this, he ensures that he will give him success and spare the life of his woman also. But if he refuses his proposal, he will kill his woman. He laughs and asks him about his opinion as he proposes to him an offer that he thinks is hard to reject. Leon starts thinking about what he should do in a situation like that. Elcid asks him what he is thinking because he thinks he would immediately refuse to accept. He advises him to stop thinking like that because he can clearly see what he is planning to do. He tells him that he is thinking of lying and pretending to accept the offer and then finishing off the count with Merak. He has his guard down and will not be going to work. He informs him that he lacks proficiency with Merak, and the count will 100% see him when he prepares himself for activating it. He wonders if he is thinking that the count will fall for his act and clears him that he will be bound with a special oath because the count is a high-ranking black magician. He concludes that it is going to be dangerous. Leon yells at him and asks him what he should do because Karen is in danger, and he doesn't have any time. The least he can do is accept the offer. When Count Lubina sees him yelling at no one, he wonders if he has a mental breakdown. Elcid suggests he calm down, but Leon tells him that he can't do so in such a serious situation. Elcid tells him that he is forgetting something, and he wonders what he is forgetting. Suddenly, he sees someone broken the roof and jumps on the floor. Leon finds out it is Miss Angela. Damien tells her that she is late. A soldier from behind comes to attack her. Damien screams and tells her to watch out. Angela punches all of the soldiers with her wrist and kills them all. Count Lubina wonders who she is and abuses all of them. Leon wonders why Miss Angela decides to go alone. He asks Elcid if this means that she is very strong, apart from her looks. Elcid informs him that Angela directs the aura through her body and releases it as directional shockwaves. The power in her body will rip her guts out if she makes one small mistake. In addition to having a strong body, she also has an extraordinary spirit. Leon wonders if the technique is so dangerous that it can rip the guts. Elcid tells him to imagine focusing Merak's aura on their body instead of the sword. If a large amount of aura is circulating inside the body, it is equal to gunpowder, and by one mistake, the body can be blown out. Leon looks at Miss Angela and realizes that there are so many strong people in the world that he does not know about because they use something so dangerous like that without any hesitation in real combat. He decides not to lose against Count Lubina. The Count looks at her and wonders who she is. Angela gives him a thumbs down. The Count abuses him because she ruined his plan. He tells her that he will kill her. They both come to each other to attack one another. Angela attacks him while he protects himself with a magic formation. He laughs and tells her that it doesn't matter how strong she is. She cannot break the formation no matter how many times she attacks it. But after a while, Count starts notifying us that the formation is breaking, and suddenly it breaks. All the mercenaries, including the Holy Iron Chain Knight, get happy and ask him to surrender in front of them. Damien informs him about the nights on which he spelled his black magic and the formation that was the source of his magic, which were both destroyed. He said they all witnessed a very ugly situation in which he was struggling. Count Lubina asks him if he thinks he will surrender. He tells him that they all have forgotten that he has a hostage. Meanwhile, Karen appears and asks him if he is talking about her. He is shocked to see her. Karen attacks him with her dagger. He screams because of pain. He wonders what he tied up. Leon asks Karen if she is alright. Karen tells them that she did get hit back there, but Count doesn't seem to want to kill her at once. When he held her hostage, she swapped places with her shadow. If it had not been for Angela, she would have been done for so long. Leon, in a loud voice, asks her again if she is alright after all that. She tells him she is perfectly fine. Leon instructs her to stay at the back, as Count is extremely injured and feeling on the ground. He abuses all of them. Leon shows his sword to him and asks him to surrender. Count Lubina laughs and shows his hand to him as he thinks he still has a card up to his sleeve. He does not notice that he doesn't have his ring on his finger. Leon wonders if he still has his artifact with him. Karen shows him his ring and tells her that she can't allow a villain like him to have such an expensive ring, so she will use that in the future. She thanks him for his ring. Count yells at them and abuses them. He warns all of them that he will convert them into dust. He hears a voice that tells him to give up because it is time to pay for the sins that he attempted. Fog appears in that place, and suddenly, it transforms into a vampire. Teeps occurs and calls the Count by his name, André. Count Lubina laughs and calls them insects. He picks up the black quartz. They realize that it was the same black quartz that they had brought to him. The Count swallowed it. He screamed so loud that all of them felt annoyed by the noise that they put their hands on their ears to avoid that ugly sound. Teeps is stunned to see him, as it is impossible because the method is one of the 3 great bloodlines of Nosferatu. The vampire nobility has the power to control sound. He also acquired the power of the Elizabeth clan. The Count asks if they learned how prepared he was when he found the bloodline of Nosferatu and made their power his own. He asks all of them to die because he believes the only thing left for them is to die. All of them start trembling. Leonic wonders why he is trembling while Hamel is shivering. He asks Hamel if he is scared of the Count and calls him an idiot. Leon realizes that it is getting hard to breathe because of the presence of the aura of Count Lubina. He was holding back because his preparations were not complete yet, but he thought that they forced him to take a step and that he would be the king of the night sky. He announces that the territory is his and that the last moments of them are also going to be his because he will drain their blood. Further, he decides to turn them all into sustenance for his new path as a vampire. They notice the moon, which had become red. Teeps tells them that it is a blood moon, which will truncate everything its light touches into a formation, placing everything within under its effect. The power symbolizes the vampires that reign over all the vampires. Angela moves toward him to attack him. Leonic and Hansen cheer her up as she prepares to use the same fist with which she broke the formation. She moves her fist and attacks him using it. As she attacks him, her attack doesn't do anything to him. He thinks that she is very pathetic. He puts his hand on her head and uses his magic on her. She becomes unconscious and falls on the floor. Damien screams when he sees what he did to Angela. He tells him that he is the next target. Leon sees the drops of blood everywhere. Suddenly, Teeps shouts and tells all of them to run. As they were about to run, suddenly, a thing attacked them. Gustav, Hamel, and Hansen, all of them got seriously injured and were lying on the floor in agony. Karen is sitting, covering her face, and she wonders what happened. As she opens her eyes, she sees drops of blood on the floor. She sees Leon protecting her while he is extremely injured. Karen yells at him and asks him what she is supposed to do if he hurts himself. Leon puts his hand on her shoulder and requests her to take Teeps and Roman as far as possible. She refuses and asks him what he is planning to do all on his own. She sees him in his eyes, her heart melts, and she agrees with him. She gets up to take them somewhere away from her, as requested by Leon, and before leaving, she tells him that she will kill him if he dies. Count Lubina realizes it is very beautiful, and he uses black quartz for his vampirification, which is successful. He has been saving the power for decades within himself. The body he is using is the advent of the vampire king that had disappeared 300 years ago. He notices that after his attack, someone can still move his body. He further looks carefully and finds Leon willing to be his opponent. He suggests he stop bluffing and accepts the fact that Leon, in reality, is very tenacious. He asks him what he is planning to do as there is nothing left for him to do. He sees Karen running from the place and asks Leon if he is trying to let his girl run away like this. He tells him that it is useless even if his girl runs away because Lubina is in the palm of his hand. He tells him that they cannot escape the city no matter what they do. He laughs and warns them that he is going to give him so much pain and he will be suffering from despair cry. Moreover, he will make him regret it even after he dies. Leon thinks that he is very nosy and wonders if it is the rule for a black magic user to talk a lot. He picks up his sword and tells him that he just endured all his rubbish talk because he wanted to buy some time, but he just kept talking. Count gets aggressive after knowing he wants to stall some time and calls him foolish. He is about to spell his magic on him while he thinks that he has tested his patience a lot. When Damien sees him gathering all his magic in his hands, he feels that the power is overwhelming and that it will destroy everything if it lands. Leon can't sense any aura from Karen, so he realizes that she has gone far away from him. As she has gone by now, he decides to attack the Count. Elsid thinks the Count is a super idiot because his trump card is vampirification. Leon raises his sword high in the sky. As soon as he does, a strong and intense light appears from the sword. Hamel's injuries start healing on their own because of the light. Damien also notices the intense light and is surprised to see such an intense amount of light. He realizes that Leon is using a holy sword. Count Lubina screams and falls on the ground as he has been severely burnt because of the light from the holy sword he is swerving. Elcid concludes that he is evil as he gave up on being human and transformed himself into a vampire to obtain unclean power. He tells Leon that the light that appeared from the holy sword is 2 to 3 times more fatal for a cruel person like him. Apart from that, vampires are not only for their power input, they gain experience from a long life, and they get annoyed when they come to know how to use those properly and freely. Leon wonders if Lubina has anything out of that. Elcid thinks that it can be said because he immediately had to turn it into a vampire, so he did not know how to use those powers. Elcid sees a vampire coming the way Leon is standing, and suddenly, he attacks him. On the contrary, as Karen has tied Teeps and Roman, Teeps is requesting her to release him because he wants to kill Andre with his blood claw. Karen refuses to release them because she thinks they will only hinder Leon. She offers to release them only if they stay away. Teeps realizes that they are very pathetic because they couldn't do anything to the one who was their family's enemy. Teeps feels that someone is calling them who is behind the door as soon as Karen untied them because his power starts responding. They are about to go inside the room to check who is calling him when Karen suddenly stops him and asks if, after going inside, lots of vampires will come out. In actuality, Karen doesn't want to see weird guys like vampires come out. Teeps tells her that they will come to know when they go inside. They open the door of the room, and Karen becomes happy because she doesn't see anyone there. Teeps asks him if he is the one who called him. Karen sees someone imprisoned in front of her and is shocked. She wonders what the thing in front of her is. She can't tell if it's a vampire or a dampier. It seems to be dying. She comes to notice that the thing is moving. The thing moves forward, his hand. Teeps comes forward to him and holds his hand. He gets a flashback when Count is holding his daughter's hand. He injects blood into his body and ties his hands to capture him. On the contrary, when the Count as a vampire attacks Leon, the attack does not harm him because the sun's attribute of him reacts to it. Leon decides to attack him because he realizes it is his chance now. As soon as he attacks him with his sword, Count Lubina screams so loud that Leon starts trembling after hearing such an intense sound. But he can't hear that sound attack. He realizes that if he hadn't veiled his head and neck before his attack, he could have died from his bite, or his head would have exploded. Elcid appreciates him for doing a good job and asks Leon if he is okay. Leon tells him that he is fine. Elcid informs the Count that his current appearance is horrible because he is in a berserk state and is left with nothing but instincts. Elcid advises him to stay active and be careful because the Count is unable to use his magic but can use his awakened abilities as a vampire, so he shouldn't underestimate him. He already knows about the authority of the Nosferatu 3 bloodlines. The first one is the blood of Wallachia, the second one is the Elizabeth Sound, and the third is the Strigo Shadow. When Leon fought with Teeps, it was confirmed that Wallachia's authority didn't work for him. In addition to that, he also blocked the Elizabeth family authority with his aura, which is of the Sound. So, the only attack the Count can give him is the Strigo family's shadow. Leon notices that the Count is battered, but sadly, he has also used his 80% aura, so he can't fight for a long time. He realizes that he has to end the fight in one go. Elcid informs Leon that by the attack that he just recently made on him, the Count would have realized by his instincts that if he touched him, he would die. So, he will not be given any chance to touch him. Leon knew everything before, but he decided to do it in one go because he had to do it. He runs towards Count Lubina to attack him. The Count attacks him with blood, but the blood attack does not affect Leon. He then uses his shadow attack. Leon wonders if Count can materialize the shadows and if the sun aura doesn't react to the shadow attacks. Leon remembers that he has spared a lot of time with Karen. He realizes that he can only afford to make mistakes with his vision or step techniques. Otherwise, he will be alive. So, he decides to put all his remaining strength into physical enhancement and go for it. Leon yells at him and attacks him with his holy sword. He cuts him but comes to know that he is still alive even after getting cut by his holy sword. He attacks Leon with all his magic power, and Leon screams in pain. The territory's people come outside from their houses and see that the moon is blood red. One of them says that he has heard an explosion coming from the castle. They wonder what is happening. Suddenly, something appears, and they shout for help. The shadow monster took away their shadows and restricted their movements. They sucked the blood out of them. As the Count starts sucking the blood of everyone in the city, Damien thinks he is trying to get back to the vampire states by sucking the blood. The Count seems to be desperate to recover the damage that he had. The founding vampire even knew about the dangers, which is why he sealed it. The after effects are going to be dangerous and serious for an incomplete vampire. Elcid informs Leon that the technique he is using is a forbidden technique triggered by the instincts of the Count, and if he continues to suck the blood from the people in the city, as a result, they will vanish, and their traces will not be found. Leon wonders if it is the second coming of the Swallowed City. As he tries to get up and fight again, Count suddenly attacks him through his shadow monster. Elcid yells when he sees Leon in danger. Count laughs and tells them they will all sacrifice for his resurrection. Leon is unable to move his body as he has used all of his remaining aura to protect his body, but it is just a stopgap. He lost too much of his blood. He is unable to move his body or even gather the aura. Leon hears the cries of the people in the city, as they are asking for help because the Count is sucking their blood too. They are crying to leave them as they don't want to die. They want to live. After listening to their cries, Leon decides that he has to fight with the Count because this is why he decided to become the hero, so he can save those who are suffering from unreasonable evil. Leon exerts his force and breaks the formation around him. Count concludes that he is really annoying, so he decides to concentrate and focus all his power on him. He asks him to die, and Leon remembers the thing that Karen told him that if he dies, she will kill him. So, he realizes that he is going to be in trouble if he dies. With the help of his 7-star sword and the Grand Chariot, he starts gathering Merak to attack the Count. With the speed of light, he runs towards the Count and is about to attack him. Before attacking him, he tells the Count that it is the end of him. He remembers his daughter Leah, who was a cute little girl holding her teddy with her every time. She gets happy to see his father, Andrei Lubina, who hugs her when he gets back home as his daughter is waiting for him. She asks her daddy to play with her and tells her she loves him a lot, to which the Count tells her that he loves him too. His daughter is lying on the ground as she is suffering from a disease. He picks up his daughter and tells her that he will save his daughter. He can't find it anyway and is upset over the fact that a high-ranking mage like him can't find a cure for his daughter, the incurable disease from which his wife died now. His daughter is suffering from the same disease, but he is unable to do anything for his daughter as he has used every single method. He realizes that he cannot lose his daughter as he is willing to do anything, even if he can sell his soul if needed. He decided to use black magic. He ordered his soldiers to take everyone in the slums and started testing them by injecting different kinds of samples into their bodies. After a lot of testing, he finally found a cure. The cure is black quartz, and he decides to amplify the vampiric power he gathered with the help of black quartz. Through this, he will get the power of the vampires he has longed for. He is happy to know he has found the cure for Lady Leah's disease. Count laughs and asks in confusion if there is something like Lio because he doesn't remember her. Count's body is cut into pieces. Teeps informs him that his daughter said she was waiting for him while he handed over the teddy to Teeps. Teeps shows his teddy to Count, who realizes that he forgot about his original goal, which was to save his daughter, Leah, because he was so much drunk on power. The moon starts getting back to its normal color, and the people get free from getting their blood sucked. Count wants to hold his daughter Leah's teddy, so he moves his hand forward to hold it, but he transforms into fog and vanishes. Teeps tells them that vampires are a species that doesn't distinguish between flesh and spirit. As a result, when they die, their soul doesn't get separated from their body and persists permanently with it. But he starts vanishing because it is his punishment for using the taboo. The leader, Gustav, questions if this is the end to all the dilemmas. As he says this, Hamel and Lenik shout at him and ask him to stop doing such unlucky things. They remind him about the orge that got its head chopped off and came back to life after he said it. They feel that he is very anxious to bring the dead person back to life by saying such kind of things, so they instruct them to do the thing that they tell them to do. Gustav asks them about Leon, and they inform him that he is there. They see Darian and Angela sitting with Leon, who is healing him. He thanked them as he started feeling better and requested them to heal themselves as he was fine. They both smile and tell him that they are fine. Leon realizes that they will not stop even if he tries to stop them. Elsid agrees because he thinks the same way. Moreover, he concludes that those are the people who will give up their lives to save him if they need to. Damien appreciates Leon and calls him Sir, saying that he is amazing. Now, he understands why Bishop Caesar asked them to give all their cooperation to him. Leon apologized to them because he couldn't reveal his identity before Damien promised to take his secret to their grave, as he respected his wish to hide his identity from them. He asks him not to worry and to leave the remaining to them, as there is no one to obstruct him. When Leon sees Karen standing at their back, Damien ensures him that the friction with the royal family will be kept to a minimum. Karen, in aggression, asks Leon if he is practically dead. She shouts at him and tells him because he talked big, that is why she trusted and left him. As she sees him suffering from major injuries and blood all over his body, she asks him what this is. Leon tries to explain to Karen, but she realizes that she is a fool and that he believes him, and he almost dies. Leon tries to explain to her, but he suddenly starts getting unconscious and falls towards her. She hugs him as he sleeps in her arms. The scene changes, and the next day, the royal family is notified about the Lubina incident. Counts are people who have immense power over the kingdom. Because of the death of one of them, which was due to unnatural causes, there was a noise within the kingdom and also among the high-ranking nobles. The Wallachia family, who had completed their volunteer service with the church, and also those who were imprisoned falsely and had their blood exploited all, add to the testimony of the count. All the proof proved that Count Lubina was a heretic. Damien informs them that Count Lubina has been convicted of being a heretic and will be sentenced to execution. He informs them that they also took help from some mercenaries and adventurers during the process, but those were not involved at all, so it will be of no use if the royal palace summons them as witnesses, because they are not going to find much from them. Because the two Holy Iron Chain Knights who had the church at their back came forward to settle the matter because of them, the turmoil in the United Kingdom subsided. As the merchantry is on its next destination, Karen believes that they have a long way to go, and the nobles will be very worried about the incident that has happened lately. The nobles will use it as an excuse to interfere with them in so many ways. That is why she borrowed the authority of the church and slipped away. She sees Leon, who gets up. She asks him if he is awake. Leon tells her that he woke up and realized that he had fallen asleep in her arms and that 4 days had passed. Karen informs him that the people in the mercenary group are all perfectly fine. Leon is relieved to know. He sees Karen, who is also injured, and asks her if she is okay because he can see blood on her clothes. Karen tells him that her injuries are all healed now. She missed all her vital organs and suffered some bleeding, and because of that, it healed quickly. After a while, Karen apologized to Leon as he was angry at the time when she pretended to be captured by the Count. She was thinking about it from that day because she was wondering if she had shocked him by doing what she wanted to. She ensures him that she will inform him before she takes any action next time. Leon smiles. When Karen sees him smiling, he asks why he is smiling. He tells her that the reason why he is angry is not her, as he is angry at himself because he was not able to figure out the plans of his comrade. So she should do what she has been doing, and next time, he will know what she is up to. After listening to him, Karen goes out to breathe. Elsid tells Leon that he has become a real hero, but the strength of Karen comes from her unique tactics, extraordinary spontaneity, and her quick thinking. So, if he understands her plans in advance, it will weaken her strengths and also turn into a weakness. Leon realizes that if his ignorance limits the power of his comrade, then he cannot call himself a hero. Karen is sitting angrily on the roof of the carriage. Meanwhile, Elsid appreciates him as he thinks he has taken a step forward. He tells him that the next destination they are going to is Titan Mountain Range. Leon realizes that they are going to a place where the former king, whose name is Roderick, left his will and the land where the King of Giants rules. He asks Elsid if he has decided how to get in and how they are going to find Roderick. Elsid tells him that he doesn't have any idea. Leon thinks that he will find out once they reach there because he has to trust his skills, his comrades, and the holy sword he has. Listening to Leon reminded something to Elsid. Leon realizes that he has a long way to go, and he does not see the end to their efforts, but he realizes that by not giving up, he will be stronger tomorrow. So, he gets excited to go to the Titan Mountains. In the desert city of Chinook, where there are no lords, laws, or orders, it is basically a city of outlaws. Fighting occurs every time in the city. A man attacks Odin, an Aranker. He takes all his money and attacks him in return, making him fall to the ground by abusing him. After he gets all the money from the man, he offers each of them a drink. People started appreciating him for his generosity. Some of the men surround a girl and tell her that the place is not safe for an innocent girl like her. They ask her to see what happened to the man a while ago. They try to scare the woman by telling her that the place is very dangerous. One of them tells the other that the girl smells very nice. One of them asks the girl if they should escort her. A man holds her chin and wonders if he should take her to the street of corruption. So he tells her to finish it quickly. After that, they will sell her in the market. He believes that she will be gone for a high price. They ask their boss if he is okay. Their boss looks at them and asks them what they are trying to say. They inform him to look at his arm. When he looks at his arm, he sees it is broken. The girl removes the veil from her face and asks everyone if they want to atone for their sins. As Karen and Leon enter the city, they see monsters everywhere. They see the B-rank wyverns and the Titan Mountains. Karen realizes that the tension from just approaching it is very insane, and the demonic energy that is flowing from the forest is very powerful and strong. She feels like she will be crushed if she don't remain careful. She came to know the reason most of the guilds do not accept requests that involve the Titan Mountains. She informs Leon that she heard that there are a lot of rare sacred herbs and resources that a lot of adventurers have tried to find, but there were not many who returned. They both conclude that the place is very dangerous. Elsid tells Leon that it is the demonic dominion where the giant king rules, and the dragons are also aware of the fight not to fly over there. Karen's instincts refuse her not to go inside any further. Elsid tells them that the mountain range is not made up of humans. In fact, it is the world of giants and monsters. He tells him that there is no better place to train until he can survive. He thinks that Leon will return and asks him if he plans to go back. But he laughs and tells him to stop joking because he came too far and there is no chance for him to go back. He turns around and calls Karen so that they may go further. Karen agrees as she already knows Leon is not going back at any cost. On the other hand, the girl attacks all of them. When she sees that she has attacked all of them, she takes a deep breath as she is done. A man behind the wall is looking at her, and he wonders who the girl is as she looks very dangerous. He finds that she is a former ranger who became wanted for shooting the boss's head off. In addition to that, she is a dismissed high-ranking knight and also a former Aranker. The girl took all those guys alone by herself and defeated them easily. He wonders who the girl is. Suddenly, the girl breaks the wall and finds that he is the last one. The girl is about to attack him, but he starts begging her. He tells her that it's only been one day since he came to that place, so it is unfair. When the girl listens to him, she calls him a shameless person. He asks her if she is from the Divine Church. He yells and tells her that he is the boss of the slums, but they acknowledge him because he did some bad things. He requests her to ask Blaine's Bishop Cesare. She is about to attack him with her iron mace, but after listening to him, she puts all her effort to stop the attack. Her iron mace merely touches the face of the boy, but she immediately stops her iron mace. She asks him if he is really the boss of the slums and asks him if his name is Khan. Suddenly, he sees a person moving. He asks her how he is alive, as he is sure that she hit him with her iron mace, broke his neck, and shattered his spine. She tells him that when she attacked him, she cast a quick recovering holy magic. So, if all his bones are broken, they can still survive with their bones fusing back together. They won't be able to move since they almost died and came back. He thinks that it is not enough to wreck those grown men, but the holy power of her magic is so strong that she can easily recover their injuries. He wonders who the girl is. He knew that the Holy Iron Chain Knights were very strong, but he didn't know that they were this strong. He realizes that there is only one person from the church who is this strong and wonders if the girl is. The girl asks him if he knows a person known as Sir Leon, who participated in the subjugation. After hearing it, the man asks her if she is asking about the kid. When she hears him calling him a kid, she immediately gives her punishment. After beating him, she tells him that she will forgive him on one condition. He tells her that she has already beaten him so much. She tells him to keep an eye on Leon, look into where he went, and report each and everything about him. But she tells him not to report her on Leon's likes and dislikes or his sleep routine, though she is curious to know about that too. He is surprised to hear her. She is in a fresh mood and orders him to escort her to Blaine, as they are going to go now. He wonders what is happening and how his life gets so messed up. In the Titan Mountains, the giants have already fought and taken down 2 dragons and are a bit tired too. One of them asks the other if he is still able to fight with a drake. He informs him that it will not be easy for him because his ribs and left collarbone are broken. He realizes that fighting with a drake is not easy in this condition, but they decide to go against it and kill it if it is not going to kill them. Karen tells Leon about those giants and that they belong to the Titan tribe. Leon agrees, as he also thinks the same by looking at them as if they are not backing out. Leon realizes that Drake is still powerful compared to them, and he is just playing around with them. He wonders if it is really a monster. Elsid tells him that looking at its behavior, it has been proven that it is a monster. As long as it has great power, it can also play a role in their lives. He further informs Leon that the monster has great perception, and its range is about 3 kilometers, so it knows about their presence also. Because of that, the monster's next targets are Karen and Leon. Elsid asks him what he is planning to do. Either he will be helping the giants or will save their own life by running away. Karen holds her head as she thinks it is a nightmare to see a drake on their first day, who is an S rank and has an intelligence equal to that of a human. She asks Leon what he is thinking of doing, but she realizes that she is an idiot because she already knows the answer to what Leon will do. The giants came forward to attack the drake, but they got hit by it very hard. It hits them with its tail, and they are both under its tail and trembling because they think that they are going to die. Leon uses his Grand Chariot and activates Merak. He attacks Drake and tells Karen to attack him after his attack. She also hits Drake and thinks that it is nice because all of the poison shurikens hit the target. But their attack couldn't do anything to Drake. They think that they are going to die now, as Leon already expected because he already knows that it won't be easy. He gives the giants a highly concentrated portion, which is small in size but very effective to drink. They hesitate a bit, but Leon tells them that they will talk after defeating the lizard. Leon asks them if they are able to fight. Giants gets up and thinks that the question he asked is not even worth asking, as they will take the lizard at any time. They all move forward to attack and kill Drake. The giants say to Drake that they will take it any time. As they get ready to fight, Leon activates his maximum output, but suddenly, he becomes colorblind because he is unable to see all the colors. Elsid advises him not to get confused because the phenomenon has occurred for some time. His mind cannot catch up to the speed of his body reflexes, and because of that, it will look like everything is going slow. He trained his mind, and that is why he is able to see anything right now, as it is not the time to be spacing out. He instructs him to look up and use the time to find a way to attack it. Leon realizes that Drake's defense mechanism is really high. He and Karen will be able to inflict a critical hit. Leon is searching for Drake's weak point. He is pretty sure that its weak point is the skin of its wings and its eyes. It attacks them with their attack. Leon shouts and orders everyone to dodge its attack. They got hit by its attack as it was very dangerous, but aren't harmed because Leon had warned them before. Karen also did not see it for some time as it was so fast, so she thanked Leon for warning them. The monster Drake now changes its mind. Leon realizes that it is different because it has changed its mind before. It was just playing around, but now it has decided to kill them. Karen also realizes that she has made up their mind, and Leon realizes that Karen is also changed. Karen jumps and attacks it. The giants are impressed by looking at Karen because they think she is very powerful. She shouts at Drake and calls it mean because it is an S-rank monster and is still trying to act mean. They appreciate Leon's power over his girlfriend. They conclude that his girlfriend is very wild and thinks that he has cut out his work. They both decide on which place they are going to attack Drake, so they assure Leon that they will protect him. Both of them jump towards it and attack it on his paw with their weapons. Drake screams in agony and sees Leon coming to attack it. It opens its mouth and spits on him. Leon gets into darkness and is unable to see anything. He calls all of them Elsid, Karen, and Mr. Giants, too. The monster also has a dark attribute, which he thinks is very problematic. Elsid advises Leon not to get afraid and instructs him to forge the path by creating the light. He suggests that he do the thing that he is capable of doing. He activates his Grand Chariot's third meridian. By using his 7-star sword, only a stabbing attack, he destroys the dark attribute of the monster and forges the path. He attacks it by activating his Alcade. It screams in pain because of Leon's attack. The next morning, Leon opens his eyes and sees Karen lying beside him. He is shocked to see her and shouts in shock. He asks Karen about the place they are in. Karen sees him awake and says that she can tell him about the place, but not right now. Leon tells him that he doesn't remember anything. She gets up and asks him if he really doesn't remember anything that happened yesterday. She tells him that she is a bit upset about yesterday because he was quite too rough. She intentionally did double-meaning talk to make him think. Leon asks her what thing he got rough with and wonders what he did. She burst into laughter and asked him what he was thinking about. She calls him an idiot and informs him that his fever went up to 40 degrees, or 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Leon realizes this is why Karen looked after him. Karen agrees and tells him that she looked after him all night. She tells him what happened after he attacked Drake. Its survival reflexes probably got kicked, and it started acting like crazy. It ran away after creating a drama. She grabbed his neck and asked him when he was going to faint right after making use of his skill. After attacking Drake, Leon was about to fall free from such a high place. She tells him that he almost died. Leon apologized to her. She told him that she had run to save her while the giants had asked her to stop because it was dangerous to run towards the reckless breath of a Drake. But because he was the only person who ran to save her when she was in trouble, she also ran to save him from falling. Leon thanks her for saving his life, and Karen asks him what he is saying all of a sudden. As they both are sitting close, suddenly, the giants happen to come there. As they see them close, one of them tells the other that he has already told him they are in complete love. Karen and Leon request that they stop and listen to them. One of them is Urga, and the other is Jolru. Urga appreciates Leon and tells him that he was amazing yesterday. At the same time, Jolru moves his hand forward to shake it with Leon. Leon also introduces himself and tells them that he is happy to see them. Jolru and Urga's hands are far bigger than Leon's. Karen tells him they are very strong and that even the dire wolves and trolls are hiding from them, and they didn't see a single demon on the way towards the house. Leon realizes that it makes sense why they all are hiding from them. They all sit on the floor to have a dialogue. Urga tells him that Karen has already informed them that they both want to meet the King of Giants. Urga tells them that if they really want to meet the king, then they first have to meet with the village chief. Urga asks Leon if he is okay, while Jolru suggests he do something to rest. Leon feels some ominous feeling from them and tells them that he is perfectly fine. They get up to meet the village chief. As they leave the house, they see more giants come to greet Urga and Jolru. Leon realizes that they are so big, and Karen tells him that it is because it is a Titan village. He is shocked to see a dire monster lying dead in front of him. Besides it, there is also a wyvern and a troll. He realizes that those monsters that are able to destroy a small territory by themselves are all killed by the giants. They killed more than 10, and it might be even more than 100. But he managed to go against one troll with such great difficulty. He sees so many A rank and B rank monsters in front of him. He, by mistake, steps on mushrooms. Karen immediately stops him and tells him that the mushrooms can buy them 2 swords on which he is stepping. Elsid tells Leon that Titans are very strong. Who didn't realize before that Titans are this strong? Elsid further informs Leon that their physiques are the same as those of A rank and A rank Orges. In addition to that, they are intelligent and are also able to do martial arts. They are basically warriors and hunters, and they can eradicate monsters that are below the S ranks. They reach the place, which is the exclusive area for training the Titans that is called the Hall of Hell. He asks them to go inside, but because Leon hears screams from inside the Hall of Hell, he says that he doesn't want to go inside a place like this. As they all go inside, he sees strange scenes. The Titans are screaming, and many of them are lying on the ground, too. Leon thinks either they are their enemies or not. Suddenly, a man comes and tells him that both of them are the guests of the village. She introduces herself as Valken, who is the chief of the village. Leon looks at her carefully because she is putting on such overwhelming pressure. He realizes that he is unable to defeat her. He looks at her biceps and triceps. Elsid tells him that she wants to say something to him, as he doesn't know whether he should compliment her. The giants sitting there say their chief is the best, as expected, and they also want her super defined muscles. She asks Leon if he wants to touch her muscles, but he refuses and says he is fine. She asks him after hearing that they have learned about Roderick's legacy. He agrees and asks her to provide some information if she can. She laughs and tells them she will not give it for free. Leon gets confused because he does not understand her. The scene changes, and they are on the battlefield to have a match. As the spectators watch them, Valken introduces him to them by saying he is Leon, who is visiting their village. He informs them that he slashed through Drake's eye because he is strong, and the giants are impressed to know that he slashed Drake. She tells them that because Leon wants to fight with them, she is starting to look for an opponent for him. She calls him a human hero and informs him that he must agree to the match to find the answer to his question. Elsid thinks it is a great chance for him to learn from her, but the condition is that he does not die while fighting. Leon agrees to her condition and decides to do it. They think that humans also have guts, as they liked his course. Karen wonders if fighting is a custom in Titans, but Urga tells her that it is the hobby of their village chief. Someone sitting in the crowds loudly says he would like to be Leon's first opponent. Valken tells Leon that his first opponent will be Call, who is a brave hero. He says that he will be in his care, on which Leon realizes that he should be his line. As Leon's facial expression changes, the giant notices and tells him not to faint, as he is also waiting to fight him. Valken asks if they should place a bet on the winner. Karen bets on Leon, and she asks her if she wants to touch her biceps on this thing, but Karen refuses. When Call exerts force and asks Leon to begin the match, Leon realizes that he has great force and amazing power. Call again attacks him, and he wonders if he knows how to use aura. While sitting on the ground, he dodges his attack and realizes the power of a Titan. Call asks him if they can fight properly, while Karen is surprised that Titans can use their aura. Standing beside her, Urga tells her that because he and Julru are new, they can't use their aura at the time. If they had known how to use the aura, they would have killed a Drake in a second. Julru tells Karen that using the aura is very difficult compared to humans because it took him 30 years to reach where he is. If a Titan wants to learn aura, he has to fill and empty his body with aura on repeat. Their body size is very large, so they need more aura to fill their bodies. Titans' training is useless compared to humans because it takes them more than 10 times the amount of time. As they talk, Urga suddenly sees that they have a winner as Call accepts his defeat. An announcement is made that Leon is the winner, and Call grabs and appreciates him for his skills. He further asks him about the skill he just showcased during the fight. It was a great match because Leon pushed Call's spear back from a point blank. It is concluded that Leon, the small guy, is very strong. They ask him if he needs to rest by taking a break. The next ones are waiting in line to fight with him. After some time, Leon is lying on his bed, injured, with bandages all over his body. Elsid tells him that he has won 2 matches and lost 7, which is a lousy win rate. He further informs him that the Titans were not used to the distance that he created, and he was also not habitual to them, and he should have known this fact. If he took note of that, he would have won 6 matches. Leon is getting pissed off by the demon sword. They both think it is cheating that the Titans can use skill with their huge bodies. Leon wonders who told those monsters about the martial arts the first time. Elsid questions him if he has not told the fact earlier. Leon wonders what on which Elsid informs him that 300 years ago, they learned the use of martial arts. In addition to that, the person who told them for the first time was him. Leon shouts at him after listening. According to Leon, the story he listened to in the academy was from several hundred years ago. It aimed at the Orge species, an individual who refused to be called a monster and received mercy from the goddess. He bows down in front of the goddess and requests her to accept his offer. If she accepts them as the people of the land, he will give his life to her and subjugate the monsters. After hearing him, the goddess accepted his request and blessed the giant king and the people with wisdom. She also gave them the ability to talk and think like human beings. Those species that gained wisdom on top of their overpowering physique became the Titans. Leon learned all the origins in his academy. It was his first time learning what Elcid taught them. He asks how he came into that. Elcid calls him an idiot and tells him he came to that because of the goddess. He tells him that the goddess told him to teach them, but he yells at her and tells her that she made the mess, so she can't just leave. But the goddess tells him she will leave him, and she leaves. He saw those guys and wondered if he had to teach them. Elcid gets angry by even remembering the time and tells him that the Titans are doing well by themselves now, but they didn't understand him back then and were very annoying. Leon tells him he has no way, so he does it alone. Elcid further informs him that out of all of them, he teaches one guy well because he gained intelligence without the blessing of the goddess. He could also be called a genius. Leon realizes that it was the beginning of the Titans, and Elcid agrees and tells him his name. The guy's name was Kashim, and he was the giant king. After he taught him, Kashim retained his skills for several hundred years and would have surpassed the master title. Leon comes to know a Titan who reached the master level, as that is too OP. Elcid suggests that he focus on his sparring with the Titans because he has few chances to fight aggressively. Leon realizes it is only what he can do before meeting the king. Elcid tells him that he trained them to increase his capabilities. Leon thinks that he has to prove himself before Roderick's legacy, which the giant king stored, is handed down to him. He has to prove that he is worthy as he has a lot of strength. On the other hand, as the girl is moving with Khan, she finds some robbers and punishes them. She tells them that they should be farming their food, but instead, they are robbing people who are suffering from hunger, so they should be ashamed of themselves for making a mess in front of the city. She asks Khan, as he says they are almost at the city, and asks her to go up and look herself. She goes up and looks at the free city Blaine, and she is really happy to see it. She finds the place bustling, but she thinks that if the evil act of swallowing the city were successful, then the bustling streets of Blaine would have been destroyed horrifically. She believes that Sir Leon made a grand contribution by stopping the swallowing of the city. She asks him to head to the slums first. Khan asks her why she wants to go there, as they are supposed to meet Cesar first. She tells him they can meet with Cesar anytime, so it is okay, but she wants to see the place Leon saved. Khan tells her it is under his jurisdiction, so he can do it. He starts bringing the memories back as he looked like it back then. They see slums in front of them. He wonders if these are the slums as the dark and dreary neighborhood becomes so bright in the present. He screams when he looks at his hideout, which has become an orphanage. After looking at it, he decides to go back. As he starts moving, the girl runs after him and asks him to wait for her. As Cesar is having his tea on a peaceful and graceful afternoon when, suddenly, the door knocks. He wonders who it could be on the door now. As he opens the door, he sees Khan standing before him, who tells him he hasn't seen him for a long time. Cesar shuts the door because he doesn't want to ruin his peaceful break. Khan asks him to open the door as he disrespects him too much by shutting the door in his face. But he doesn't open the door because he is having a peaceful break. The girl, whose name is Elahan, asks Cesar to open the door and tells him that it is her. As he opens the door, Khan gets hit by it. Cesar sees Elahan smiling and standing in front of the door. He holds her head and sighs, shouting at her for wandering around here and there so much. Cesar shouts at her, as she has been absent from the church without informing them. Because of that, the main church and the Holy Iron Chain Knights had to go out looking for her. He asks him why she did that, but Elahan doesn't answer and keeps smiling. He remembered when Saintess Elahan was a child. She used to climb the walls. When he shouts at her, she smiles like she is smiling right now. He concludes that she has stayed the same, and Khan asks about their relationship. Elahan tells her that Cesar is the person from the Holy Church who looked after her when she was a kid. She asks Cesar for information about the Day of the Oracle because she came to her to learn about it. He tells them that the Day of the Oracle is the revelation that will prepare the world for the disaster to come. In other words, it is the day that predicts the birth of the hero. The fact that the Holy Sword has already been revealed to the world means that the Day of the Oracle is near. In addition, evil events are occurring in the world's various parts, and omens of disasters are happening that people cannot handle. The hero has already resolved the issues, but the Swallowed City and the vampire's exploitation are just a portion of the omens. Khan asks him if he is trying to say that the Swallowed City is just a piece. He wonders if she wants to say that the world is going to be in great danger. He confirms and adds that anarchy will befall them, suggesting that Saintess prepare for it. Saintess Elahan tells her she is already prepared, as their 7 generations have waited for the hero to inherit their karma for the past 300 years. So she decides to save the world with the hero, as she is the 8th generation. She gets happy and wishes Sir Hero to come fast. Khan asks Caesar if she has seen the hero's face, and he tells him that she has not seen him yet. On the other hand, there is a fight between Leon and Drugo, and the Titans realize Leon is good as he breaks Drugo's defense. By seeing how well Leon is fighting with Drugo, they conclude that he has become stronger than he was before, and even Drugo is slower than him. Leon attacks him, but he blocks the attack. In return, he abuses him and punches him, as he uses both his hands to grab him and thinks that he has got him. All the Titans also start cheering him up, thinking he has got Leon and has done a good job. Drugo sees that he has nothing in his hands and wonders where Leon is going. Suddenly, he attacks him on his head using his holy sword. Drugo falls to the ground, and it is announced that Leon has won the match. Urga and Jolru were surprised as they couldn't even see his movements. Karen, who was standing beside them, was also shocked to see Leon, as she could not see his movements or speed. She wonders who will win if she and Leon fight. She gets sad that if she loses, her position as a hero's comrade will be endangered. She realizes that she has to upskill herself because being more useless than him is worse than death. As a Titan asks him to fight with him, suddenly Karen, in a loud voice, tells Leon to fight with her. On the other hand, Drugo appreciates him because he thinks the fight was very good, while Leon tells him that he has learned a lot from him. After listening to him, he blushes and says he should be saying it rather than him, while he gives him a high five. But Leon fell to the ground and the other Titans were injured. Immediately, Drugo apologized to Leon because he had unintentionally hit him the way he hit the other Titans. The other Titans start saying that he took pathetic revenge. Drugo gets angry and stops them from saying it because he didn't take any revenge. Meanwhile, Valken comes there and tells Leon he wants to meet him. Leon needs clarification as he needs to understand who wants to meet him. Elcid informs him that he means the Titan King Cashin, who is finally willing to meet him. Valken takes him to where she is allowed. She tells him that the restricted area will be starting from now on, so she can't go there. Only Leon is allowed to go in that area by the Titan King. She tells him that beyond the canyon is a dimensional crack, and if he goes there, a waterfall will come. Leon wonders what the dimensional crack has to do with it. Elcid confirms that he has heard right. The reason Titans live there is the dimensional crack, as it is the mission the goddess gave them. Their mission is to subjugate the monsters that come from all over the world. Leon says that, besides Titans, no one can protect the hellish path filled with A rank and S rank monsters, and Elcid agrees. They see a waterfall in front of them. Leon wonders if it is the same place where they can find the Titan King. He sees someone near the waterfall, and the Titan King asks him if he is a human. And suddenly, by saying it, he comes in front of him and says it is the same person who asked him to meet. Leon realizes that the Titan King's speed is incredibly fast because he couldn't even notice when he approached and stood before him. He was sure that the Titan King was standing underneath the waterfall. As Leon cannot move his body, he screams that he is Leon, the current hero. He tells him that he has come to retrieve the previous hero's relic, Roderick's. The Titan King Kashim tells him that he is also exerting the same energy and asks him about his relationship with Roderick as if they are related to the blood of something else. Leon tells him that he is Roderick's junior, but the Titan King doesn't believe him. Looking at him, from his eyes and how he walks, he knows he has learned about Roderick's vision and walking, but he is still far from mastering any of them. He laughs and tells him that those Roderick monitored had diminished a long time ago, and even some geniuses were born in Generation 1. They all were in despair because they could not accept his techniques. As a result, Roderick gave up on taking disciples because that cycle repeated many times. He asks him if he knows how many like him were there who gave off the same energy. He wonders if he really thinks he has the qualifications to strive for Roderick's relic. Leon realizes that he has nothing to say to him. Suddenly, the Titan King hears a voice that tells him that Leon has the qualifications to strive for his relic. The king realizes it is his voice. Elcid asks Leon to hold his sword up as soon as he holds his sword. Roderick appears in front of Kashim, the Titan King, and tells him it has been long since they saw each other. He asks him if it has been 300 years. Kashim attacks him, but Roderick dodges his attack. There is a blast in the place. Roderick suggests he get himself trained for the next 1,000 years, and Kashim abuses him. While Leon is trembling and wonders if he is going to die or not, Kashim says to Leon that he will kill him with another blast as Leon is safe and sound. Kashim apologizes to him because he showed him something unsightly on their first meeting. Leon tells him that he can relate, so it's no big deal. He asks him if he can call him Sir Kashim. Kashim is surprised to hear him and clears one thing. He doesn't want to admit that Roderick was his teacher, but because they are no longer his disciples, he abuses him. Kashim calls Leon his only brother and requests that he call him his brother. As they start moving, Kashim tells Leon that he will guide him to the cave beyond the waterfall. They both move towards the cave. Elcid abuses both of them. When Leon sees the cave, he realizes that no one would have thought of a place like this behind the waterfall. Kashim shows him the herbs, medicinal plants, and trees that Roderick planted for himself. Because they have been present there for 300 years, Shim believes that they would be very beneficial. Inside the cave, there are also many books. Kashim informs Leon that when Roderick lived there, he read those books and then threw them to the side. He used to read books based on martial arts and learn techniques for aura and physical disciplines. Although they were not able to read those books, they took a lot of things away from them. Leon asks Kashim if it is Roderick's relic. Elcid tells Kashim to be careful, as he can save him if he is still alive, so he instructs him to adjust his strength. He advises him to avoid Leon's head and heart, and Kashim assures him he will do his best. Leon could not understand what they were discussing, so he asked them what they were doing. Elcid informs Leon that he will be learning telekinesis from now on because that is his relic. Leon is surprised to hear that his relic is telekinesis, but he is still confused about what is happening there. Kashim tells Leon that the only way to use telekinesis is to use all his stamina and aura, and he will be enlightened with the ability to face the brink of death repeatedly. Long story short, he is going to bring him to the brink of death personally. Leon gets scared to hear it and asks him to wait. Leon calls Karen because he has decided to leave his back on her, but Karen is busy fighting with the monsters. She asks him to wait and realizes she cannot match Leon's pace with her current skills. As she turns her head around, she sees that Leon is extremely injured and is dying. She starts crying and thinks that if she was a little stronger. Suddenly, she wakes up and realizes that it was a dream. Sometime later, Karen, sitting upset on the chair, realizes she is not as strong as she should be. She needs to become stronger. She is the Coffin Keeper, the best assassin in the world who rules the slums. She believed that no one could ever dream of challenging her. She would destroy someone of the same rank as her and at least handle someone of a greater rank. But now she has realized that she was just a frog in a well, because she has learned that there are many strong people in the world, so danger could always befall Leon. Leon is destined to be a hero, and a hero always has a designated path, while an assassin might not be very helpful to him. She decides to part ways with Leon because if she doesn't improve herself, she will die in a battle or become extremely injured and be met with a fate that she cannot handle at all. Leon is getting stronger daily and will return much stronger than he is when he returns with the relic. She thinks that Leon will not need her after returning. She starts crying because she doesn't want that thing to happen. She realizes that she has to become stronger, but she remembers that she never got any training after she became an assassin. She thinks that it will be useless even if she gets the training because she has already surpassed her physical limits. She also stopped training because she needed to have a special sword technique. She wonders if this is the limit for someone raised as an assassin. She looks at her hand and realizes she is unaware of how to become stronger. Suddenly, someone knocks at the door and asks if she is inside. She realizes he is Leon and is happy to think he is back. She opens the door and asks him what happened and she will use assassination-type weapons and also poison, and if they find it difficult, they are allowed to refuse the challenge. She asks them who wants to be her opponent. They look at her. She realizes that she is the one who came with the young man, Leon. They warn her that she is going to get hurt if she fights. One of them calls her brave, which Urga interrupts and tells him to think before he speaks as she is very intense. When he listens to Urga calling her intensely, Karen tells him it is not what he thinks about her and Leon as they were that day. They are just talking and nothing else. One of them gets ready to fight with her, as he tells her that Titans don't fear anything, and they don't run away from victorious. Cuckoo asks Julru if Karen will be okay fighting with him. Julru advises him to watch the match. As Karen, holding her dagger, runs toward him to attack him, she realizes that the fight is always a battle of power, so conserving strength is a luxury. She attacks him, but her attack can't do much harm to the Titan. She realizes that she can't just win with him by using her strength. He stands up and tells her that it is his turn now, and that he will not be easy on her as he is about to attack her. She suddenly disappears from there and tells him that she already told him her specialty is assassination. He gets hit when Karen from
Я иду к цели, избавляю ход на моих часах. Бесконечный взлет, забираю все, что хочу в этот раз. Вижу свет, он ведет меня прямо в класс. Скорость, драйв, это мой элемент. Словно вихрь оставляю след. Каждый день это новый рекорд. Я на вершине, слышу мой аккорд. I got it, I want it, I got it. Мой путь это только вверх. I got it, я знаю, что надо. Я здесь, чтобы взять успех. Время летит, но я на волне. Каждый миг моя сцена в огне. Мечты сбываются, я это знаю. Все, что хочу, я забираю. Не важно, что говорят, я знаю свой путь. Моя страсть — это мой абсолют. Круче всех, кто мог бы представить. Я иду вперед, и никто не остановит. Моя сила в моей уверенности. Каждый день я на пределе прочности. В этом мире нет для меня границ. Я взлетаю снова, слышишь это? I got it, I want it, I got it. Мой путь — это только вверх. I got it, я знаю, что надо. Я здесь, чтобы взять успех. Я взлетаю, и нет пути назад. I got it. Все, что хочу, я взял. I got it, I got it, I got it. I got it. Я стану в огне.
be enough because he is more than capable. Meanwhile, in the church, the guys wonder who is at the gate. The man in front of the gate realizes he has a problem sitting there. A guy kicks him in his face and asks why he is blocking his way. They ask him what he wants from them. The man is somehow unconscious. He asks them what they just said to him. They realize that he was not a human and apologized. When Saintess Elahan visits the area, he finds the wooden pole that was hit 10,000 times with a wooden sword and a pail used for collecting water for hydration. She thinks that those are the traces of someone practicing there. She realizes she is pretty sure the hero is practicing there because she can smell his sweat, too. She sees an area in front of her and wonders if it is the same area where the holy sword descended. She sits there and prays to Goddess, who is watching them from the heavens, to show herself. She realizes that someone has been watching her since she entered the village, but she lets them be because they don't seem to have any bad intentions for her. A man comes in front of her and asks for her forgiveness. He bows down before her and introduces himself as Gilbert L. Lusenberg, a knight from Clyde. He greets the goddess Proxy, and after listening to him, Elahan thinks an imperial knight is there because a noble from Clyde would never come there to study abroad. They tell him that the reason is that person. He bows down in front of her as Leon, and the Saintess greet her for the first time. He introduces himself as Leon Callum Gladius von Clyde, the legitimate heir of the imperial family. He greets the goddess's Proxy, a member of the royal family. Elahan realizes it is a sudden meeting of her with the Prince of the Clyde Empire. Elahan thinks it is an honor for her that the Prince of the Clyde Empire knows her. The word of the Oracle had been sent to the Clyde Royal Palace, but she didn't know that the prince would come to show up. Leon tells her that from the day the Oracle came about, he knew someone from the church would arrive. She asks him if there is something that he needs from her, and Leon too requests that she answer his question. He asks her whether he is a hero. Gilbert gets angry with him because he doesn't understand why he is asking her that question. Elahan tells him he is not the hero because the hero appeared a year ago. Gilbert is shocked to hear it. She thought they had followed her knowing this, but it looked like they misunderstood if he thought he was the hero. The name Leon also means lion. Gilbert shouts at her, as it is impossible because Leon's name is the same birthday as the day of the Oracle. So Leon is the hero for sure. Elahan understands that he is confused because he shares the same birthday. Gilbert asks her to check again because he is clear and sure Leon is the hero. She tells her that her answer will stay the same no matter how many times he asks. Gilbert shouts at her that the goddess has made a mistake. Elahan gets furious as she warns him that she will not spare his act next time. He apologizes to her. Leon too realizes that a year ago, the one whose birthday was the same day as the Oracle's was Leon, which means lion. Leon too realizes that brother Leon is the hero, not him. Gilbert screams at him. He remembers the time when the father of Leon too was killed in front of his eyes. His father's brother killed his father and moved forward to kill him as well, so that after killing him, the throne will be his too. But Gilbert saved him from his attack and took Leon too from him so that he couldn't kill him until he found him. Gilbert informs him that he is the true heir of the throne, so he must stay alive and acquire the holy sword on the day of the Oracle to regain his throne. Leon too saw Gilbert's severely injured eye, but he saved him from the knights because he believed that Leon too must live. Elahan is about to leave, but Gilbert takes his sword out. He asks Elahan to reconsider, as she can't leave without reconsidering him. As Elahan had told him, there would be no second time. She asked him if he remembered his words. Gilbert says that because, according to him, loyalty does not lead to justice, and those who cannot reflect cannot indulge. He screams for the Empire to save the citizens who are in pain because of the mad Emperor's rule and for the one who will become the future light of the land. He says that only Leon too will be suitable for the hero role. As he is about to attack her, she attacks him in return and punishes him for his audacity. Leon too sees Gilbert and thinks he is dead. He gets furious and attacks her. But his attack couldn't do anything to her, though his speed was very good. Leon too sees her and yells at her. He asks her to shut her mouth. He screams that Gilbert is like a father to him and how she can kill him so easily and calls herself a goddess of proxy. Elahan tells him to look at that side because Gilbert is not dead. He sees Gilbert, who is sitting safe and sound. He calls Leon too his highness and the hero or the emperor of the Clyde Empire. Elahan asks them if they are allowed to choose one and then which they would choose. She gives them the option of deciding what they would do if the Clyde family were the root of the evil that endangers the world. She made them consider whether they could treat everyone, both the people of the Empire and outsiders, fairly. In addition, the most important thing is to consider whether they can prioritize their other matters before reclaiming the throne. So, she concludes at the end that he cannot become a hero after telling them that she bids farewell. On the other hand, Kashim appreciates Leon for doing it and congratulates him on his new achievement because he has successfully endured the difficult training and finally seized his will. He wishes him the best of luck and encourages him to take pride in his achievement because he has achieved something that others have been unable to do for hundreds of years. Leon thanked him, and they both started looking at Elcid. He was confused by their both staring at him like this and wondered if they thought he should compliment them. Kashim abuses him, and Elcid appreciates Leon for finishing early. Leon gets confused by listening to him and asks him if he is telling the truth that there was a time limit. Elcid asks Leon if he has forgotten that tomorrow is his birthday. Leon smiles, thinking that tomorrow is an important day. Elcid laughs as he realizes that Leon has finally remembered that his birthday is on the day of the Oracle. Elcid asks him what he thought and why he rushed to do the telekinesis training. He informs him that the recovery time is far better after the Holy Sword seal is lifted. It is impossible to burn his mind and body completely. Leon smiles and is glad to know. At midnight, Elsid thinks that they should get started. Leon looks at the sky and sees a lot of light and stars. He gets up on the clouds and wonders if it is after he reaches there. As he is thinking, suddenly, with a huge flash of light, someone appears before him, but he cannot look at her. His eyes start tearing up as he impresses her because he doesn't crumble under pressure by staring at a grand mountain or drowning when swimming in a vast, deep ocean. Because he has realized there is a change, he is simply a little shocked as he starts slowly from his fingertips, trying to feel his senses returning to him. She informs her that nothing will hurt him without her permission because he is in her exclusive domain. She asks him to lift his head. Leon lifts his head and sees that it is the goddess. She confirms to him that she is the goddess. She tells him that she is feeling good about meeting him. Leon sees her but cannot see her face. He wonders if the ball of light is the goddess. She asks him if he is really willing to see her because she is the goddess. One has to reach a certain level, yet he has not. Leon apologized to her. She told him that she was not trying to shame him or mean something like that. Because he is not like Roderick, looking at the goddess with a mortal body is almost impossible. Leon wonders if she can also read his mind. She confirms that when Roderick saw her for the first time, he made eye contact with her. She remembered when Roderick asked him if she was the goddess and concluded he was a child without a little cuteness. She asks Leon to listen carefully to what she will tell him. She tells him to destroy the mountain if there is no path and to part the sea without a boat. She asks him if it makes sense to him because it doesn't. He thinks that the goddess is cute and understands why Elsid says she is an idiot. The goddess tells him she is not an idiot, and Leon immediately apologizes as he forgot that she can read his thoughts. The goddess decides to finish the pleasantries and tells him that his chosen path is not a burden for him, so he asks him to tell her if he doesn't want to walk the path. The path he chose is filled with honor, but his feet will never be covered in blood every time he takes a step. She assures him that she will reverse everything and make his life peaceful if he wants to live like a normal person because it's not too late. Leon realizes that he is not ordinary. He was born an ordinary person and loathed his fate. His inferiority complex overcame him. In addition to that, he was a child who never made progress. He left the academy and gained a lot of experience, as he knows that he is not sufficient to even dream of becoming a hero. However, because Elsid chose him, he still wants to prove that Elsid made the right choice if he has to put his life online. The goddess realizes that she asked an unneeded question. She raises her hand to the sky and acknowledges him as the goddess agent. She decided to bless his agent with a guardian stigmata, which would give him the power to fight against the enemies of the world. The power of it will help him, and is the power that changes the sun and moonlight into energy. She also gives him the purifier stigmata, which, beyond authority, is the absolute power that neutralizes the poison, curses, and infections. The next stigmata she blesses him with is the prayer stigmata, which neutralizes mind interference and strengthens his willpower and mentality. In addition, it will help him increase his telekinesis. Finally, she gives him the observer stigmata, which will help him see the world's imbalances and fissures. Moreover, it will also help him see through the outsiders who have disguised themselves. She gives all of them to Hero Leon, but she is still worried about her clothes as she can only think about Roderick's clothes, so she gives him his birthday present. She snips her finger, and by snipping her finger, Leon's clothes change the sword. Leon does not know how to kneel during a raging storm. She at last prayed for his future to hold great fortune and happiness and told him she would always be here for him and watch over them all.